Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, ROTL UK proudly brings to you the NFL podcast champions of the UK, the braggadocious Bristolian Matthew Turner, the Brahma Brummy Ash Soden, the international man of mystery Tom Wilkinson, the savvy Scotsman Steve Collins, the Yorkshire Nightmare Ryan McCluskey, and me, the badass Baldy Anthony Fitzpatrick, the Roar of the Lions UK.
Nice.
And if you're down with us, I got 3 words for you. Fuck the Packers!
Excellent stuff. I love it. I'm all over it. Crack. I am blown away. Welcome in, everyone, to the Roar the Lions UK podcast, NFL Draft Day 1 show. Matt, Steve, and Ash are here. How you doing, boys? What an intro.
Bet you didn't think you were going to get a New Age Outlaws intro today, did you? That is just...
No, that was amazing.
Yeah. I don't know why. I just thought of it while I was out walking one day. I was like, oh, I'll try it. But it's all good fun. The Roar of the Lions Draft UK Especial needs an opening. And it got one.
Quality intro.
You see, Steve appreciates. Most people will know the old school wrestling references here, so this is what it is. We are loud, we are brash, we are mouthy, we are here to talk to you all things NFL draft for the next 3 days. Every pick gets analyzed, every Lions pick scrutinized with a fine-tooth comb, and we have interviews with 31 other franchises. What more could you want off a draft weekend? Apart from not drafting Tyree Wilson at 6, that would be lovely.
Agreed.
Welcome into everyone in the chat. Martin Ott started early saying, hope you don't burn out, boys. Brian Shook, Chrome, and Justin Gassaway in the chat on YouTube and in the Twitch chat. We've got Fly Odd Condor coming in early as well, saying Anthony Fitzpatrick with a big AF intro. I love it. The draft is starting in just over an hour and a half's time. We have got a show for you today. It started off a few hours ago with the British Bird Gang, the Arizona Cardinals fan group and podcast. Really great guest Tom came on with us to talk about what might happen at 3. And it does now appear that the 3rd overall pick has been traded, although that has yet to be confirmed and the trade details yet to come out. But it does very much look like that has happened. Guests coming up in just 15 minutes time. We have the UK and Irish Packers. 20 minutes with them, and then 20 minutes after we finish with them, we've got the Atlanta Falcons UK, and then after that, UK Cowboys, British and Irish Eagles, Panther Nation podcast, DC Tweet Team, Arrowheads Abroad, and Red, White and Buffalo Blues. When it comes to what we've done in the past for this show, this is our 3rd time doing this. This is an all-star cast of guests we have coming up for you tonight. Every single one has been on the show before, apart from it's a new guest for the UK and Irish Packers, so really looking forward to talking with him. But apart from that, every single one we've had on before, they are excellent stuff. So you do not want to miss out. Boys, what are you looking for from tonight? It very much looks like Bryce Young is going number 1 overall.
I'm very much looking forward to talking to the UK Packers.
Yeah, nothing to talk about with them, is there? It's going to be difficult to think of questions for them.
Yeah, and very much looks like number 2 is zeroing in on Will Anderson. Now minus 300 to go number 2 overall, boys. What do you make of it? It seems like the Texans have decided not to trade out, or someone's coming up to 2 to take him.
I'm expecting Brad Holmes to announce the news any minute right now that we have gone up to 2 for Will Anderson and that we are going to absolutely muller the hell out of Justin Fields next season. Excuse me. Bloody hell.
What do you make of it all, Steve?
I mean, the Texans have got a defensive head coach now. And I think they're going to ride with Davis Mills for another year, or maybe they're going to use pick 12 for a quarterback. Maybe they think that a QB is going to fall to 12 on like a serviceable QB. Maybe they think Richardson or Levis will be there at 12. I don't think they will be, but Hendon Hooker, who knows? But the Texans need defense big time to start their rebuild. So why not Will Anderson? That's a great start to any rebuild.
Ash, let's talk about Bryce Young just a minute, and I think that you've got him as QB1 as well as most of us here. What about Bryce Young makes him such a good pick at 1 overall?
So, unlike previous Bama quarterbacks like Tua and Mac Jones, he's hadn't had that much to work with. He's had J-Mo for 1 year and John Mechie, but this past year, he hasn't had that much to throw to. He's almost had to create offense for himself, and he showed it, especially in that game against Tennessee. I know they lost, but he was able to go stride for stride with Hendon Hooker, who is seen as like one of the big risers in this draft class. And his pocket awareness as well is like top tier. So he's someone that the Panthers can draft, drop in day one, and they've got themselves arguably already a top half, maybe QB in the NFC, which isn't perhaps saying that much considering the state of the conference these days. But they've got themselves a really good quarterback. Yeah, maybe there's the slight knocks on him due to his frame and size, but those are overcomable now with the way that you can scheme up offenses.
What about the rest of you guys? What do you make of Bryce Young? Is it a good pick at this point in time? I mean, do you think the Panthers are going to look back and regret moving up to 1 if this is going to be the pick? Because it felt like you might take a bigger swing than this, but he is potentially just the safest quarterback to take because of the repertoire of skills he's got.
I don't think they'll be disappointed. You get the best quarterback in the draft. He's got the potential to certainly be top 10 in the NFL, which you kind of want as a minimum from your number 1 pick. So I think he's going to do just fine there. And he's going to be in a team that, the Panthers aren't number 1 bad, let's forget. They've spent a lot of capital investing in that team, especially in the defense. There are parts there for them to work with. So it's not like he's going to be going into an absolute fire show straight away. He's going to have a lot better weapons than he had in Alabama. He's tough. He's rugged. He's a man of steel, really. So I think they will be very happy with him. And they're in an incredibly weak conference. And who knows? They could be dark horses for year 1. If they're able to round out the rest of the pieces in the draft, get a bit more offensive line to, help deal with the losses that they've had, then I think they could be in a very good position next year. I thought they'd go with Stroud personally because of sort of the kind of quarterback they've shown to like in the past, but I've always had Bryce as QB1, and QB1 should go number 1. So, good luck to them with him. I like the fit. I think it's going to be a good fit for Bryce.
And Steve, you were talking about what a good start it might be for Houston if they do go Will Anderson. A shame perhaps if they can't trade out of the pick and get a bit more capital for it or go quarterback, but potentially the best non-quarterback in the draft.
Yeah, and they've got the number 12 pick as well. So, if they were just picking at 2, you in the position that they're in, new head coach, the franchise has been in a mess. You would imagine that they absolutely would trade out of it, but they got the number 12 pick as well, so it gives them lots of options. And why would you not take Will Anderson with a 2nd pick? They need to rebuild the defense. They've never really, made up for the loss of JJ Watt. So it's a great pick for me. And I'd love to see him fall to the Lions. I don't think he will.
It doesn't look likely right now. Got a question in from Dan Pask, and as always, if you do have any questions, do make sure to @RoarTheLions UK on YouTube or @ROTL_UK on Twitch, and we'll get your questions answered. Dan asks, which team's going to have the worst record next year and get Caleb Williams? I mean, I think the leader in the clubhouse has to be someone like Arizona at the moment. Quarterback out for the majority of the season, we think. Heavy rebuild, trading away assets. It doesn't feel like it's going to be a great year for Arizona, but that could really kickstart their team because they do have their quarterback of the future right now. They can't get rid of him, so he has to be. What about you guys? Do you think the same?
Never really thought about this question about who's going to be bad next year, to be fair. I mean, the Packers could be. I just throwing it out. If Jordan Love is no good for the Packers, they could be bad next year. I mean, they could really regress. They've got a couple of good running backs with them there, but the defense is underwhelmed. And, they could be in with an outside shot of it. I mean, the Cardinals, thing is, they're in a rough division as well. I mean, the Rams are terrible. The Seahawks are good, but not amazing. So they could still scrape together a few wins and get away from where they need to be. I don't know. I don't see an outright favourite for it right now, which you do get most years, but I don't think there is one.
Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay with Baker Mayfield and, a roster that's kind of fallen apart. I think that are going to be a rotten team next year. And I think they're in a division that's improving.
I don't know. I don't rate the division really highly, and despite the team falling apart, there's still pieces there. They've got a reasonable O-line. I know it fell to bits last year, but that was through injury. A lot of those guys are coming back. They're one of the favourites to take Bijan. If he doesn't go top 10, that could provide them with a pretty high floor. They've still got Evans in the wide receiver room. Their defence is still pretty hot. They've got Winfield in there in the backfield. There's pieces in Tampa, which makes me think their floor is higher than, say, 4 wins.
I mean, do you reckon we could see sort of a toilet bowl between the Rams and the Cardinals? The Rams have needs all over the field, and we don't know if Staff's going to be fully healthy yet next year. I mean, they're blowing it up. Everything's gone. I mean, literally, when you look at draft needs for teams, most sites have them as like everything, and they're not even joking. There's not even a start for it. So you feel like they're well behind. So if one of the Cardinals or the Rams sweeps the other, I think they could be a number 1 pick out of there, because that might be the only 2 games those two sides could win next year. I mean, outside of that, you've the Commodores, maybe. They could be bad again. And
yes, don't even engage him in it. Don't even engage him. You said Commodores.
I always have.
I know. That's why I said don't engage him. Don't pander to it. Let's
don't pander to it.
Let's get back on track with the draft. Harley Quinn saying the jersey is great. I love Sue so much. Steve, we're looking at number 3, and it does very much like the Titans have gone up to trade up to 3. And if it does go now as predicted, with Bryce at 1 and Anderson at 2, CJ Stroud's pulled away now, minus 160 at number 3 overall. And what do you make of CJ Stroud? I mean, a lot of people were saying, he could fall to 6. Would the Lions take him? In mock drafts, a lot of Lions have taken him. So, Ohio State calls him back. They get dunked on a little bit. What have you seen from him over the last couple of years?
I don't think long term he's much of an upgrade from Goff. He's kind of a pocket passer. And he's kind of underwhelmed for a lot of his career, and there is some recency bias. Obviously, I think the game he played against, was it Georgia, where he absolutely balled out, and lost that game, but really made a bit of a mark. But people have been saying, Anthony Richardson, there's not enough tape on him. I still think Stroud is very much a project for someone, and I'm not sure that. I wouldn't want the Lions to go anywhere near him, and I'm not sure that his ceiling is as high as, say, Richardson. So for me, he's a bit meh, really, in terms of my view on him. And I think he's the safe bet if you don't want to take a gamble on Richardson or Levis.
Our thanks to Paul Bear, who has subscribed with Prime on Twitch. That's their 5th month. And if you don't know, Anthony Fitzpatrick has something called Will Shot for Subs as his name. So if you subscribe on Twitch, which handily gives us $2.50, whether it's Prime or otherwise, then Anthony Fitzpatrick must do a shot. First time chat from Paul saying, enjoy Ant. Doing God's work, man. Doing God's work. We have been demonetized on YouTube.
I'll be right back.
We've been demonetized on YouTube just until after the draft for an admin issue. If you enjoy the stream, if you're enjoying what you see, there's 2 links below. One for a donation button and...
Not another one.
One for a donation button and one for a PayPal link. Any and all donations our way, much appreciated. I'm going to say that Ant has to do it if there's donations or subscriptions coming in on Twitch, because they, for me, are much the same thing. And just like that, Jonesmaster comes in subscribing with Prime, there for third month. And if you can hear me, you've got 2 to do. I love it. I love it very much. Ash, CJ Stroud. Looks like he's going third overall. Quarterback 2. About the right sort of place?
I agree with the assessment. He's the safer, in inverted commas, of the 2. So for me, he's actually my QB3. As we all know, we are and it pains me to say it considering what I've got in the background, we are an Anthony Richardson podcast, and he is my QB2. If the Titans do what they're doing, especially in the conference they're in now with the QB talent there, that's
2. 2.
Oh, I thought you said to me then. But yes, in the QB talent they've got in the AFC now, you need to be swinging for the fences. Stroud is a good safe floor. They can maybe compete in that AFC South. They're not going to win a playoff game probably with him with the way they are now. They need to swing for something, and Richardson is the swing. I know but of course they've got to be risk averse considering they took a swing last year with Malik Willis at a safer sort of spot in the later rounds, and it hasn't worked out. So maybe they're scared off by that. They want to sort of swing the other way, zag back to the safe pocket passer like they've got with Tannehill. But if they do it, it's not going to pay out in the long term for them, I think. I think they should have gone for Richardson, and they might kick themselves if someone else gets Richardson in that conference and they face up against him and he just rips them apart like Richardson did against FSU in the first half.
Apologies for the first shot, which I covered with a graphic, but I undid it for the second shot. We saw him do it. What are you necking, Ant?
So I have a lovely bottle of my Havana Club at 3 Años rum. It's the 3-year-old one. I love Havana Club.
Jesus Christ. I've committed you to doing donations on YouTube as well, because they're the same thing.
Well, if I get too many, then I may just need to downgrade it to something that's not going to kill me before the end of the evening. But I'm a man of my word. I will do it. I'm a man of my word. This is a lovely rum, and I will quite happily go through a bottle of it. So hey ho, there we go. Just
you can throw me under the bus as well, because you can highlight what my name is. Like, I'm happy to join you on the sacrificial cross.
I feel like there needs to be more people on the shot train, but hey ho. What were we talking about? Pick 3.
We were talking about pick 3 and CJ Stroud and whether that's a good pick.
It depends who he's going to. Obviously, it depends on scheme fit for CJ, but I don't know what everyone else would say. But you know me, if you've followed the college pod, I've never been as high on CJ as everybody else. I think he could be a very good quarterback. However, he's had a bona fide like NFL receiving group to throw at the collegiate level. He has had all the plethora of weapons in the world. Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be potentially a top 5 pick in a draft one day. Smith and Jigba is going to be a first-round pick. Wilson and Olave, look how good they were in the NFL in their first seasons. Both Offensive Rookie of the Year candidates. It's going to be very difficult if you're going to a team like the Texans, just for example, with a bunch of scrubs at wide receiver who are probably nowhere near as good as where they've been at previous. And it remains to be seen whether he can do it when he's in a tough situation, when he's not got a lot to work with, and it's his talent alone that he's got to work off. I'm not saying he can't do. Could be very, very good at the next level. It's just I'm skeptical, which is why I like Bryce more. He's had a lot less to work with over his career, and he's still been really damn good, which is why he's always been the number 1 guy for me. But we'll see, and it depends where he goes. Someone like the Titans feels weird because they're always like this run-heavy team that love to run the ball first, pound it. They've got a head coach who loves to do that, whereas CJ has always been on a team that loves to pass the ball. They will run it, but it's pass-heavy. You know, it's very diverse, it's very high-powered, and that's not what you get there. So I don't know, it just doesn't feel like a fit for him, but I could be wrong.
It's time to welcome in our second guest of the evening, Peter Jones, at the IT Hedgehog on Twitter and member of the AVG Cheese a Packer podcast. Also the author of the UK and Irish Packers Draft Guide. So you're going to be well versed with college prospects, I imagine. Peter, thanks for coming on. How are you?
I'm doing good. Hi, guys. Appreciate you having me on. I did see your intro earlier, where you welcomed the Packers. I saw that.
To be honest, Peter, we've done worse.
Cool.
I'm sorry,
Cool.
it just fit with the opening. The Bears didn't work as well, so I'm sorry.
It's all cool.
And I
Part of the
believe
show.
that you've prepped for this one, so
Yeah, well, obviously, we're going to have to talk about him. I imagine you're sick to death of this being done, but this is the week when the tale as old as time finally got resolved, and Aaron Rodgers is gone. I mean, we know a lot of Packers fans. We've heard the views about it. Some like it, some don't. What are your overall feelings now that it's all done?
I'm glad that it's done. Right. So I think, particularly once we heard the news, whenever it was, weeks ago, it feels like years ago, that it was his intention to play for the Jets, and he'd been given permission to talk to them and all of that stuff. I think at that point, that was the point where we knew it was over. Right. So this last few weeks has just been, let's just get this done, guys. Let's move on for the sake of everybody involved, whether that's the Packers, whether that's Jordan Love, whether that's Aaron Rodgers himself, whether that's the Jets. It just needed to get done. So, I think from a Packers perspective, it's going to be weird. It's going to be strange. Of course it is. We've gone from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers, 30 years of high-level quarterback play mostly. And, yeah, it's going to be strange. But it was time. I think that once they'd made the decision in 2020 to draft Jordan Love, and again, there was all kinds of opinions about that. I'm very much in the Jordan Love camp, right? And I was before the draft in 2020 and have remained in that camp. But regardless of that, I think once they've made the decision to draft him in 2020, this day was coming, and it probably should have come this time last year.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned Jordan there. So you've had Favre, you've had Rodgers. The era of Love is about to dawn on now. All sorts of stuff gets said about him and this, but you, as a fan, you get to see him a bit more, the development, how he gets with the team. How do you feel about him and taking over the reins now? Are you confident that he is going to be able to do it? Because, 3 years is a long time to sit there and wait to get the job. I know the other his predecessors did as well, but how do you feel going into the era of Love now?
Oh, yeah, I'm it's quietly confident. I'm not sure that's the right term. I'm okay with it because I think he's going to be just fine. Right now, just fine isn't Hall of Fame level play. He may get there, but the chances are he won't. Most quarterbacks don't, and the chances of having 3 in a row are pretty slim. But I think he's going to be just fine. Now, what that means for the Packers in 2023, I think, or more importantly, probably in 2024, who knows? But I would say quietly confident is the way I would describe it, without going overboard about a guy that we've seen throw 50 passes in the regular season or whatever the number is.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll come back onto him in the future expectations in a minute. But before we talk about this draft, obviously, go back 12 months and look back at the 2022 one. So the Packers actually took a lot of guys I liked, especially towards the end of last book. See, Key Walker came in, the linebacker, Devontae Wyatt, defensive tackle, Christian Watson. And then you got Sean Ryan, Romeo Doubs, Zach Tom, Kingsley Enagbare, who I can't believe he got at 180. And then a lot of 7th round picks, Tariq Carpenter, Jonathan Ford, Rasheed Walker, and Samori Toure, the wide receiver. After sort of 12 months, what are your initial impressions of the rookie class from last year? Who's been good, who's maybe not? How do you feel 2022 went for you?
Yeah, good question. So I guess right now, above average, without being super exciting. Now, I think there's the potential there. So I think it was a draft where it went a little bit strangely for the Packers. So Quay Walker was, some people had him on their board that high. I didn't. I thought he was a 2nd round guy, and I still believe to this day the Packers had 2 2nd round picks, and I still believe to this day, and it's just me, who knows, that Quay Walker would have been there when they picked in the 2nd round. So for me, it was a little bit of a reach. Other people saw it differently, and that then rolled into taking Devontae Wyatt at 28, who for the first half of last season was non-existent. Played a lot more and a lot better towards the end of the year, but the jury's out. you know. And then Christian Watson. And the Watson pick was interesting for me because I think if they'd taken Watson, so they traded the 2 second-rounders to move up with Minnesota to get Watson. I think if they'd taken Watson at 22, they could have got Quay Walker with one of their second-round picks. So I wasn't entirely happy with that, but you know, we're guessing. Who knows what would have happened? But that's just my gut feeling. And then you go down that draft class. Zach Tom was excellent. Played tackle, played guard, and probably his future's probably at centre. So he's likely to challenge Josh Myers at centre. So he played centre in his sophomore year at Wake Forest before he moved to tackle, and I think that's probably where he ends up. But he's one of those guys, you know, that every team wants to have. One of those guys that can play multiple spots on the offensive line. And I agree with you about Kingsley Enagbari, and I still don't know to this day. You know, I thought the guy was definitely going to be a day 2 pick, right? And I think we all looked at it slipping down the board, and you know, he became the top player left on multiple boards, wondering what on earth is going on here. And to this day, I still don't understand why. You know, you usually hear afterwards that there was an injury or something that the teams knew about. There was something off the field. Heard nothing. So that was a real surprise. And yeah, Romeo Doubs came through and did what I called before he was drafted as kind of sneaky good. So kind of under the radar guy at a position of absolute need for the Packers, and is still a position of need for the Packers. So yeah, I would say right now, a year on, and like all of us, you know, you can never really judge drafts until 2, 3, 4, 5 years down. Certainly above average without blowing people's socks off, I would say.
Oh, no, absolutely. It's the same with ourselves. You can only see what you've seen after 12 months. In 12 months, it could be completely different, couldn't it? But, I mean, that's actually surprising with Zach Tom. So where would Myers go? Would he move into guard? Because he was highly rated when he came out.
Yeah, and so it's another pick I had a little bit of a problem with. So I was a huge Creed Humphrey guy. So if you go back on my Twitter, you'll see lots and lots of posts for me prior to that draft. So Creed Humphrey's the guy. In fact, I would take him in the first round if he were there. And the Packers took Josh Myers in the second round, and Creed Humphrey went with the very next pick. And it was like, I don't get it. I didn't get it then. I don't get it now. And I think that, you know, Myers has been a solid, you know, solid player. I liked Zach Tom in college when he played center more than I did when he played tackle. And Brian Gutekunst, the Packers GM, came out sometime after the season finished, and they talked about various players. And he said, yeah, when we drafted Zach Tom, we thought that his eventual position would be center. So to me, there's no doubt that there's some kind of competition going to go on there. But we'll see how that plays out. Like I say, it's nice to have that guy that can almost play any position on the offensive line.
Yeah, and somehow you guys just keep churning them out, don't they, these guys? You have Josh Nijman as your third-string left tackle, and he plays to a very good degree. They're better than some starters elsewhere.
Yeah, you know, they've obviously had, you know, a good coaching regime around the offensive line there. I guess the other thing that they've done a lot of is they've taken lots of shots on the offensive line late in the draft. So, you know, 2 or 3 years ago, they took John Runyon out of Michigan, who was a tackle in college. They moved him to guard, and they've done quite a lot of that. And I guess if you throw enough darts, you know, 1 or 2 of them are going to stick. And I think that's pretty much what they've done on the offensive line. But, you know, that's a position of interest this year for the Packers. Bakhtiari this is probably his last year. His contract situation says he's probably not going to be with the Packers in 2024. Even if you put the injury concerns and everything else to one side. And you mentioned Josh Nijman, so he's going to be an unrestricted free agent after the 2023 season. So unless they can get a deal with, you know, done with him, you know, they're going to have question marks at both the tackle spots, which is why it's not beyond the realms of possibility that the Packers go tackle at 13 in this draft. It wouldn't be my first preference, but it would be a safe pick for the Packers.
Well, we'll talk about that in a minute. But just before we do, the 2022 season for the Packers kind of mirrored our own in a way. You won a few more games earlier on than we did, but then there was sort of like the big slump in the middle, and then the renaissance towards the end of the season, where obviously we're both in contention for the playoffs. That last week happened, but
last week never happened, did it? No, we don't talk about the last week.
Oh no, we talk about it a lot. It's in folklore here. You'll hear about it a fair bit. But...
We've got a 30-minute segment coming up on it.
Yeah. It's a lot longer than you think it's going to be. The thoughts on the 2022 season overall then? Was this just a season where it was, like you said, stagnating a bit under Aaron and it needs to change? Or how did you view the season as a whole?
Weird. It was a strange season, like very much as you described. They started reasonably well. Well, they got blown out in the first game, but after that, they played reasonably well without blowing teams away. But then in the middle of the season, pretty much from the London game onwards, it started going astray. And then, as Aaron Rodgers has done in the past, somehow, they've gone on a streak, and they would have been. I'm pretty sure they would have been one and done in the playoffs. Whoever they would have ended up playing had they come through that last game. But it never felt to me, even when the Packers were 13-4 in the previous seasons, it never felt to me like they were a dominant team. Right. So if I go back to the 90s, because I'm an old guy, when that team was winning 13 games a season, it felt like a dominant team. Holmgren's, team from that period. The 13-win teams recently have never felt like a dominant team. Good, obviously, 13 wins is 13 wins. But I always felt that they were anywhere between a 10-win and a 13-win team, and with a couple of bounces of the ball, it could have been 10 wins. And so it wasn't a complete surprise to me where they ended up last year. I guess the big surprise stroke disappointment to me was the play across the whole season of the defense, given how much draft capital in particular the Packers have spent on defense over the last decade or so, changing defensive coordinators twice, etc., doesn't appear to have made too much of a difference. And with the number one picks they've got on those defense, it really ought to have been perhaps not dominant, but certainly better than it was.
So you say you weren't surprised that you maybe saw it coming, but were you? And we've got to talk about the game on the last day. Were you surprised by the game on the last day? Obviously, we'd been eliminated from playoff contention. You still had it all to play for, and in previous years, you kick our ass in that sort of situation, and it was kind of the role reversal. Were you surprised by sort of how they played in that game and then losing it, or was it again not a shock?
It wasn't I would say it was a surprise, but not a shock. Right, so I thought the Packers would win it, regardless of the position of the Lions going into that game, because that was kind of a double-edged sword for the Lions. They had nothing to play for theoretically, but sometimes that can take the pressure off as well. But I thought the Packers would win, but I thought it would be a close game. So, kind of 55-45, not score-wise, percentage-wise, in favour of the Packers. But I didn't think there was a lot between the teams. And I think we looked at, from a Packers point of view, looking at Detroit, we thought Detroit were a damn scary team to play, particularly with the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. So, sorry, Matt, we wanted to say something.
I was just going to say thanks to David Reinfurt70, who has gifted a sub to Nicholas3983, his 18th gifted sub in the channel. Thank you very much, man. And 100 bits from Derek Bo Barrack saying, beer, unhealthy snaps, competent GM, ready for the draft. Love it. Sorry, please.
No, so look, right. So we're at the draft. Let's move on to it. So the Packers, they've obviously moved from 15 to 13 now. I'll just come straight to it. What do you think they're going to do here? Because tight end has been mentioned a lot. I don't know how that's been a serious thing.
It's this guy.
Yeah. Oh, he's done it. He's done it. JS said he's done it.
What they will actually do, I don't know, right? So I'm all in on Jackson Smith and Jigba, which is not a Packers type pick, typical recent Packers type pick, right? For me, that's the pick. That's the pick for the Packers for multiple reasons. A, he's the number one wide receiver in this draft. The Packers still need help at wide receiver. They've got Watson, they've got Doubs. They got Samari Toure, who was a rookie last year that you mentioned, caught 6 balls, right? So they've got really not very much in terms of any depth there. You know, and in today's NFL, you're looking for, in essence, 3 starters. And Smith and Jigba would be the slot guy that, other than Randall Cobb, they haven't had. And yes, he has an injury concern from last year, but if you go back to 2021, playing on that Ohio State team with Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, and Smith and Jigba was the number 1 wide receiver on that team in terms of receptions and yards. So I'm all in on him if they can get him. I don't know whether he'll drop to 13. I think that's the key, and it's going to depend on what happens. I know that there's some trades already going on, or certainly being mooted right now, and you know, depending on what Houston does at 2, and then Arizona if they're trading out of 3, who knows what's going to happen in those picks. But I would go with Smith and Jigba if he's there. If he's not there, then the Packers they need help at lots of positions, unfortunately, but they do. And so, you know, you can make a case for the Packers picking offensive tackle that we mentioned earlier. You can make a case for them going tight end. I think 13 is way too high for tight end for me, right? Especially given the depth of this tight end class. Ideally, you'd like to trade down and get one of those guys, but, you know, tight ends on the table. Cornerback is on the table for the Packers, and edge is on the table because Rashan Gary is injured, will be out around half of this coming season. So there's a number of positions kind of sitting on the fence that's certainly on the table for the Packers, none of which would surprise me, and nor would it surprise me to see them move from 13 if they can, downwards. But
so, I was about to say, do you think, because obviously it's well known they love to go defense in the draft, etc. But when you've got a Hall of Fame quarterback, I think you can kind of give him lesser receivers to work with, and he'll make something out of them. You've seen it over the years. He's taken so many guys in the second, the third, turned them into all pros, turned them into some of the best receivers ever. I mean, with Jordan Love now a rookie in there, it's his 3rd year. He's going to need help. Do you think it could necessitate a change in the way they do draft, and this first round thing could change now?
I hope so. Right. So I think that some of the previous drafts, yes, picking best player available, but also I think that the defense has been a necessity. And part of that was driven back from before even Guti was the GM, where they kept going cornerback in successive drafts because each guy that they drafted turned out to be not very good. And so they kept backing themselves into this situation where they had these holes to fill and kept trying to fill them in successive drafts, which is not an ideal situation to be in. But yeah, I think that Guti showed last year by picking a linebacker, which the Packers haven't picked a linebacker, an off-the-ball linebacker in the first round since AJ Hawk in the mid-2000s. And by picking a 24-year-old guy in Devontae Wyatt, again, totally away from where the Packers pick early, because Guti normally picks 22-year-old guys. I think they've shown last year that they're going to be more flexible. And you're absolutely right. They have to get offensive help. They absolutely have to.
So, sort of moving away from the first round pick, you've got 2 seconds, a third, a fourth, a lot of ammunition at the top of the draft here. What would you like them to do with that? I mean, what would you expect? But where would you like them to go if you did get Jackson Smith and Jigba?
Yeah,
13? What's next?
I think if they got Jackson Smith and Jigba, I think in round 2, if they stayed at those picks 42 and 45, which are nice picks to have, I would ideally like to get one of the tight ends. So it may depend on which one of them falls that far. But I would like to get one of the tight ends. The Packers haven't had a consistently productive tight end since Jermichael Finley, right? So that's going back to 2011, 2012 time. So for a decade. And I think they need to get another edge guy. Preston Smith is getting up in years, shall we say? And as I said, Rashan Gary did an ACL midway through last year, so it's probably going to be midway through this year before we even see him on the field. So ideally for me, it would be Jackson Smith and Jigba, tight end, edge, but that's kind of an ideal world scenario.
I open it up, gents. Anything draft-wise you want to ask about Packers?
I was just going to ask Peter, and I'm kind of not being like the merchant of doom here, but in terms of the scenario, there's quite a good chance Smith and Jigba will be gone by the time you get to 13. And in terms of tight ends, maybe that's the second round's a little too late to wait for, say, like Dalton Kincaid. How do you see that playing out? And if JSN is gone, have you got like a sort of backup? Would you want them to go for like Quentin Johnson, or would you prefer that they had a safer pick?
So I wouldn't. So for me, if they stayed at 13 and Jackson Smith and Jigba had gone, I wouldn't be taking a wide receiver there. There isn't the value there for me, right? Yeah. So with Addison or Quentin Johnston. But I think there is value in the second and third rounds. There's lots of guys. We don't know quite where they're going to fall. But, there's typical Packer type receivers like Cedric Tillman of Tennessee in the third round. There's lots of guys there. But I certainly wouldn't pick another wide receiver at 13. I personally wouldn't pick one of the tight ends at 13. But it would mildly surprise me, but wouldn't shock me if they did. Right, that would be a very unpackers-like pick. I see a tackle there, or I see a trade down there to somewhere towards the back end of the first round, and I think the tight end group's interesting because it's a little bit of pick your poison here, because you've got a bunch of different types of tight end. You've got Kincaid, who's the excellent receiver. You've got Mayer, who does a bit of both. You've got the joker in the pack, Darnell Washington. And a lot of Packers fans like Darnell Washington because he reminds them of Mercedes Lewis, right? So Washington's this 6'7", 270-pound tight end, number 2 tight end at Georgia. But then, guy that's getting a lot of press and a lot of talked about in Packers land in the last few days is Sam Laporta of Iowa. And, I would be surprised if he's not there at 42 or 45. But who knows? So, yeah, I can absolutely see a trade down coming if the guy they want at 13 isn't there.
Couple of questions coming in from the YouTube chat, actually. One was from Brian Shook, which is just about the number of first-round grades, because the number of people that have got first-round grades seems to kind of vary between like 14 to 20, and you authored the UK Packers draft guide. So how many kind of first-round guys do you genuinely think there are here? So
I off the top of my head, I can't remember how many I put in there. I think it's low 20s.
Okay,
that kind of area. I think the question we always have is around the quarterback situation. So, for example, is Hendon Hooker a first-round guy? Right, and some people will say no. And when he goes at 16 in this draft, there'll be a team there that says absolutely he is. Now, is a 25-year-old quarterback who's done an ACL a first-round guy? I don't know. It wasn't for me, but there'll be plenty of people that say that he is.
And what about a developmental quarterback? Brent DeWitt is asking if you're kind of preparing for Jordan Love perhaps not working out and kind of, what's the word to cover that off, shall we say?
Great question. I think the Packers are all in on Jordan Love, right? And barring some kind of unforeseen catastrophe in 2023, he's the starter in 2023 and 24, right? So I don't think this is a case of trying to look for a guy relatively early that they're going to throw in there if Jordan Love doesn't work out. They're riding with Jordan Love now. And I think that whether Jordan Love's good or bad or somewhere in between, I think the coaching staff and the front office are tied to that decision now. So I think that the Packers will look quarterback later in the draft, right? So they really have to find a backup guy. I mean, I like Clayton Tune out of Houston. I think he would work for the Packers, but I don't believe they're going to pick a guy that's going to put any pressure on Jordan Love. And it also begs the follow-on question about whether they bring in a veteran backup, which is the kind of conventional thing to do, whether they look for who knows, a Matt Ryan or whoever, that kind of guy, I wouldn't do it. Right? Because I think the worst thing that could happen to Jordan Love is the first time he throws 2 interceptions in a game, everybody starts calling for the backup. They can't do that. They've got to ride with him like they did with Favre back in the 90s, and he's the guy. And if he's terrible, then the team's going to be terrible. Well, that's just the way it is.
So last year, obviously, I think a lot of Packers fans wanted a receiver. When we jumped to get Jameson Williams, that pick was not liked by a lot of Packers fans for the fact that Jameson was going to be honest. But I asked because Jamie Clark asks, he wants us to ask you, is there a player that you would most dislike the Lions to pick at 6, who you wouldn't want to face next year?
So I guess, so a couple of things there. It's a great question. I mean, the first one is, the one that keeps going round, I think, in our heads, because he may fall, is Jalen Carter, right? So if you put the off-the-field concerns to one side, and none of us know the full details and how the teams have interviewed him and how they feel about him, but he's the one that we fear falling to either the Lions or even to the Bears at 9, right? Because he could be a dominant player, right? So he was in my top 2 or 3 players for this draft at this point last year. And I think he would have been a top 5 pick if he'd gone in last year's draft. So yes, there's some downsides, but there's some downsides to all of these guys. But he's the one that we really fear ends up in the division, because we don't want to see him for 10 years or 12 years. Thank you very much. And going back to right, so Jameson Williams, right? So for me, was the best wide receiver in last year's draft, and it wasn't close. Right now, I understand all the injury concerns and all of that stuff, but as much as I'm all in on Jackson Smith and Jigba this year, I was all in on Jameson Williams last year. So yes, I was disappointed to see him go to the Lions, but I think he's still a fantastic talent. Yes, there's the other stuff, but forget all that. I was disappointed to see him go to the Lions, but there you go.
Yeah. Ash, is there anything you want to ask, or?
Yeah, so I've got a question from Twitch. It's unfortunately not about the draft, but it's about the recent news. So Cool Down Rat asks, did Aaron Rodgers give his daddy Kirby Joseph anything out of the trade?
I know nothing.
Come on, guys. We're not here to do this. To
I thought that was a genuine question. Ash,
You know, I love Kirby Joseph. Last year I was very high on Kirby Joseph, but I didn't see him becoming the second player to pick off Rodgers twice in a season. So, does the prospect of our defense becoming that good perhaps scare you as a Packers fan? The fact that we've faced Jordan Love, I think, twice, and we've sort of known he's got his number. Could him going into a starter learn how to beat our defense?
Hey, the Detroit Lions scare the life out of us, full stop, right now. Right. So I think if anybody takes an objective view of the 2022 Detroit Lions and looks where they started and then looked at how they finished, and I think it's always a good way to look at teams is, how did they finish the season? Because teams have rookies and changes and free agents and whatever that are bedding together in the early parts. How does a team finish the season? And there's no doubt, I think, that I can't speak for the whole of the Packers fan base, but I think within a large majority of the Packers fan base, the Lions scared the bloody life out of us.
Sorry.
So I've got one more, which is just looking at the entirety of the draft. You've authored the draft guide, so your knowledge is probably a lot deeper than our own in the draft. Is there one player that you just think is being slept on massively that you're super high on versus the consensus?
I'm not sure there's a guy being slept on, right? So my favourite player in this entire draft is Bijan Robinson, right? I'm not saying he's the best player, but he's my favourite player in this draft. And there's little doubt if this draft was 15 years ago, he could be the number 1 overall pick. We probably wouldn't be with those quarterbacks, but he would be right up there. Right. So he's my favourite player in this entire draft. I think Will Anderson is the number 1 player, by the way, and I agree with what you guys were talking about with Bryce Young earlier. Absolutely the number 1 quarterback in this draft. Is there a guy being? There isn't one that immediately springs to my mind. I mean, there's a bunch of guys right towards the back end of the draft that, are in my head that I think are going to probably go a little bit higher than other people think they will. But there isn't one that jumps out at me that says, you know what, this guy could go in the first round and nobody's got him there. There really isn't.
So you gave us your objective view about the Detroit Lions a minute ago. So give us the objective view about the Packers in 2023. Obviously, the division is as wide open as it's ever been. I think we can all agree the Vikings are utter frauds. The Bears are rebuilding from a very shallow base at the minute. Ourselves, we're getting there, but we've got to prove that we can do it when it matters. And the Packers, they're coming to a quarterback in flux. What do you want to see in 2023 from the Packers? And what do you objectively think that they can do in 2023 in regards to the division?
I mean, I think a couple of things, right? So the defense has to play better, even if they don't get a bunch of guys in this draft. There are enough number one draft picks on that defense, enough high price free agents on that defense to play better than it did. I think the second thing is we have to see progression from Jordan Love through the season, right? So that doesn't mean that he's going to come out and throw 5 touchdown passes a game in the first few games, but what we expect to see is get better as he plays more. And he's going to have some bad games, and we as Packers fans have to accept that that's what happens. In terms of where the Packers end up, I don't know, and in terms of record, they could win 10 games, they could win 5 games. I don't think they'll win less than that because I think they've got enough with the running game to pull out a few wins, even if Jordan Love isn't as good as we think or hope he's going to be. But I think this is a team that's somewhere in the 5 to 10 win area, and it could be either end of those. Could be either end of those. And I just think generally as Packers fans, we have to accept that that's where this team is right now. And, don't get on Jordan Love's back. As you've described him as pretty much a rookie having sat for 3 years, they've got to go with it and deal with the ups and downs that we're going to get. But it will be interesting to see how many wins the division. Because for me, Detroit are the favourites to win the division, and that's that's come a lot. I can't remember the last time I might have said that, but for me, they are. Like you say, Minnesota and Chicago are coming from that low base, and Chicago will get better, right? Justin Fields will get better. Whether he'll be what they hoped he would be when they drafted him, that's another question, but time will tell. But yeah, I mean, it's a division that 10 wins might win, but it might take 12. Who knows? But for me, Detroit right now are the strength of the NFC North.
And I just had one question, Peter, and I just want to assure you, I'm only asking this for the most caring and compassionate reasons.
Oh,
absolutely no malice in this at all. But genuinely, how's Steve Diddy? We're all worried about him.
He's good.
He's someone who's not normally short of something to say, but he just seems so quiet recently. And we thought maybe he'd gone to a darkness retreat, or we weren't sure. Have you got any inside scoop on where Steve Diddy is?
No, he's good. He's good. We take it in turns to go to the darkness retreat, depending on how we're feeling. But no, Steve's doing really good. Thank you. Busy man. Just
let him know we're all thinking of him.
I will do.
I can see you there. But has anyone got anything else I want to finish with for this? Because I know we've kept Peter for a long time. So
yeah.
Okay. Thanks ever so much, Peter. We've really enjoyed this and having you on. Is there anything you want to plug before you go, please? Any shows? Let the people know where they can find you.
Yeah, I mean, you got my Twitter handle there at @the_IT_hedgehog. The AVG Cheese podcast and the UK Packers. But I appreciate you guys for having me on. It's been great to talk some Packers and a little bit of Lions, and go Pack go, even though you don't want to hear it.
Good luck for the draft. Good luck for the season.
Thank you. You too. Cheers, guys.
Take care. Bye.
All right. Second guest down, and what a guest, Peter Jones. Thank you very, very much. Guys, I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did, because between Steedity and him, that's a duo of terrific Packers guests we've got in our network, boys.
And I think it's a massively interesting draft for the Packers. Like, this is so pivotal for them. I've read quite a few articles, like teams that have got the most to lose or gain with the draft, and the Packers haven't really kind of been mentioned a lot. And like, I genuinely think with like LaFleur and his position as head coach after like his first big setback, like, is this going to be a proper, unraveling over the next sort of couple of seasons, or are they going to be able to bounce back? Because the NFC North is like one of the weaker divisions, and a team like the Packers, they should be able to compete even with losing Rodgers. And also, I didn't say to Peter, but I kind of think Rodgers phoned it in for most of the season. He didn't turn up to OTAs, skipped a lot of practice. He just didn't seem to me to be like, the same maddeningly good QB. So I kind of think that this could be a bit of a fresh start for them, and it'd be interesting to see what LaFleur can do without Rodgers.
I think the thing.
Sorry, go on, Matt.
I was going to say, the thing with Rodgers is that at no point in the season did I think, when they were down with 5 minutes to go, that they were coming back. And that was the thing about Rodgers, is no matter how much time was left on the clock, you always thought, well, they're going to win because they've got Aaron Rodgers and he's the comeback king. Alongside Tom Brady, there were two people you didn't want to be within one possession and they have the ball in the last 5 minutes. But last season, it never felt that way, ever. And that's the worst thing I can say about Aaron.
See, I feel like this is a draft where if they can sneaky knock it out the park, then they could still low-key win the NFC North next year, because Jordan Love doesn't need to be great. When you've got a back room with Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon, that can do a lot of the hard work for you, and they have a lot of pieces on the offensive line there to have a decent offense. And if Jordan Love can even just be average, as I said, with the division in flux as it is at the minute, if we don't take that next step forward, if the Bears continue to suck and the Vikings regress like we think they might, they could win the division with 9-10 wins. And so if they have a good draft, they could do that. But conversely, if they have a bad one and they bust on some of these first-round picks again and the top ones, they could be right at the bottom. So it's very intriguing with them. And I don't know. They've got those 2 second-round picks. Maybe they will look to jump up a little bit. Maybe they will look up to go and get somebody if it's not a wide receiver, because history says they don't take wide receivers there. If they're desperate for a tackle and they want to jump someone, I mean, wouldn't it be sweet if they jumped the Bears for Paris Johnson? Just really to rub it in the Bears' faces. That would be funny, but I think it's pivotal for them. It could go one of two ways. I say it is big for them.
They could. Coming up in just 3 minutes' time is Liam from the Atlanta Falcons UK, and I just want to make sure that I am actually ready to do this interview. God, I wasn't expecting to say me. Uh-oh. Here we go.
I've not got no more shot. I've not got no more shots to do, have I, by the way?
Well, we did have a sub, but you did have a drink during the interview, so I don't know whether that counts. We did have a sub.
Oh, okay. I'll do it. I am a man of my word.
We've got Liam.
I'm just going to say, low-key, I was very glad to hear how well Zach Tom's doing with the Packers. I hate that, but I have players I like in the draft, and I like to see them do well, and Zach Tom was one of those guys. So to hear that he might be taking the starting center job after 2 years,
that's crazy.
I realize, because Josh Myers, they invested heavily in. And I love Peter because he was like, yeah, I like Creed better. And I'm like, you know ball. That's the exact same thing I said that year. When they took him instead of Creed, I'm just like, you crazy? Really? And that's come to bite them on the ass. So, right, number 3, cheerio. Chin chin, chaps. Thank you to everyone who subs for us. We love you. And I'm not just saying that because I'm getting royally hammered at the moment.
There it is. There it is. All right. Looks like we have our third guest of the evening coming in. Sorry, Ant.
If you can ask Liam if the possibility to trade Richie Grant to us is there, please. Please and thank you. I'm still mad at that.
Our third guest is coming in. Liam, Atlanta Falcons UK. How are you doing, man?
Oh, good. How are you?
Not too bad. Thank you for coming in and donating your time. We really appreciate it. And you going to just kind of take you back down to 2022, look at the draft, and then kind of look ahead. And looking back at your draft from last year, picking at 8, which seems familiar this time around. Drake London, Arnold Ebiketie, Troy Anderson, who was a darling for a lot of people. I know the linebacker from Montana State. Ridder, who's now your quarterback, QB1 at the moment at least. D'Angelo Malone, Tyler Algier, Justin Schaefer, and John Fitzpatrick. How do you think that the draft class of 2022 turned out?
I think overall okay. Probably sort of, I think some people did maybe better than expected. Anderson, like you said, was a quite how anticipated. He was actually pretty good for us. I think people have seen how big he is and how incredibly quick he is for somebody that size. He's been quite good. Drake London, I think, was patchy, but overall pretty good. I mean, I would say that there's been obviously issues with the quarterback there in terms of his production. I think we had obviously Mariota's not really a throwing quarterback primarily. He wasn't very consistent with his throws and his accuracy, and obviously Ridder's a rookie and only played 4 games, so I don't think he had the captain to sort of drive his yards forward really for London. But yeah, I think Ebiketie did okay. Like, he got a couple of sacks and he had pressure, but nothing of note. So I'd say yeah, pretty middle ground for us, I'd say, in terms of last year's draft. Algier was the big one, obviously, that in terms of pick at 5, he really sort of picked up as Patterson sort of dropped off a little bit and ended up with over 1,000 yards for the season. So he's probably the number one sort of surprise for us and the most impressive element of our draft last year.
And looking at your 2022 season, finished 7-10, but you were in the mix for quite a long time in a poor NFC South, and even getting there kind of late, you were competitive and you were giving guys kind of tough games. I mean, how do you think the season worked out in the end?
I mean, 7-10, when you look at it as a record on its own, doesn't really look that great. But like you said, we were competitive at the end, but more in the nature of the fact that the division was shocking rather than we were any good. We were sort of right there until the death, but we were competitive in a lot of games, but we very clearly didn't have what it took to get over the line in some of those. And we had a few injuries and obviously just a few lapses like we've had in previous seasons, but I think maybe slightly better than people anticipated it would go at the start of the season. There was a lot of talk that we're going into it, we're the worst team in the NFL and all of that. So we'll say we didn't end up that way. But I would say that 7-10 isn't great either. So better than expected, but still, could do better. And hopefully this is the year for it.
Just want to double check that you don't have someone coming in with you from Atlanta Falcons UK, because we've got someone else coming in at the moment. And I don't know who it is.
Maybe Mark's jumping in. I don't know.
Yeah, okay, so cool. He was in the waiting room and I was like, so many times we have guests not quite sure when they're coming on. So here we go. Mark, are you there?
Hello, sir.
How are you doing?
Very well, you?
Good. I wasn't quite sure if you were with the guys or not, so apologies for not bringing you in earlier. We're just talking about the 2022 Falcons season, and you were kind of fairly competitive in a poor division and kind of in the mix to win it, all told, come the end. So how do you feel it shakes out?
I think it's fair to say that the overwhelming kind of lack thereof of real quality talent that we were carrying going into this season, it just became a bit too much, I think, which is a real shame, because there were a lot of games where we were still really close and really, really in it. But I think that it ultimately just came down to they were going to roll with Mariota until the wheels came off. And the wheels came off, not to many of our surprises, but the front office have had to weather a few contracts which they've just taken the hit on to get the franchise built as quick as possible. It was a little bit bittersweet last season. I don't think any of us were hugely surprised. But hey, it's the future looks bright at the moment.
And let's talk about Ridder. I mean, Liam was talking about the fact that kind of his production was more on a sort of running basis. I actually kind of think that you guys got out of him what San Francisco were hoping to get out of Trey Lance year one, in that sort of try and rely on his legs and hope that he figures it out with his arm. He was my favourite quarterback coming out of the draft as well, by the way, so I thought you got terrific value. Coming into this current season, are you confident that he kind of needs to be the guy that you commit to at least for 2023, or given where you're picking, do you perhaps want to explore the idea of another quarterback coming in? Where are you sitting on Ridder at the moment?
I think it's low risk, high reward. I think is probably a fair way to look at it. I mean, I was screaming for him by game 4 last year, so I can't say that it's, I trust the guy. I mean, he had an unbelievable college season in a school that, let's face it, isn't necessarily known to be consistently successful at college level, and that was because of Desmond Ridder. And I think that we are in a position where, look, let's roll with him. Let's see what he's got. He's not costing us a lot of money, and probably if he isn't the guy, we've got a good supporting cast around that team to then go out and find a QB. So that's really going to be the only missing piece. And if he is the guy, then what amazing value for a third round draft pick.
Do you agree, Liam? Is that where you're at?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're some people have got higher expectations than others, I think, of him. But I think we go with either if he's good, it's a bit of a surprise and it's a positive. If he's bad, we've built other players around him now. Hopefully, we'll get some more good players this year in the draft, and then if he's bad enough, we probably end up in a similar position. Maybe even lower down in the draft, and we get a quarterback next year. That's probably our options. Really, we kind of obviously the worst scenario almost is us being sort of middle ground where we end up with Ridder's not quite good enough, but we're not in a position to get a good quarterback in the draft, and we're kind of in a bit of a no man's land really there. That's almost, I know it sounds bad, but that's almost worse than having a bad season and being able to pick up the higher in the draft, because there's no doubt if he's not good enough, we're looking at quarterback next year. There's absolutely there's no doubt at all that we're going to do that. But I think we had a lot of holes, and quarterback was potentially one of them. But we took him for a reason. He had 4 games. Let's give him more of a chance. See what he can do. If it works out, great. We didn't spend a lot on him, and we've got a really good guy out of it. If he doesn't work out, we didn't spend a lot of him on him. So we can't really lose as such. So unless we end up with an average quarterback and an average pick, then we might be in trouble.
Oh, thanks to Derek Barrack, who in the Twitch chat has just donated a tier 1 sub to Wisco Lions fan and to Joshua Mercier 7. Thank you, Derek. Your 12th sub in the channel. Amazing stuff. Thank you. Look at your free agency period as well. It looks like the Falcons aren't content to sit back and kind of just say, well, we're going to be in for a bad season. I think that they can win the division with this team right now. You've gone in for Jesse Bates, the safety from Cincinnati, 4 years, $64 million, but also on Yamata from New Orleans and Caden Ellis as well. You've got the best backup in the league potentially at quarterback in Taylor Heineke. You've also brought in Calais Campbell, Mike Hughes from Detroit, and Bud Dupree, as well as re-signing Jermaine Ifedi and Caleb McGarry. You haven't really lost very much. I mean, this feels like a team which is perhaps in the ascension in a division that's going backwards. The Saints are stagnating at best. Carolina may be your biggest threat. Tampa Bay look like they're in free fall. I mean, do you think you're competing right now for maybe seed 4 in the NFC playoff picture?
Do you want to take that, Liam, or do you want me to?
You can take it if you want.
I think that Terry Fontenot and Arthur Smith did what they had to do to plug holes in an extremely dysfunctional and sinking ship. And This is year 3, right? So they've got this is the year that they prove what they can do as a GM and a head coach combo. I would say that from what I've seen thus far and what Arthur Smith has done with a less than ideal budget and a less than ideal roster, now that we finally have a front office and a coaching setup that I would say a fair percentage of Falcons fans believe in, then I think that the division has to be the least of our aims this year. And I might be accused of being slightly, overconfident, but I think playoffs should be definitely the aim this year. I don't think we're ready to go and win a Super Bowl, but I think we're definitely moving in the right direction.
All right, and looking ahead to 2023, picking 8 again, got a pick in the 2nd and 3rd, 2 4ths, 2 7ths, 5th and 6th have gone. Where are your needs? Where do you expect to go? There's a lot of noise about whether you're going to trade up or down. You've been linked with doing both throughout this, and then now you're the favourite to take Bijan at 8. I mean, it could go absolutely anywhere. What do you want? What do you need? I mean, those are not necessarily the same thing. I know that I want Bijan. I know that we don't necessarily need him. What do you want?
So I'm going to let Liam take this one, but I'd like to say that my heart belongs to Bijan Robinson. Under any circumstances in this draft, he's who I want, because I think he's a massive offensive threat, not only on the rushing side of the ball, but I think he could fit into a great 2 as a receiver. But I think that I could probably talk at length about how much I want that man. So I think it's best that I hand over to my non-emotional colleague who will probably answer more in his part.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not against the Bijan pick completely in terms of, I think he's an exciting player and obviously would have value to any team in the league, but there's obviously the talk about, you don't take a running back at 8, you don't take one that high, they don't last very long. There's all that stuff that every team would, and every fan group would probably say for anyone considering a running back that high. I think if we were in a position where our roster was stronger, but we just had a bad season last year, that we would be more in a place to take an exciting pick of that nature. But I think we're lacking in a couple of key areas to probably warrant taking that. I think obviously, we were still 20, we were 30th or even 31st last year in sort of pass rush. We're generally consistently down the bottom. We have been for a few years now. We need an elite pass rusher. We know that picking 8, there's potential that 1 or 2 could be there. I think Tyree Wilson's probably the main candidate for potentially being there. I think obviously Will Anderson would be absolutely great, but the likelihood of him being there at 8 is unlikely. So we're looking at the Tyree Wilson sort of range. There are a couple of guys that are not too bad, like Miles Murphy, for example, but he probably warrants a bit of a lower pick than 8. So I think Tyree Wilson's the only one for me in the edge rusher category in that range that I would like to see us take. The scope for taking a tackle, because we've got one that's getting on, one that's getting there. Obviously, McGarry would give a deal, but maybe he's not the answer. We don't know for sure. He's certainly looking like he's improving, which is good. We've obviously got Jalen Carter potentially there. We don't know. He's sort of been predicted all over the place, doesn't he? So it's hard to say. There's obviously the quarterback question. If one of the 4 could well be there, it's not completely out of the question to take somebody sitting behind Ridder. I don't think it's going to happen, but it's not completely ridiculous to say that would happen. Then, of course, we've got the quarterback position, which we sort of need to address. We've got AJ Terrell, who we believe could be one of the top corners in the league. And then, of course, we've got Akuda, who you might know. Which, he's kind of he's another one that's a bit of a low risk potential high reward for us, and the fact that the pick was pretty low that we spent on him. He might not be our number 2 guy. He might end up struggling in the same way he struggled a few guys with injuries or just performance. But Do we go ahead and take a quarterback and then say that he works in the slot or whatever? Then that's something we could do, but I don't think that's the angle we go down. I think he's going to be predicted for us to be the number 2 quarter if he can stay healthy and play like his potential says he can. And then we sort of deal with the slot quarter at either later rounds or somebody we've already got on the roster. They're the positions I would say that we're looking at, other than potentially Bijan's kind of the wild card in that.
What about you, Mark? What do you, as an emotional person, what do you think that you want to do? And I mean, maybe throughout the draft as well. What are your hopes and dreams for this coming out of it?
I think there's probably a high likelihood that we're probably taking some calls about trading back, depending on what happens with the quarterback situation. I really don't think that the 2 quarterbacks that may be on the board at that time would be of a great deal of interest to us. I don't really see the point in going for Richardson when you're trying to bring through a quarterback you just drafted. I'd find that quite odd, especially being that it's a quarterback that's quite very much in the mold of a Lamar Jackson, where we passed on him too. So I think quarterback's out of the question. Obviously, the emotional guy in me, like to say, my heart still belongs to Bijan. If it wasn't Bijan, I'd probably agree with Liam. I think edge really kind of needs to be. Edge is the sensible priority. It's not what I want, but it is, but it isn't, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So I think Tyree Wilson around that space would be lovely. And I certainly wouldn't be disappointed with it. But Terry Fontenot has maintained every year on year that he is a GM who drafts BPA, and I think we can all agree that this draft is so unbelievably hard to predict, probably a lot more than most years. So I think if one pick doesn't go the way people are expecting it to, or if a bit of a mad trade happens, then I think it changes the game for the 28 teams following. So it's going to be interesting. But yeah, I'm still praying to the universe that Bijan Robinson is going to be a Falcon.
Fair. I can definitely see why you want that. I would absolutely love him. Let's just look ahead to 2023 then. We've kind of talked about whether you think you're going to be competing, but when it's all said and done after this draft, where do you want to be going into this kind of time in 12 months' time? We're going to be talking to you again, I'm sure, at some point. And
of course. Yeah.
What do you want to be saying after that? I know it's a kind of hard and odd and open question, but it's meant to be.
It is. I think I've said all along since Arthur and Terry took over, I think for me, just more progress. That's what we want to see. We want to see. We don't want a repeat of the Thomas Dimitroff era. We don't want silly decisions. We don't want overpaying. We don't want silly contracts. We don't want to be drafting players not based on character. I think the Arthur Smith kind of era proves that he's a very relatable coach to those who want to be coached. So your Tack McKinleys of the world, probably need not apply. So more progress would be good, and I do genuinely believe we'll see it. And if we don't see it, then actually, I would say it's probably a fair assumption to say that, well, he's probably got one more year, and if we go into 2024 not winning that division, or at least not challenging for that division, considering our opponents, then I would say Arthur Smith might be in trouble. So I don't think that'll happen, but I think that's the nature of the sport, the nature of the game, nature of the business. So progress is my key word there. Liam, has you got anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we realistically what I'd be looking for is a winning season over that 500 mark. And it's certainly in that playoff mix, if not in the playoffs. I think because of the division, I'm saying that in the playoffs would be something that we should be looking at, just because the rest of the division isn't that strong. Obviously, if it was a strong division, I wouldn't expect us to be quite there, but certainly a winning season is what I'd like to see. Progress on the defense. Obviously, we changed our coordinator again. I'd like to see, and we've spent a bit of money there in free agency, potential draft somebody there as well. We've got to see improvement on the defense, and we've got to see us use our weapons in a more effective way. Certainly, Cal Pitts is obviously the prime candidate. We spent a lot of value on him. He struggled last year with obviously injuries and some of his performances as well. He was good obviously as his rookie year, but we've got to get the best out of him. We've got to get the best out of London, and then obviously just kind of let Ridder do what he did in college, which was I don't want to say game manage because it's a harsh term to use, but he didn't excel at anything as such, but he was good at everything. He can use his legs. He was accurate, and he just did what he needed to do to win games. And I think if we do that, again, don't expect it to be like completely special in loads of areas. I just don't think that's going to happen. But just to do what needs to do, be solid. Don't give away turnovers and things like that. I think we'll be got good enough players around him to have a good season. And I think the running game is obviously something that we'll rely on heavily again. I don't doubt that. Whether that's for Algier or Bijan or both or neither, who knows? But
so
we'll see.
Just got a comment from the chat from Joshua Mercer 7 saying, rooting for Okudah for you Falcons fans, which is nice camaraderie to hear. Boys, just coming to the end of the interview. Have you guys got any questions before we wish the Falcons guys good luck?
I was just going to say on Okudah, you've not got a CB1, but you've got like a really good CB3, maybe a CB2 there in potential. Like some of the chat around from the Lions fans when Okudah went to the Falcons was like shocking, like calling him a bust. Like, I guess technically he's a bust in terms of he was the number three pick, and he's had a disappointing career. But this guy's had 2 massive injuries, and he's like a really, really good guy, like an absolutely quality guy. You couldn't fault his effort and his application. Coming back this season, like our secondary has been a bin fire, and he's never hidden. He's pretty tough tackling, and like he's had some really, really good games. Like he picked Justin Fields, pick 6, I think in the middle of the season. We really thought he was building some momentum, and I don't know, for whatever reason, he kind of just had a couple of poor games and ended up getting benched. But just I've seen some really good stuff from him, and you've got a real live one there. He's a good guy, and a guy who's not going to let you down in terms of character and application. And we're kind of sorry to see him go. I think mostly, apart from a few idiots, obviously.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about him. Really thinking, he's 5th round pick. I think if he can stay healthy. I know what he did in college. I watched a lot of him, and I know how good he was, and how good he potentially could be if he stays healthy and just sort of develops. Sometimes you get that change of scenery that just works for people. It might not, but sometimes it just clicks in a different environment, and hopefully that environment can be us, and we can see sort of growing his potential that everybody knows he has. You don't spend a 3rd round pick on somebody, especially a quarter, for no reason. You've seen something, and hopefully we can see that something at the professional level.
Just want to say, guys, before we go, it was an absolute pleasure watching you guys last year under Dan Campbell. I love seeing a coach that takes risks. I love seeing a coach who just sends his guys out there to go and sweat blood. And think that you're going to carry that momentum on this season. Thank you very much for having us on. Hope your pick goes as well as ours this evening, which I'm praying right now. I'm praying. But thanks for having us on, guys. Really, really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you guys. Where do we find you again?
We are at ROTL Falcons UK. We're on Twitter, we're on Instagram, we're on Facebook, we're on everything. So podcasts will be starting up in the next couple of weeks ahead of the season. So if it is of any interest to any of your fans out there, would love to have them in for a chat.
And we look forward to seeing you again next year as well, because we play again. And these last 2 games, I can't tell you, have been stressful as hell when we've played you. So let's hope for another one, eh?
Yeah.
Every game's stressful as a Falcons fan, mate. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I know how you feel. Good luck for the draft. Good luck for the season. We'll see you soon.
Thanks,
Thank
boys.
you, guys.
Cheers, guys.
Right.
And we have some news to report on the draft, and Ash did put it in the Twitch chat, but the betting has fundamentally shifted in a big, big way at the number 2 overall pick. The favourite at minus 1,600 has shifted from Will Anderson to CJ Stroud. CJ Stroud is going to go number 2 overall to the Houston Texans. Will Anderson now favourite at number 3. And as far as I can tell, no one wants Anthony Richardson. He is possibly going to fall with no team favourite to take him. Ant can hold his hand like that all he likes. And I've got to finish my drink because someone, I can't remember who it was, redeemed 3,000 channel points to have me chug a beer. And I couldn't get through it because it's a really, really nice cider. And it's just not the thing you do. What a guest are in the Falcons, guys. Ant, shut your face. Boys, the draft is starting in 15 minutes' time. I'm so hyped. This is going to be great. And we have got our next guest coming in 15 minutes' time. The UK Cowboys will come on when the draft starts. And Ant, that is one for you. So get ready.
I'm glad I'm getting my interviews out the way early, because the way I'm shotting stuff here, I might not be in a state to do interviews by the end of the evening. But just what was that about the number 2 pick again? Another quarterback going, just someone who said that this was a complete smokescreen and utter BS that Will Anderson was going there or anything. That sounds pretty sweet right now. I'm not going to lie to you. That is the draft, folks. That is what happens. Smoke screens go up. The decoys are deployed. They will try and convince you of anything. Oh, yeah, it's going to be a defensive pick. Number 2's open for QB business. What are you going to give us? Well, we're going to give you fuck all. All right, okay, we'll just take a quarterback then. We'll just take a quarterback then. That's fine. We'll go back to default. Nobody saw through that smoke screen at all. It's still the pressure point with 3 at the Cardinals. And, oh, yeah, man, this is going to be fun. I imagine Brad Holmes is in his office right now. He's got a picture of 31 other GMs, and he's going to throw a dart at one of them and be like, right, that's the dude I'm going to fleece this year. This is the one I'm going to do damage to, and I'm going to do things for this franchise. He is just, oh, man, I don't like to get this excited over the lines, but it's like, why the hell not? It's been this long since we can be so excited about them, and we've got good reason to. We have a great GM. We have a great head coach. We've got a great team that fights and kicks and screams and doesn't go down. And the most important thing, it's learning how to win games of football. And when a team that kicks and fights and screams and hits you every time you hit it learns how to win football games, good things happen. And I just can't wait. This is going to be fun as hell.
Really,
I'm not buying any of this odds movement bullshit. I just think it's just reacting to previous smoke screens. I don't think someone's just tipped the pick. I think it was always CJ Stroud number 2, and the Will Anderson stuff has just been the bookies just raking in cash.
So the beauty of having 12 for the Texans means they can draft their quarterback. Maybe CJ Stroud in this case. I hope not because of my mock draft. But then at 12. You can give him a weapon. You can give him potentially a very good weapon. If you can send Jackson Smith and Jigba with him to Houston, instantly you're going to give him that target that he has knowledge with, that he has communication with. You don't need to wait for that rapport to build. It's already there. And you're giving him a legitimate number 1 weapon to throw at in Texas. So if you're going to get a quarterback, make his situation as easy as physically possible as it is for him, and get him his best friend who will do well for him there. So I expect Stroud and I expect Smith and Jigba, and I would not be surprised if they traded up a little bit with that second pick to someone who wasn't so fussed about picking, i.e. the Chicago Bears, to go and get him. So this is all it is with smokescreen. You've got to look at tape and you've got to look at team situations. It does not make sense for the Houstons at 2 right now to pass on a quarterback, because they might not be at 2 next year. And if there are 2 quarterback needy teams who potentially are there for Caleb Williams and Drake May. I am not crowning either of them yet. I am smarter than that. They might not get a good quarterback next year, and it might be out their hands. So you've got to take them whilst you have the opportunity to. That was never, ever fooling me, that one. So I think Tucson, I just hope it's the other way round. I hope Bryce falls to them, but who knows? That's the beauty of this draft, isn't it? There's going to be so much happen this evening that it's going to be hard to keep tabs on, but man, oh man, it's going to be fun.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's fun. Where do you think the Packers will go then? Peter didn't seem to have a clue. I'm really intrigued as to what they do at 13. I mean, whispers that the tight end, because tight end is a massive need for them. Tonyan, Mercedes Lewis is the biggest loss in the world for them. And you as an NFC North writer will know that because of what he's brought to that team. He doesn't catch passes. He's like one of the few guys in the league who is a bona fide blocking, kick-your-ass tight end. And they don't come along very often. So if the right one's there, they've got to replace it. And for their offense, it's high priority. It is a round one priority to fix.
And remember, they've lost Tonyan as well.
Mm.
I think, is Tonyan gone to the Bears?
Oh,
Yeah.
I hope not. Oh.
I think he has, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's gone to the Bears. So the Packers are really short at tight end. But I'm just not sure that they're going to take Dalton Kincaid or Michael Mayer at 13. Like, it feels to me like they could trade back.
Mm. Like, if Tampa or someone's going to come up for Will Levis if he falls, he might. Who knows? But this could be a draft where we could have like 8 or 9 trades. Like, genuinely, it's all over the show at the minute. I think we are going to do at least one over our time there, but I just don't know what anyone's going to do at this point. I look at my team list of needs and my board of players, and Ash is waving.
Breaking news. The Eagles and Cardinals have settled a tampering investigation today involving the hiring of former Philadelphia defensive coach Jonathan Gannon as Arizona's head coach. Terms: Eagles have traded pick 94 in this draft and a 5th rounder next year for pick 66 in this draft.
Okay,
That's significant value gains, big time.
Yep.
And that's for tapping up a coach.
Yep, that's for tampering with Jonathan Gannon, probably before he was allowed to talk to them.
They know what happened with Tom Brady losing a 1st-round pick. If you're tapping up a DC, you could easily lose a 2nd. So they've probably got away with one there if that's going to avoid any disciplinary issues.
Well, maybe he wasn't quite on a boat with Sean Payton as well.
Steve, I have a cultural question to ask. So, Nate Custard...
Is it about deep frying chocolate bars?
No. Nate Custard in the YouTube chat says, can't say chug in Scotland means something totally different. What does chug mean in Scottish?
Chug?
Yeah.
You don't want to know, Ant. You don't want to know.
My innocent mind can deal with it.
Yeah, but the YouTube chats might not.
A form of self-love.
Oh, really?
Have a good chug now, why don't you?
Is it what the British call a Tommy Tank?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ah, okay, that's fine. You learn something new every day. You never know what it's going to be.
CJ Stroud has now further taken the grip on pick 2, going out to minus 2,500 now. That is, I can't work out my reverse implied odds. That's 96%.
It's like Mozart playing in my ears.
My bet of him going 3rd overall looks in a bad way. I'm going to cash out.
You should have listened to your resident expert, Matt. I'm not trying to lead you astray here.
Maybe I should go in on Richardson to the Lions. He'll be there at 6 if this all comes out like this.
Or who?
For the Lions.
No, Ash was saying.
Well, Anderson
somebody.
could be. Anderson could be here at 6.
That's a fair point. Hang on. So at the moment, the prospective draft is 1 Young, 2 Stroud, 3 is who? So no, it might be Tennessee or it might be the Cardinals. I thought the
Can't- yeah,
Tennessee
so
trade hasn't been done, has it? It's not confirmed.
Hasn't, no.
Not yet.
So currently, the top 6 pick favourites according to FanDuel is Young at minus 20,000, Stroud at minus 2,400, 3 is Will Anderson at minus 160, 4 is Levis minus 550, 5 is Carter minus 370, and then us at 6, Witherspoon minus 200.
Yeah, so I've got Witherspoon minus 330 on DraftKings. But all of the rough odds are about the same. At what point does Richardson go at this point? And Will Levis as well.
I tell you what, if he fell 1 or 2 picks after us, and I know you'd hate it because you want more picks when we go to Detroit next year, but I'd absolutely be leveraging future capital in that 18 pick to come up and get him.
Yeah.
If he got to, because the Bears aren't going to have him. The Raiders will probably take him, though. I can't, if Richardson sat there at 7 and the Raiders are there, if he falls past the Raiders, then everything's open. What is it? The Falcons at 8?
The Raiders could offer us capital to come up one. The Raiders could come and take our pick.
Yeah. I mean, I would give up future capital to come up for him if he started to slide for whatever reason. I would. I know it wouldn't be popular, but
for me, there's the Raiders, the Titans. So the Raiders at 7, the Titans at 11, the Bucks at 19, and the Vikings at 23. And those are the teams that want QBs.
All right, the draft is set to start in 5 minutes' time, and at that time we have the UK Cowboys coming on, and Ant is going to be taking the interview for us again for that one. And what a stacked schedule we have coming up after that, with the British and Irish Eagles, Panther Nations podcast, DC Tweet Team, Arrowheads Abroad, and the Red, White and Buffalo Blues. If you're with us right now, thank you for being here. We appreciate you very much. Any and all subscriptions and donations gratefully accepted, and Ant will get drunk on your behalf. Sorry, Ant. It's already happened.
I'm not sorry. I am at the draft with all you guys drinking a beer. I am a very happy guy right now, and I know that the Lions are not going to screw me over because we've got a competent GM, so I'm going to be really happy.
At the end of the day...
A quick question from YouTube. So Prison Mike asks, if the draft falls basically, in our favour, and Anderson and Richardson are both on the board at 6, who would you take?
No, Anderson. I'm not going to think about that. I am going to murder every quarterback in the NFC North, so it doesn't matter. That's what Hutch and Anderson do for you. You don't need a good quarterback yourself. You can just kill everybody else and be done with it. So it would be close. But I'm just going on gut there. I'm just instant first reaction. It's Anderson.
Ash?
It's probably unpopular, but from
God. This is the Seminole doing this as well. That is an endorsement.
That's how you know that I believe in Richardson that much. Defense is very variable year to year. Offense is what wins you games in the league. Let's make sure we continue having a great offense in the future by securing a guy who could be the best quarterback in the league.
Sorry, what was the question? I was doing my producing stuff.
If the board falls that we have Richardson and Anderson there when we're on the clock at 6, which do you pick?
That's the dilemma I do not want to face, because any answer is good. Will Anderson might deliver a Super Bowl, but Anthony Richardson might deliver 6 of them.
A dynasty, exactly.
Do I want the short-term power? Are we good enough to win it all? That's the question. If you're good enough to win it all, Will Anderson's the pick, and if you're not, then Richardson's the pick. I'm greedy. Give me Anderson.
Oh, by the way, Luke said he might want to drop in with us this evening, so is he right to do so?
Luke is welcome anytime. You know that.
If you've got him on Discord, I do.
Yes, I do.
Can you drop him the link in there? and if he wants to come in.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing with it is obviously if we've got the
in
the
a gap.
Yeah,
because I think he's not around for it all. But I hear you, Luke. I've seen you mention it. So
shall I do it after our Cowboys guy?
Yeah, we'll do it after the Cowboys.
All right, sounds great
I know
to
he
me.
wants to come in.
The draft is just 1 minute away, and it might not be the Lions Super Bowl anymore, but it's still one of the best weekends of the year. Thank you for being with us at Roar the Lions UK. I'm hyped. It's time to drink.
So am I.
Let's go, boys. Come on.
Get hype,
Man, this is going to be good.
It is.
2 first-round picks.
I'm just waiting to see
we
which
hope.
franchise really. Some franchise is going to royally screw up this evening. Like some franchise is going to balls it up big time with the players on the board and what's going to go on. Someone's going to get fleeced. Someone's going to get stupidly good value. I mean, I always get worried when Howie Roseman's working a phone because I know he wants to come up and I know that he will pull the pants down of anybody he talks to and have his way. I just hope that's not us in this case. I trust Brad to not be taken for a ride by him, but how he could fleece someone this evening. Someone desperate like the Raiders or the Falcons, he might do.
So we've got Mike from the UK Cowboys just jumping off their own draft show to come and join us. So going to make it count. Don't know how long he's going to have with us before he goes back to his own show. So, Ant, you ready to go?
Okay. Yeah, I am all good.
Alrighty then.
Have we spoken to Mike last year?
I think he might have been one of the UK Cowboys guys who joined us.
Okay.
Oh, I would love to be in Kansas right now.
This time next year, we'll be in Detroit ripping it up.
Exactly.
It is 1 o'clock in the morning, UK time, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Welcome into the NFL Draft Day 1 at Kansas City, Missouri. The commissioner is about to come out to get the Carolina Panthers on the clock, and we are about to be joined by our 4th guest of the evening. His name is Mike Poland from the UK Cowboys. Just coming on now at Ken Fig Cowboy, spelt with K's. And he's just come off his own show. I know the UK Cowboys is one of the most successful UK podcasts. They have a terrific link up with the front office of the Cowboys as well, which is something to emulate for everyone over here in the UK. So, big respect to Mike and the guys over there. Mike, are you with us?
Yes, you're right. How you doing?
Doing very well, Mike. How are you?
I'm all right. I've just had an espresso, so I'm all right. You caught me just as I'm peaking.
Sounds great. Ant, you're up.
Yeah. You got to try and stay peaked for as long as you can. It's a long 3 days.
Yeah. I'm doing shots every time we get a Twitch subscription, so that is keeping me wide awake at this moment in time. So you got to do it, don't you? But thanks for joining us, Mike. Really appreciate it. And obviously, with a lot of you guys, we talked from you in a 12-month period. I've done the shows before, so just before we talk about the 2023 draft, just want to go back to 2022 and see what's gone on with the class there. So the Cowboys last year maybe took a surprise in the first round. Tyler Smith, the offensive tackle from Tulsa, although really liked him there. Then they picked a few more guys. So you've got Sam Williams, the linebacker from Ole Miss, because of course they love a bad boy in their draft classes. Jalen Tolbert, the wide receiver. Jake Ferguson, tight end, was Asher's favorite for a long time until he just stopped liking him. Matt Waletzko, the offensive tackle from North Dakota. Deron Bland, going back from Fresno State. Damone Clark, linebacker from LSU, John Ridgway, DT from Arkansas, go Razorbacks, and Devin Harper, the linebacker from Oklahoma State. Yeah. After year 1 of the 2022 draft class, how are you feeling 12 months into the tenure with the rookies? Have they been doing well? Who's been doing great? Let us know what's gone on with that group.
Yeah, it's kind of like it was a bit of a weird mix because you got guys at the top where you're thinking, oh, yeah, here we go. And guys at the back where you're like, it turned out it was kind of like a flip where, all right, Tyler Smith, did great. He was fantastic. But like, it was the guys like I had no expectation for Damone Clark or Deron Bland, and they ended up being really important parts later on in the season to the roster. Like Damone Clark had a spinal/neck injury, and you're like, there's no way he's playing today or this season, I should say. And then he ends up being like a real important sort of will linebacker for the Cowboys. And then Deron Bland ended up like with a bunch of interceptions. Had a flying start. Guys like Willetsko, I mean, obviously he had the injury, so he's put on IR early, waiting to see what you get back from that. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it'll all work out for him. Jalen Talbot, though, and I go against the grain with the consensus. Like, obviously, you don't like yourselves. You don't ever want to bet against your own players or against your own guys. You want to root for them. But, like, at the same time, you try and give, like, a realistic opinion on guys. And, like, for me, like, with Jalen Talbot, you kind of, it's like, what are you expecting in the second year from your which is why a wide receiver, I think, is quite important for Dallas this year. It will come at some point. But, like, with Jalen Talbot, very little snaps. When he did play, he was, and I don't think I've ever seen this, but when he did play, he was offside as a wide receiver. Like, how that works out, I don't know. You're kind of like, well, where are you going to... Hold on, I've just realized my camera's not on. Sorry.
There he is.
Sorry. I've got like about 6 screens going on, yeah. So I do apologize. Sorry. So like, it's kind of like, what are you expecting in year 2 of him? Like, is it like everybody seems to be thinking he's going to be this what's the word I'm looking for? Like, he's just going to take this huge, massive jump where he's going to be like a starting wide receiver. And it's like, well, you're going to have to temper it back a bit because very little snaps. When he did play, it all went wrong and he didn't really ever catch the ball. You're probably better off looking at a day 2, early day 3 wide receiver, and let's move forward from there.
So, yeah, I mean, Talbot came from a system at South Alabama. He got like 50% of the targets there, and then you come into an NFL team, you're getting very few. It's a big culture shock for them, really. So a little bit of both, you're saying, with the class from 2022. Obviously, it's a year, it changes, but it's a little bit of both, yeah. But as for the season itself, I mean, pretty good in respect to things. I mean, it was 12-5, I believe the regular season was. 4 of the defeats were on the road, so very dominant at home, on the road a little more so. But then a victory against Tampa Bay in the playoffs, then it did come to an end, unfortunately. But I mean, over the 2022 season as a whole, how did you feel it went for the Cowboys?
When you think like Dak goes down in the first game, so I mean, we lose Dak, we lose some defensive pieces. We're missing Michael Gallup, and I was literally week 2, and I'm doing a draft board. That's like how desperate things were, but then you kind of see something the Cowboys haven't had before, which was like this grittiness that they all of a sudden their backs are against the wall and they're pushed into a corner and they have to do something. And it wasn't the offense, because like the Cowboys have always been renowned for having like a high-powered offense. It ended up being the defense carried the offense. And I think that's also why towards the end of the season, especially in the playoffs, why it looked bad, because the defense was burnt out from having to pick up the slack a little bit. So it was a surprise really in what happened there. And I think that a lot of credit had to go to Mike McCarthy and what he did as a coach to keep that team together when it all went wrong.
The first pick is going to be announced imminently, Mike. So if we interrupt you, I apologize. Sorry, Ant.
No, not at all. So you said Dak went down there. This is just a personal question because Cooper Rush is obviously a folklore guy up here. He's a Central Michigan alum, probably one of their most famous ever. He comes in, plays well. Do you kind of have the same reverence from there? He came in and he won games for you. May not be the starter, but how do they like him down there?
Yeah, no, everybody's got like a soft spot for Cooper Rush. And the fact he stayed, although be it was like an act of God, literally, why Cooper Rush didn't move on. Because he was, I don't know if you know the story, that he was off to go and who was he going to go and see? Was it the Saints? And he was on the plane, and the plane got struck by lightning. So he got off the plane and was like, well,
Jesus.
that's a message. Yeah. And he was like, that's a message. I'm staying at Dallas. And that was why he stayed, literally. So it's good because he's a constant there. And, you know, this is a guy that was on the roster. Then he was on the practice squad. Then he was getting moved on. Then he was back on the practice squad. And before you know it, then he's having to take snaps. And, you know, like I mentioned, you had guys like Michael Gallup. What happened is that there was all these backup wide receivers playing on the offense when Dak went down. And obviously these are guys who Cooper Rush would have been practicing with. So that's why it kind of, when Dak went down, Cooper Rush comes in. He's like, I know how to play with these guys. I'm playing with all the backups. And that's why it kind of, there was like that chemistry that was there that you wouldn't have had with Dak.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see someone like that do well. And
yeah.
It's great. Yeah. But moving forward, obviously, they did make the postseason. They won a game there, but there is still a little ways to go. The Cowboys picking similar to last year. Was it 24 you picked last year? It's 26 this year.
26, yeah.
I don't know. Matt, do you have the predictors up here that we did for this? I can't remember where we're going, but what do you think the Cowboys are going to do this year? Because last year, Tyler Smith was a surprise, I guess. We quite liked him here, but maybe he was a surprise there. What do you envision them doing this year? And what would you like them to do to help this team move on to hopefully get further into the postseason?
I think it's got to be offense this year. They went very heavy defense last year, so for me, me personally, and I'm hoping he gets there, is Michael Mayer, the tight end. I've been talking about him all off season and working with SB Nation. We did a mock draft, and they were like, "Who do you take?" And I took Michael Mayer, and literally 3 days later, Dane Brugler's mock came out, and he had Michael Mayer going to the Cowboys. I was like, see, he's listening to me. So that's who I'm hoping for. But there's a lot of talk about Darnell Wright from Tennessee to plug into the guard spot, which, okay, I can see how that works. And then whatever happens with Tennessee on the right side, if they decide to move on from him this year, they can plug Wright over to the other side. There's Darnell Washington as well, because he brings you blocking, that whole blocking side of it all. There's a little bit of the Bijan Robinson talk, which has people up in arms, because obviously you move on from Zeke, who was a first round pick, to then take a running back in the first round. So there's that controversy there. Talking to guys over in the office, though, and the coaches over there, what they're saying is it's looking. The most important things they want to look at is tight end, inside offensive line, and inside defensive line. So I don't think inside defensive line is a good way to go in the first round. Second round, there's plenty of options there. So really, it's between, I think, wide receiver, tight end, or inside offensive line that they'll go in the first round. People are talking about trading out the first round, but I don't see it, because I can remember when Jerry Jones traded off his first round pick to get Amari Cooper in. And although he loved Amari Cooper and coming in, he absolutely detested trading that first. He loves his first round picks for all number of reasons, not just the talent, it's the splash, it's the Jerry Jones is all about the PR. So that's what that first round is all to him, and the 5th year option as well.
So looking back at how we look at it, because obviously we don't get the inside information from other players, so we can only go by what we think. But here we have 4 players picking. There were 6 of us. 4 of us picked defensive tackle. 1 of us picked edge, and then Ash actually picked tight end. So Ash is in your boat with you there. That might go right, but is defensive line a need for them? Could they do
Yes.
it, or should we just all? It is.
No, definitely. It's a weird thing, and I've gone back and checked that defensive tackle, for some obscure reason, is just not a position they value high. The last time they took a defensive tackle in the first round, you've got to go all the way back to 1990. Yeah, it's just that I don't know. I don't know the reason why. The next real, and that's defensive tackle, and then when you go and look at defensive end, the last one was Taco Charlton, and we all know how that ended. Yeah, so I think defensive end is a big one. It's a sneaky need for the Cowboys, more because they've got guys on 1-year deals or on the last year of their contract. So it's more like you need to do it now so you can get your defensive pass rusher up to speed. So next year, he's kind of trying to hit the ground running then, because they've got Sam Williams who's coming up. That's fine. Yeah, brilliant. But you also need to bring in the next guy again. And bear in mind as well, DeMarcus Lawrence will be, is he 33 or 32 next season? He'll be 33 when the season starts next year. So he's aging. So you're going to have to start figuring that end out, because it's a really important position. So defensive end isn't a bad way to go, more in the terms of that, because it's a sneaky need for them because of the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the Cowboys are in a rare situation nowadays where they've got all picks rounds 1 through 7 and just the picks 1 through 7. So sort of going outside the first round, maybe, what would you like them to do in the draft going forward? Is there anywhere that you'd like them to spend the higher picks on and then maybe go out later? What would you like them to do?
I think once you get out of the first round, second round, so your day 2 picks, which is your meat and potatoes, I think it's going to have to be like, because linebacker is also a sneaky need. So what I'm thinking of is more of your talent gap. So in your tiers, so wide receivers short, defensive tackles small, linebackers very small as well in terms of the top end talent. So like those guys there, and then your defensive backs, like your cornerbacks, which is a lot deeper in your running backs. I'd be happy if they look at the day 3 guys on that side. So more like edging your bets on the talent pool because of the shorter guys. So that's how I would. That's my philosophy, mind. What they do is another thing, mind.
We've got
Isn't it always for us all? So. Sorry, Matt.
Just going to say, you asked me about the mock drafts that we've done. We're running a predictor in terms of the fan group that we have here. And our fans are picking interior defensive line or defensive end a lot for you guys. Cansey, Brazee 3 times, Van Ness for myself. But then you've got Emmanuel Forbes, Dalton Kincaid, and Michael Mayer in there, who's your favourite. It's a big variety, but interior and defensive line seems to be a favourite. Panthers have 4.5 minutes left on the clock for the first overall pick, by the way. Sorry, Ant.
No, I was just about to open the floor. Any Cowboys draft questions, please get them to Mike now. Or Cowboys questions.
I was going to ask, obviously it's quite a tight division. Who do you think, who's your kind of biggest fears in terms of who the Eagles or the Commanders or the Giants might pick up? Who don't you want to play against next season?
I mean, you mean like in terms of which team you fear the most would be the Eagles? It is the Eagles.
In terms of draft picks, who don't you want to? Yeah.
The draft picks that scare me the most when we've done mock drafts. It's the Eagles are the Eagles, you know. We kind of can't. It's almost quite easy to predict. So yeah, and as long as it's not Bijan Robinson at the end of the first round for the Eagles, I'll be all right. But it's always because the Giants pick before the Cowboys, 2 picks before. I always find that they're taking guys I quite like, and you're like, come on, why can we get above them and sneak the pick off them? And it always seems to be a fairly decent wide receiver that they're taking, because that's the run of wide receivers at that point. And you think, you see, that could have worked for the Cowboys, and they always seem to be the one that steal the pick the most.
pick is now in. We're just awaiting the announcement for the first overall pick of the 2023 NFL Draft. Sorry.
I was about to say, Matt, Ash, any questions at this moment in time?
So, obviously, as Ant alluded to earlier, I picked Michael Mayer for you guys.
Very good.
For me, it's thank you. It's because his pro comp for me in my head is obviously for your former tight end Dalton Schultz. So and obviously last year you picked Jake Ferguson, who was one of my favorites as well.
Yeah,
that's why Ant said I was until I went off him, but obviously I haven't. It seems that we have very similar types in terms of tight ends. Yeah. So let's say you don't pick a tight end in the first, would you be happy with a kind of guy like Darnell Washington in the second, or would you wait until the day 3 and then get someone that's of that mold, but without the upside that they have, someone like Durham Payne from Purdue or Davis Allen from Clemson?
Yeah, if you're going into day 3, I think the better fits are the guys like Sam Laporta. They're the tastier fits because they're those high athletic guys. Because if you're not going to go down the road of taking Michael Mayer early, then you need to go you got to think of how your 3 tight end sets look, especially because Mike McCarthy's trying to implement his West Coast offense. So you're thinking those 3 tight end sets where you can move those tight ends in and out. So they're not really playing in line. They're going to be moving out to the slot or into the backfield. So yeah, like a guy like Sam Laporta, Tucker Kraft, those type of tight ends are going to be the guys that you want. Yeah.
Bryce Young, quarterback, Alabama, number 1 overall pick to the Carolina Panthers, minus 20,000 meant he was a 99.99% chance of being the pick at this point. He is the pick. He's our QB1 on the consensus for the Roar of the Lions. QB1 consensus out there as well. Derek is distraught in the chat, unfortunately, but there we go. I'm sorry, guys. And Derek Biddleman saying I got fooled by the Will Levis stuff earlier on a couple of days ago. Don't believe Reddit. Don't do it, man. Mike, hopes and dreams for 2023 after this draft. Where do you want to end up?
You want them to go deeper in the playoffs. So, let's get to the NFC Championship. Get there and just spirit on a bit. You don't even mind. I wouldn't even care if they lost to the 49ers, and it was because not because they were beaten the way they were. It was kind of like they run out of ideas and a plan. If you're going to go into the playoffs and you're going to lose, at least have a fight in you. And that's what I want to see this year. Get to the NFC playoffs. If you're going to get there, just go in there with grit. That's all I want.
So the last thing I was going to ask him is quickly back to the draft, but someone's just mentioned it in the chat for it. Now, obviously, Dak has had some injuries in the previous years. Cooper's come in and done really well, but do you reckon they maybe do try and take a developmental quarterback in this draft just in case to build up, just in case? Do you reckon that is a possibility for them?
Yeah, they definitely will. And it's as they've had 2 quarterbacks, 3 if you include Dallas Day with Max Duggan from TCU. They're all late guys, but Mike McCarthy, when you think of Green Bay, he was renowned every draft. Just at the end of the draft, take a quarterback. He's done it already at Dallas. With the last pick, he'll just grab a guy. He will do it. It will be done. Because obviously, as you mentioned about, with Cooper Rush, what you're going to do beyond this season with it. So I think they do take one, and they'll have to. And what will happen is, because people have said, well, what are you doing? It's going to be Will Grier that gets cut. He's the cut candidate then from that point on.
So is there anything else anyone wants to ask before we let Mike get back to his stream? No.
I was gonna ask you guys a question.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. How do you feel? Because I was gonna message you to ask you guys about it when it happened. How do you feel about losing your star cornerback?
Is this Jeff Okuda we're on about?
Yeah. You mean our outside cornerback / slot linebacker guy for one game against you guys?
Yeah.
Jeff is a very sad story here, and we were rooting for him, and it's just he came
talented guy.
he came in under and so many guys under Matt Patricia had to play hurt, which has affected them in the long run, which has affected their careers. And then year 2, you got the one big play that he got rinsed for, and it was blown up online. Then he got injured later in the game, didn't play for the season, and it just felt like there was no goodwill left when he came back. He started well last year, but to come from an injury like that to play a full season, you could see it take its toll on him towards the end of the year, and he tailed off. And it's just sad because he was overdrafted by the previous GM too high, which is not his fault, and the expectation comes with it. And I think he was, but the expectation comes with he's a previous pick from a regime which was terrible for their picks. People wanted other guys, hindsight, people wanted it there. It's sad. We all hope he does well with the Falcons, but
yeah, because he was a talented guy. I liked him, and when you guys picked him, I was like, landed on you, because corner is such a hard position to find. And like you think of the floor that was for Okuda, or what you presume to be the floor for him was just like so high. You were just like, oh yeah, good pick, like safe pick. And sometimes, I mean, the Cowboys have had it themselves where they've traded up and he never came off. But yeah, I watched it. I was like, what a shame. But you know, like you say, you never know. And it happens sometimes where players move to another team and just something in them just sort of ignites, if you like, and then all of a sudden they get on a roll.
Absolutely, and we hope we really hope that is the case with him. So
yeah, definitely, I'm with you there.
Yeah, it's a new regime now, and it's just fresh start. We're all going there, so hey ho with it. But we appreciate you ever so much for this, Mike, coming on, because we know you're doing your own stream as well. Do you want to hype your channel up to everybody? Let them know where they can find you if they want to find Cowboy stuff. Please go ahead.
Yeah, it's UK Cowboys. Or if you follow my Twitter at Kenford Cowboy, I write for Blogging the Boys at SB Nation as well.
Fantastic. Right. Thank you so much, Mike.
No, thank you guys. It's always fun to come and talk to you guys. It's the annual tradition to come and talk to you.
Yeah, I love it. I love that we built this thing.
Yeah,
definitely. Enjoy the draft. Good luck.
And you guys, yeah.
And we'll see you soon.
Yeah. Have a great season as well, guys.
Take care.
Cheers, Mike.
See you next championship.
Yeah. I like it. Positive mental attitude. I love it.
Exactly.
All right. Have a good one, guys. Stay safe.
Cheers. Take care.
See you in a bit.
Cheers, Mike. Ooh. The pick is in for Houston as well. Next guest coming up, 15 minutes time, British and Irish Eagles, the Panther Nations podcast, DC Tweet Team, Arrowheads Abroad, and the Red, White, and Buffalo Bills as the commissioner comes to the podium for pick 2.
Tell me when.
CJ Stroud, number 2 overall to the Houston Texans.
Panthers.
It is Stroud. And Stroud now, the graphic on the screen for him. Boys, we talked about him before being the potential 3 overall pick. He's risen in the last few days, having fallen before. Stroud, number 2 overall. What do you make of it?
I'll hand over to Anne so he can rub it into my face when I believe the Tyree Wilson hype.
Absolutely not. I would not do something like that. I can see why, because Steve said it, the justification that they need their next JJ Watt, and a guy like him with his athletic upside could be that type of guy for them. But the position you're in at 2, and I just said this just before, you might not be back there again. You might not get a shot at Mayo Williams next year, or you might have to mortgage the future that you can't afford. So while you're in this position, you take him, and you're in the great position where at 12, you can give him a superstar wide receiver or a kick-ass offensive tackle or some pivotal piece of that offense with him you can do as well. So it makes sense for them to go quarterback. In my heart of hearts, I think Bryce Young would have been the guy they'd have wanted more. It's just my fit for them. But I think they'll look at him, and even if he doesn't start right away, I've said this all along, Davis Mills could play 4 or 5 games next year, or half a season, whatever, get them off to a decent start, then CJ comes in, takes on the reins, it's his team for the long run. So you don't have to rush him in week 1, which is a good thing for them. So I will bet the house now that if Jackson Smith and Jigba is at 12, he's the pick for them. They will give him his best mate. They might trade up for him at this point. I am very comfortable saying that. But hey, Texans did what they needed to do. They thought, I still like Davis Mills. I think he'll probably be a very good backup in the league from now on. But Texans have gone out and done what I thought they were going to do. Let's see what they do next. But JSN, start putting your money on him at 12 now, because that is the thing for me to do.
Makes a lot of sense to me as well.
100%.
We've got now the Arizona Cardinals at 3 on the clock, and they've not yet been able to trade out of the pick, which is disaster territory as far as I'm concerned for Arizona. We talked to our Arizona Cardinals fan earlier on in the evening about who he wanted. He was talking about Will Anderson and about, you know, the possibilities at 3, but also the fact that they really needed to trade down to make the most of this, and it really puts their necks on the line if that doesn't work out. There's 10 minutes into our next guest, which is the British and Irish Eagles, one of my favourite guests of the evening. I can't wait for that. And get drinking, because that's 2 subs now that we've got in here. So the first one that I haven't yet talked about, we did have... Where is it? Got so much chat in the Twitch chat, I can't even handle it.
Sorry.
Where has it gone?
It was, hang on, I scrolled up.
We got Derek Bo Barrett gifting a sub to Civ Man Me, and then David Reinford gifting a sub at tier 1 to X Darth Tater X, as well as Derek Bo Barrett 6 minutes ago using 100 bits. What face? I love it. Ant's gonna get really pissed. I've never seen it before. We're about to see it right now. I'm already there. Who cares? But this draft, I mean, it's the sort of thing that when the dust settles, we're going to say, well, of course it happened this way. Top 2 quarterbacks off the board going 1 and 2. But it very much ebbed and flowed all the way down to here, boys.
I wish I bought some Jaeger for tonight. I'd be doing Jaeger bombs now if I'd known I was going to do this.
And El Judderman's recommended that in the chat. I've said I'm doing it on Saturday, so if you want to join me on Saturday doing Jaeger bombs.
How many picks? Oh, well, that's the daytime. There'll be more people watching. Oh, I might do. I'll see how I feel, because I've got to go to work in the morning about 4 hours after the draft ends. So I'm going to be fucking useless tomorrow. This is part of the fun, though. You've got to enjoy the draft. You've got to have fun. This is where the draft starts now. Who's going to trade? Are the Cardinals going to stay? And if they draft Tyree Wilson, I will declare my undying love for that franchise, because they have taken him off our board.
Stop it. What's going on?
There's a trade.
Oh, here we go.
Who's traded?
And Houston Texans.
Mother.
The Texans have got the 3. Holy moly!
Tyree, come on, please.
No, it's going to be Will. It's going to be Will.
No, Will Anderson.
It's going to be Will.
Leave him alone.
It's got to be Will. Come on, guys. You know it's going to be Will Anderson. There's no way this isn't Will Anderson. But to go from 12 to 3, they'd have to sell next year's first round pick.
This is insane.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
What was that about? Right.
3 pick to Texan. I'm trying to get the trade compensation.
My house is gone.
Yep.
Shocking the world here.
Trying to get compensation.
It's got to be Will Anderson.
Oh, Tony White subscribing on YouTube. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate you. Derek's just said the Cardinals pick is in.
No,
No, the Houston Texans have traded. Derek, what are you doing to us, lads?
Some lady has just shouted Will Anderson right loud in the Texans war room.
It has to be Will. There's no one else you do.
Please be Tyree Wilson. Please be Tyree Wilson. Please be Tyree Wilson.
I know who the picks at 3. I know who the picks
Ash,
at 3.
don't even tell us, mate. Yeah, don't tell us.
Don't promise. I promise. I'm telling Big Aries instead. Me and him having a good game.
The chats are going wild. Prison Mike and Derek Newman and Don Terpstra.
Oh, maybe they're just going to go absolute fire and pick Paris Johnson. Just like go offensive tackle.
The Texans aren't going to move up 9 places and not take Will Anderson.
Maybe
it's
they'll
the
go
only-
out. Maybe they'll go Paris Johnson. Maybe they
Yeah,
will.
well,
Maybe they'll.
they can
'cause
get a top OL at 12.
Oh,
They can get
Lar-
a top OL at 7 or 8.
Laramie's not going to stay there forever.
Maybe this is Carter. Maybe this is
Laramie's
actually
just
Carter.
re-signed.
This
Oh,
could be
let's-
Carter.
Let's do this.
No, that'd be insane.
No, it wouldn't be
Absolutely
insane. He's still the best player in the draft.
Insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain.
It's gonna be you.
I've got
It's
the
gonna be Will Anderson. You're overthinking it.
Cardinals get 12, 33, and then next year's first and third, Texans get 3, 105.
Oh
the
my
fuck?
Jesus Christ! This is the sort of trade we need.
That's got to be. You don't do that. You don't do that for any. You've got to do that for a franchise.
Arizona's
left tackle.
rebuild is 1 year. And 1 year only, and Arizona could be a candidate for the Super Bowl next year.
You don't
It's
give up
Kyler
all
Murray's-
that.
That's
They've
insane.
Pulled their pants down.
That is like left tackle trade compensation. That's not edge compensation.
This is Paris Johnson, or it's Jalen Carter.
It's
Let's
Will
do
Anderson.
It's
Come
not
on,
Anderson.
Roger. Why
Roger
are they
Goodell
doing
is
him?
at the podium right now, as far as I'm seeing it. The pick is
Fuck
Will
you, Houston.
Anderson Jr.
Thank you. Calm your tits.
His stats on the screen now: 13 games in 2022, 14 sacks, 65 pressures, and a PFF grade of 83.6. 6'3" and 4/12, 253 pounds. The consensus number one defensive player in the draft, 207 pressures in his career, and guys, the best non-quarterback in the draft, probably.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, it's,
Talk
to
about
make it slightly better. To make it slightly better for Houston, they do have 2 firsts next year because obviously the Deshaun Watson trade. So it depends which one they're giving up.
probably the lower, but like, talk to me about Will Anderson. What makes him such a tantalizing prospect?
Production, as you say, 207 pressures in his career. That's elite production, and while he did get misused a bit by Alabama this year, playing him a bit more inside than rather letting him attack the edge, which he's better at. Obviously, that's one of the big things that we've highlighted with the Darnell Wright stuff. His rise, he can be an elite producer when put in the right situation. And hell, if anyone can do it, why not someone that's been a leader for the 49ers defense for years before becoming their defensive coordinator and now finally making that jump to be a head coach?
Matt, there's a DM you might want to check on Twitter. It's from the Dolphins guy. Only just seen your message.
Oh,
so,
sweet.
yeah,
Okay, cool.
so Will Anderson
Yeah.
is the most dominant player in this draft by a long shot. The fact that his stats this year were considered as disappointment for most edge players, that would be a career season. He had a career season on a down year, and he was changed in the scheme with Alabama. He wasn't played as an outright edge as he was the year before when he got all those. That's why people said he might be linebacker, outside linebacker. He is the kind of guy who wrecks shit up for you, and I know why the Texans have taken him. He could be their next JJ Watt. Or the next Watt brother, sorry. He will be the guy who goes there and dominates for 10 years. And I am absolutely gutted the Texans went back up to get him because he could have slid to us otherwise. So he is dominant, and he begins the rebuild of that defense there. It makes sense for them to go and get him. I'd have done it with the Lions. I'd have gone and got him at 3. And the Texans just got a hell of a lot better. But one thing this might have done, in my view, Stroud doesn't have a lot to throw out there now, and they ain't got a lot of picks to back him up at this point. So it's going to be interesting to see. Will they throw Davis Mills in for another year, throw him to the Wolves, let CJ sit and wait to give him reinforcements? That might be the thing now.
Just want to make sure, Steve, that you're ready to go for the Eagles in 2 minutes' time.
All good. who's coming on from the Eagles?
They usually all do.
Yeah, it's
There's always
usually
three of
most of them. So I have down for Philly that I don't have a name, so it might be all of them.
Prison Mike says cancel whoever is scheduled to come on from the Texans. Ewan is our best guest.
Ewan is the best guest. Definitely.
Ewan is an absolute font of knowledge about the Texans and college football. You will love him. He's
Liam,
not on today. He's not until tomorrow, but he is one of our best guests. He is amazing.
the pick is in for Indy. It is about to happen as well.
So who's
But
this?
you
Is
have-
this Will Levis? Is this Anthony
it's-
Richardson?
it's gotta be
dreams coming
Levis.
True?
It's got to be Levis.
Is
Ash,
It could be
if you-
Richardson.
maybe you should consider turning off your camera. Liam is in the building, and we've got Mick
It's
coming
not
up.
because I got a scare from in my emails. I thought I'd got something, but I didn't.
It's an invasion of eagles! Everyone,
Oh,
watch
no.
out! There's 3 of them in there. Phil, Liam, and Mick.
Ah.
How are you doing, boys? It's been a while.
How are you, man?
Doing well.
We're kind of scrambled but for what's happening in the draft.
Yeah, tell me about it. I think that's why we're all a little bit sort of scrambling to get on it because it completely distracted us for a second. So we're in
Eagles
now.
assemble. Eagles assemble.
Yes, here we are, boys.
We've made it.
Good to see you. Good to see you guys. And what a season you had last year. I remember talking to you guys a year ago, and the NFC East was an absolute bin fire. And you've absolutely come through and dominated. Had an absolutely dominant season. You must feel really good about how things played out over the last 12 months.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I know.
man.
The 3 of us are just okay. Yeah. What a season. We couldn't have asked for a better season. I mean, to get to the Super Bowl first and foremost, that's why you play the game. That's why we watch the game, is to get to the big event at the end of it all. And we expected the big season to come from Jalen Hurts. We expected him to make that jump in his second season as a starter. And well, I mean, no one really saw how big a jump he was actually going to make, taking the team to 14-3. We ended the season on, strolled through the playoffs, and got to the Super Bowl ultimately undone by our defense. But what a season it was.
Anthony Richardson comes off the board to the Colts at 4, and I'm losing my mind now. This is disaster territory for the Lions.
Well, serves anyone right who believed in Will Levis.
Ooh.
We'll
can I just say
second
that
round pick in waiting, I'm just saying.
people have been saying that Will Levis was going to go 1 or 2, and I've been laughing at them, and I'm feeling quite smug now.
If the Seahawks take Carter now, we're in disaster territory. I don't want Tyree. I don't want Tyree at all.
Anyway.
You got a cornerback, aren't you guys?
Yeah, hopefully.
Hopefully. We'd be quite happy with Weatherspoon at 6. But anyway, so just going back to the Eagles then, great season. And, you're in quite a decent position because normally you have a great season and then you come out of it short of draft capital. But, you guys have got 2 picks in the first round.
Yeah, it's all because of Howie, man. I mean, ever since we turned the conditional second round pick for Carson Wentz into a first rounder, he's played the game pretty well, and he's pushed that extra first round pick a couple of years now, and this is the first year I think last year I think we were quite surprised that we used it to get AJ Brown, because obviously we had 3, so we traded 1 to get him, and then we've got the Saints pick again, so we all knew that was going to be a high pick this year because they were sort of getting rid of Breeze and all that sort of stuff. So Howie's played a blinder. So coming into this, everyone keeps banging on saying, the Eagles are in that unusual position of having a high draft, have their own draft pick being very high, but having the extra pick from the Saints at number 10. I mean, it's a shame we shot ourselves in the foot actually by losing to the Saints. Otherwise, that could have been even higher up the draft board. But unfortunately, we managed to shoot ourselves in the foot when Hurts was out injured. But yeah. The beauty of our situation is that the flexibility that it gives us
because we can move up or down with either pick. We don't have any extreme needs. We have some definite needs on defense, but we don't have anything like a lot of the teams in the top 10 picks to sort of say like they have to take a cornerback, they have to take this. We've got a few options, and I've generally not been as excited for a draft as I have been in ever, because just of the pure chaos that could possibly happen, but also the sheer fear of what I might actually end up doing. So I don't know about the other guys, how they feel about it.
Can you guys hear me now?
We got you, Liam.
How are you guys? I've missed you. It's been a while.
Yeah, you too, man.
Good stuff. Yeah, sorry about that. Some severe technical difficulties on my end. How about 3 quarterbacks gone in the first 4 picks and Will Anderson already?
We're gutted. Absolutely gutted.
Keep them coming.
This is disaster territory.
So you guys are looking corner, right? You want Witherspoon?
We're quite happy with Weatherspoon at 6, but some people are greedy and they wanted Anthony Richardson.
So
Really?
yeah. So our thing basically, for at least for me, was like Witherspoon was like the worst case scenario, and that's like really great. But then anything else is better. So Carter or Anderson or Richardson were then the next people I kind of wanted above that. So
Carter could be going here to the Seahawks, you reckon?
gotta be, yeah, definitely.
I think that's the general consensus, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, there's been a lot of trade rumors going around with the Eagles at the moment that if Carter gets past the Seahawks, that they might make a move from 10 to 6 to take Carter. Likewise, if Bijan's there at 8 and the Falcons don't pick him or are willing to trade it, Eagles might move up as well. But I think I remember or heard Phil, you just saying there a second ago, the flexibility we have with 2 picks, we're just as likely to trade down from Big Ten or pick a Big Ten. Like, it's mad. No one knows what's going to happen. Normally someone has some kind of inkling. I say that. I mean, the AJ Brown. We were on with you. We on with you guys last year when the AJ Brown trade happened.
Yeah.
We were.
I just would like Howie Roseman to not pick up the phone to us, because when he picks up the phone to teams, he has his way with them, and I don't want to be part of that.
Did you guys see some of the NFL Network coverage earlier? I can't remember the name of the guy.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
You know
I think he's a former GM, isn't he?
The former GM, his bald head, that doesn't really give much away, does it? And he was basically saying that every time Howie picked up the phone, it was just so much fun, because he'd throw like a ridiculous trade offer out there that no one was going to accept, just to like set the scene for the offer that was coming next. And said it was just loads of fun. I mean, he's the best wheeler and dealer in the league. Do you think there's any chance after last year, the big trade happening, that we see a trade between the Eagles and the Lions at 10 and 6?
Well, Rappaport's saying that the phones are ringing in Seattle, so
it would be very interesting to see Seattle trade down.
Just going back to something you said, Liam, talking about Bijan, but you've just picked up Rashad Penny in free agency, who, like, I mean, as we found out last time we played him, he absolutely destroyed us. What's your view on Penny? And do you really think, would you really want to spend the capital on Bijan?
Me, no. But that and every member of the British and Irish Eagles calls me a boring trade merchant when I say that, because people want to see attractive football. I'd rather see Super Bowl coming to the Eagles. And I think historically, when you look at the Super Bowl winners and you look at the average salary of a running back, it's like 2.5 million average salary. Like, teams don't win with Barclays and McCaffreys. However, on the flip side, the Eagles are so well stacked with their current crop of players at the moment, they can actually afford to make a luxury pick and pick up Bijan Robinson. And can you imagine Bijan Robinson and Jalen Hurts on a play action? I mean, what team is behind that offensive line? And then you've got AJ Brown and Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert as your targets.
The thing is, if they do take Bijan, they've got the pick 30, and now they've got pick 66 and 64 to be able to do more willing dealing. So the impact on any other team would be huge. It'd be like you're wasting your only first round pick on a running back. It's a high risk move.
It's pick 10. It's pick 10 or pick 8, right? So you might also waste some draft by drafting up to 8. And pick 10, last time a running back was taken in the first round was Barkley, second round pick, right? And who's to say that he doesn't get injured 6 months into his career and then he's never, there's that risk.
We don't need that
one
negativity.
hole
here.
that you do have to fill.
This is the thing. I try and give them some logic, guys, and they don't like it.
One hole that you guys are going to have to fill is in your defensive backfield, as there's been a departure, much to our
here we go.
enjoyment. So tell us, what are we getting in CJ Gardner-Johnson?
A shagger, but I'll let Mick take that one on.
I know I've fallen out with CJ now. I don't want to big him up on another team's podcast to say that he's how good he is. He's terrible. He's going to be awful.
Pick is in for Seattle. They have not traded. Seattle is picking at 5.
Ooh.
I think that CJ was sort of a one-hit wonder for us, and it was a masterstroke to move him to safety, and it worked really well for us. But it feels, from our perspective, and it is a little bit like a jilted ex-lover, that since he's left, there's things that have come out, how the contract negotiations went down, and then suddenly off he goes to Detroit. It sort of feels very much like we could have potentially dodged a bullet here, and that's not to try and make you guys worried or anything, but generally, like from our perspective, we were like really wanted him to stay, and then as it went on, it's sort of something just didn't smell right.
I know what you're saying. I'm not necessarily. I don't think
they've gone Witherspoon.
Are they?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, Howie, let's cook, man. Howie, let's cook.
Oh,
Jalen Carter on the board?
I'm going to cook.
No way.
Go and get my bulldog.
Wow. Yeah.
So that's you guys trading with us then.
So it's either us taking Carter or us trading down.
Please.
Basically.
Let
us
I said earlier.
Oh, fuck off, Seattle!
Sorry, Ants.
Oh no, that is a perfect. That is Seattle being Seattle. That is a perfect pick for their system. It was perfect for us, but they play very similarly to we. So us. Get my syntax and grammar right eventually after a few beers. But my God, what a good pick for Seattle. Devon Witherspoon, best corner on the board. Maybe not athletically, but just in terms of playing the position. Some people say Seattle were erratic. Sometimes it's best player available.
Seattle just cost me £100 because I had the first 2 quarterbacks and the first cornerback to be Gonzalez. So screw Seattle.
Not
But
Tyree.
actually, if we get Carter, then happy.
I just can't stop laughing at. Is it Anthony? Is that you? Is that Will shot for subs? And you haven't got your name up, so I don't know. I haven't got your name there, but you look desolate, mate, in the corner there.
Way to poke him,
That was a beautiful delayed reaction as well.
Yeah, well, I must be behind you guys, but I have coveted Devon since September, since the start of the season. We do our college show, and I picked up on him very early, and he's a perfect scheme fit for us. He's been one of my players I've been after for a very long time. And Seattle don't need a corner. They don't need a corner. You could have taken Tyree Wilson.
You're at risk here. You're at risk here of becoming the next leave us alone and New York Giants.
I really have loved him for a long time, and it's just I didn't think they'd go that route. I thought he'd be there. I don't care if the Lions had passed on him, I could have dealt with it, but someone else has taken him.
Right. So is Seattle on your shit list now?
Oh yeah, they're up with the Falcons.
100%. They've done it in the first round this time, so it's got to be. Boys of the Eagles, project yourselves out for this draft into 2023. What's the aim? Are you Super Bowl contenders once again?
Absolutely, yeah.
I think that has to be the aim, doesn't it?
Yeah, we're in a unique position in that at the start of free agency, people were seeing some other players go, and we're like, oh. He's still at it. Look at him. He's still going. At the start of free agency, when we were letting players go, people were getting very worried. We brought some really good players back in the end, though, bringing back Bradbury and Slay as the 1-2 tandem. Slay, of course, from his time at the Lions. Interesting that Matt Patricia's in the locker room, given their relationship Slay has.
Oh, yeah. That's a spicy one.
Yeah, but he's not got a very prominent position. You look at the offensive weapons we have at the moment, still got the best offensive line in the league. I think we're probably going to pick an offensive lineman if we stay at 10. I think it'll be Paris Johnson Jr. or Peter Skoronski, whoever falls.
Rumors of you trading with the Titans, possibly, Lions fans?
I mean, Will Levis is still there, so we're expecting a trade, I think.
Can you jump the Bears and take their favorite offensive lineman, please? Can you take Paris Johnson? That would make
Ash,
me feel
stop
a lot
it.
better.
Stop it.
That's what I want. Yeah.
Has there been a trade?
Yes.
No.
The Lions have traded.
Trading up.
The Lions have
Arizona
traded.
trading up.
The trading
Arizona.
Arizona's
trading
trading up
back
to
with
6.
Arizona.
Wow.
Arizona?
Have we traded
Yeah,
out?
I'm trying to-
We've traded
Yeah,
out
we've
with
traded out.
Arizona. What?
I'm trying to get terms now. Yep. Cardinals on the clock at 6.
Cardinals? What do you
That
mean
seems
the
like a really
Cardinals are on the
stupid
clock?
move.
12. Why?
We are now so
There's
we're,
no
we're
one
now
at
picking.
12.
We're now picking at 12.
Oh
Yeah, so
my
we must have a
God.
first round pick in 24.
Yeah, you'll get an extra first round.
Travis time.
Get in
Yes.
Get
Oh,
in!
no. But we get 12 and 34.
What?
Not
No!
Jordan Travis time. No.
Why?
Bad.
Who's at 12? I'm sorry, but there's talent at the top. In that
It
gap
can't just
there,
be
there's
34.
no talent. That is
Oh, for fuck's sake. Sorry. It's because I saw the trade up. I was like, if it's good news, and then I've just seen. Right.
So the Texans were at 12.
so. Devon was our guy. Devon was that shows that Devon
Yeah,
was
it
our
does
guy.
for sure.
Devon's
Yeah.
not there. They've traded it.
Sorry.
So it's
Sorry,
12.
guys.
Bryce, who's on?
So,
who's
so
on
well,
the board at
six,
I mean,
to
12?
Carter's
12
going to
and
be on the board
34.
then. Because
Bears will have him now. That's going to be.
off. Fuck off if the Bears have
This is
Carter.
exactly
jump
the
him.
chaos I was hoping for.
Can you Eagles?
Not with us.
Can
Phil's
you
living
Eagles? Please jump the Bears and take Jalen Carter, please. Pretty please.
So are the Bears at 7?
9.
8,
Bears are
9.
If Jalen Carr's there at 9, we'll be
Hang on. Who's Arizona trading up for if not Carter?
Wilson.
It will be Carter.
Wilson. No,
This will be Carter.
Johnson Jr.
It'd be Wilson.
It'd be
Hang
No,
on,
actually,
Paris
Ash is
Johnson.
right. Johnson
Paris
Jr.
doesn't
was
have
the
that
pick
many
at
holes.
3 and
Johnson
4.
Jr. It'd be Paris Johnson Jr.
It will be Paris.
They have that many holes. It could be absolutely anybody. Arizona are trash. Can't believe they've done that.
Trading up.
Pick
What
is
are they
in.
doing?
Pick is in.
So they've moved back 4 places and picked up an extra first round.
Ash, what are they saying, buddy?
Like knowing who their head coach is.
I don't want to spoil it. Because I'm infamous for it.
All right.
I think I've just seen what the pick is as well, which is infuriating, but there we go. Oh my god, this is...
Who is it?
How can we not move back 6 picks and get another first rounder in
Yeah,
24?
that's really, really bad.
You're really overvaluing that jump, Matt.
Oh,
That is not an extra first pick.
Updated terms. Lions trade pick 6 and 81. We get back 12, 34, 168.
What?
There you go. There. Yeah, defend that trade now. Yeah, defend that.
I guess we still have 5 picks in the top 81. It's just 5 picks in the top 50.
Over quality.
So 34, sure as hell, best be Keanu Benton. That's all I'm saying. That better goddamn be Keanu Benton. Or I'm going to be in a bad mood.
Tuning in tomorrow to see where that happens.
God damn it.
Jesus
It's beautiful carnage, this is.
I think at this point with Jalen Carter, this was kind of the worst case scenario anyway.
Trust Brad.
So.
Trust Brad. I trust Brad, but I just don't get it right now. This is me. I'm just... This is the Seahawks' fault. Screw Seattle.
I'm sorry, guys, that we've kind of monopolized your time for ourselves. Let's bring it back to the Eagles very briefly and just talk about...
Yeah, I'm going for a beer.
Let's talk about the draft as a whole. Kind of, where do you want to come out of this process with? What holes do you need to fill?
Paris Johnson.
Okay, Paris Johnson I like, but like, are there any kind of draft crushes you have that are maybe a little bit lower down that we can look out for the Eagles? What are you looking for?
Mick, go on, you haven't spoken much yet.
What am I looking for? I'm just looking for a quality player that can tip us over the edge to go to the Super Bowl and take home the Lombardi this time instead of being the bridesmaid. So I'm looking for a difference maker on day one. I know there's a lot of talk about drafting guys like maybe across the offensive line that we possibly don't really need right now because our offensive line is fairly set and settled. and we'd be drafting a guy just to sit on the bench for a year. We're in the position now where we went to the Super Bowl last year. The NFC, let's be fair, isn't the strongest at the moment. We've just paid our franchise quarterback. We've still got a lot of offensive weapons, so we just need that one thing to tip us over the edge, and that could be the player that we pick at 10.
Yeah,
and that's what I'm looking for.
It's interesting. I don't know that we're going to get someone at 10 who's going to tip us over the edge, because I think we're like if we pick a 10, we're likely to pick up someone who's going to be a rotational pick at best, no matter where they play, unless it's Bijan Robinson. If you look on the edge, they're going to be in rotations with Sweat and Reddick if they pick up a tackle or an offensive line.
But they're still getting meaningful snaps. So.
Yeah, you're right. It'll still be a difference maker overall. I even think an offensive lineman. I mean, if you pick up a tackle who can play guard as well, then you've got them splitting snaps with Jurgens, a right guard, which could help move into center when Jurgens could stay there. Then could take over from Lane Johnson. I think the Eagles want to be perennial Super Bowl contenders, and I think they're going to draft on that basis. I don't personally think they're drafting to go all in to win out next year. I think they want to win next year, but I think more importantly for Howie and more importantly for the organization, they want to be competitive, and they want to be like the Patriots. They want to be like the Chiefs. They want to be, they want to be in the conversation every year. They don't want the 2-year hiatus they had after Wentz. They don't want that at all, and they bounce back quickly from that, quicker than most organizations would. So I think they're more likely to go offensive line, cornerback, maybe defensive tackle. With the first pick.
I mean, I'm right with you with Howie. The thing is, at the end of the day, and no one wants to say it, but luck plays a massive factor in what happens in the last 2 games of the season: the championship game, the Super Bowl. You have to try and get there as many times as you can, even if it means perhaps sacrificing 1 year of being really good for another year of being really bad. And getting there every time has to be the aim. So Howie, that's why he's the best. Because he has that long-term aim. And because you're always there now. I mean, you used to be regarded as a boom or bust team. You'd have a 3-year cycle, you'd go back again. But it doesn't even seem like that's going to be a thing. You're going to re-sign quarterback in 2026 because that's what the contract says you're going to do. I mean, what a contract that you guys signed with him as well, Jalen Hurts. Like, it looks insane when you look at it on Spot Track, but then you actually look at the detail of it, and it's just a terrifically managed deal.
Yeah, it's Howie Roseman, isn't it? Like,
when you compare it to the Lamar Jackson deal that's obviously come out today, it just highlights even more how sensible the Eagles have been in the last 2 or 3 years. They've played it exactly how common sense should dictate, which is getting paid as early as possible, but also be fair to the player. Don't disrespect the player. They've worked together supremely well, and now, Lamar Jackson's come straight out immediately, somehow miraculously decided that he wants to take the deal now after being so staunchly, I want this hundreds of millions of pounds fully guaranteed, no wiggle room. Now he's just like, oh well, I'm not going to get any better than Jalen Hurts. I might get a little bit more. All right, that's the benchmark. I'm happy with that. Jalen Hurts has taken slightly below probably what we would accept that he's worth, slightly below, just because almost like, and I said on our podcast that I feel like it was almost like a bit of a gesture from Jalen to say, like, I could go here, but I don't need to. I don't care about the money, but I want to be valued, and I want to be at this team for the foreseeable future. And that's exactly what you want in a quarterback. Like, forget the arm strength, forget the running talent, all that sort of stuff. Sometimes the head on the shoulders is half the battle.
One of the best owners in the league, probably the best GM, or if not one of the best GMs in the league, an incredibly talented young coach, and one of the best stable, calm heads, quarterback who's a dual threat, and one of the best offensive lines in the league, and the best offensive line coach in the league. I mean, Jesus, if you're going to put 6 points to show what's good, what kind of team is going to be perennial Super Bowl contenders, that's what you have. Now, a few of those could change. What I will say is Paris Johnson Jr., who has gone to the Arizona Cardinals at pick 6, was my pick for the Eagles. That's the guy I wanted the most. People call me boring for it, but that's who I wanted.
He's feeling sad, Liam.
I'm a little bit.
I did see when I saw the pick coming in, I thought, oh, Liam.
Yeah, I've been pulling for him for a while, but I do now think that the Eagles are very, very likely to pick up either Bijan Robinson or James.
Raiders pick is in, so we're not trading with them.
If you could please leave Bijan alone so we can draft him. That's now where I'm
Anyway, boys, we're coming to the end of our time with you guys, so why don't you tell us how the last 12 months has been for the British and Irish Eagles and where we can find you at?
I think Liam's best suited to take this one. Go ahead, Liam.
Yeah.
Even after a bottle of champagne and a couple of beers. British and Irish Eagles has been fantastic. You can find us at British Eagles on Twitter. You can find us at www.british-eagles.co.uk. We've grown from strength to strength. Our followership has nearly doubled in the last 18 months. We've had incredible guests on and ex-players on, as well as coaches and Eagles media on our podcast recently. We're doing something that we haven't done yet since we've taken it over this year, and that is a huge trip to Philadelphia for Eagles fans in the UK. We are partnering with Philly Sports Trips to bring, we reckon, around 50 fans. We're hoping to bring over.
Wow, 50.
Yeah, we reckon between 30 and 50 we're going to have to bring over to the US. Premium tailgate, premium hotel bookings, tickets, transfers, meetings with ex-players, tours of the link. It's going to be fantastic. We've just gone from strength to strength. The podcast is brilliant. We now do live streaming podcasts like you guys do on YouTube. We were only just a podcast on the Spotify before. Meetups in the UK for all of our fans to watch games. We've 150 members in a WhatsApp group. We've got everything going at the moment. It's just really fun, and like you guys, it's just great to give back to the community and just grow the community of fans for our team in the UK and Ireland. And it's loads of fun. It's become a huge part of our lives, really. In the last
It really has. It's crazy, isn't it? I swear the last 10 weeks has been my girlfriend going, when is it done? When is it over?
She's talking about the draft, right? Not something
Yeah. No,
else.
we're done. But
Thanks for clarifying that.
Yeah, she's like, can you just stay in
Is
that
it over
bloody
yet?
office of yours? Yeah.
And I apologise for my petulance as well on this. It's just that one stung me a little bit.
I just wish
it happens in the draft.
I just wish I recorded it. I was about to send it into NFL memes.
We're hoping that Ash has got us all clipped.
No, we don't want that.
It's going to happen. We're going to have clips of all of our picks and all of the reactions coming in. But guys, thank you so much for coming on. It's a great tradition to have. We're going to be in Detroit next year, but we might try and do something a little bit different. So,
nice.
I hope you have a great 12 months. Good luck for the rest of the draft, and we'll see you soon.
Guys, thanks so much for having us.
Enjoy the rest of the draft, guys.
Looking forward to having you back on the podcast and doing it again. Good luck in the draft, boys.
Cheers, guys. Bye.
Right.
For the
Raiders are at the podium, and with the 7th pick, Tyree Wilson comes off the board now, and the Las Vegas Raiders. What the hell are the Vegas Raiders doing?
Go be a bust for them, you big, massive goddamn bust.
We have 10
Raiders
picks.
are Raider
I know that I don't like the trade, but we have 10 fucking picks.
Right, you know what? I have thought about this, and now you know what? Screw this. I am all in on the Bijan train. Let's just run over every. Let's just run over
Bijan
every.
at 12.
Yeah,
Bijan at 12. Let's go.
Let us just run over every fucker in this league and be done with it. That is what I'm on now.
Okay. Right. Who could jump us for Bijan?
Philly. Philly are the
Falcons
guys.
at 8.
They're in front of us already.
The Bears.
Aren't they?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, who could take Bijan? So
Atlanta's been linked with him, which is next. They're next up. They're on the clock now. Eagles,
the Bears aren't going to take him.
Bears aren't going to take him because they're all in on her, but they're that kind of running back. Who's in 11?
Tennessee aren't going to take him. They need a QB.
We have Dave from the Panther Nations podcast going to make a brief appearance in 13 minutes' time. He's going to be Steve's new favourite person in the world. So look forward to that. But 12, and we've picked up an early second round pick. I think that 34, if he doesn't go in the first round, could be Jahmyr Gibbs. I really think that's going to be on the board if Bijan isn't at 12. Darnell Washington?
I want Keanu there. Right?
Darnell Washington at 34.
You've not addressed DT.
Can I just say as well that Levis is still on the board, and someone like the Bucks this is their kind of range that they could jump up and take Levis ahead of us, which would be great because that would be another pick off the board. Or the Titans could take Levis at 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, Titans take Levis at 11, just sit there and take him. I think that's perfect. Right, I've got to pop off for 2 secs.
Oh, man. Player of the year, one of the candidates to do so, and they've just rubbed our faces in it like that. It's so disappointing when you've been after a prospect. I know I shouldn't get involved in prospects so much, but I've loved Devon for such a long time. It's just, I'm gutted to see him go there. But hey, we've got 34. 34 is going to be better than 81. So we've got 3 picks in the second now. If you go DT, linebacker, hell, offensive line. Now you can take an offensive lineman in the second and sit him. Doesn't really matter. We've got 5 picks in the top 55, so you're gonna have to deal with it. What do we think? Do we think Bijan at 12?
No.
Who are we realistically looking at then? Because who's in that group now? Where are we waiting to see if someone falls? Could it be Joey Porter? Could Joey Porter be in play? I think he might be.
I'm hoping it's Porter.
I'm hoping Porter's in play.
I've just seen the Falcons pick.
So have I.
I haven't
I'm afraid.
Where are we at? The Falcons are going to fuck me over for some way. So why are you seeing it so quick? I'm watching it live on Game Pass.
It's me. I'm plugged into the Twitterverse. I get everything like 30 seconds ahead of you guys.
Just ignore it. It's much fun to watch it, but the Falcons will screw me over in some way.
I'm trying to.
I bet the fuckers have gone Bijan just a bit. They take Pitts right early. They don't need a running back. You've just had Tyler Algier, who you've discovered in the 5th round, who's got you 1,000 yards in the season. Build your offensive line for him. He'll get you 1,800, 2,000, whatever. Don't draft another goddamn running back.
Right, so we're getting 12, 34, and 168 for 6 and 81.
So what's 168? A 5th? That sounds like a 5th. Or like a really late 5th or an early 6th. So basically we get, by dropping 6 places, we get pick 34. We've gone from 81 to 34.
Yeah. So we upgrade our late 3rd to an early 2nd, and then we pick up a late 5th as well.
It is on the face of it a good trade. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
It just depends who you get at 12 now. Is he going to be better than who you could have got 6? And to be honest, I'm glad we weren't in the Tyree stakes. I'm glad they're just like, yeah, no, we don't want anything to do with him at that point. So, but I mean, Levis is sat there at 12, and you're like, do you want a guy to sit? You've got 18, you've got 34, you've got 2 in the 50s. At some point, he will become an attractive proposition. I've got him going 14 to Tampa. That's how far he falls for me. No further than that. Somebody's going to make a move eventually.
Where's Jalen Carter going?
Bears. Bears won't care.
Well, Bears on the board now, so
I hope I hope someone jumps them or trade. Oh, I don't want them to trade. I don't want them to get more picks, but I think the Bears take Carter at this point or Skoronski. It's going to be one of the top offensive line. It's going to be a trench warfare guy because that's what they've got. Their trenches are awful. The defensive side of the trench is non-existent. The offensive line is not much better. So it's just pick your poison. But you've got to protect your franchise QB here. I mean,
could JSN be in play for us?
I would.
That would make Matt.
That's my own personal preference. I don't like him, so we're gonna have to trade.
Eagles have jumped up 1 spot.
Right, Eagles have gone for Jalen Carter then.
Yeah, they've done it. No, it hasn't been confirmed yet, but that's the only reason they would trade up, right? There's not Bijan on the board unless they really they think they can do something with Gonzalez. It has to be for Carter.
I'm only just getting the Falcons pick now. This is Twitter's way ahead at this point in time, but Hey ho, I'm going to enjoy this. This is going to be Bijan. Screw you, Falcons. You retake the list.
So, I just had a very happy thought. What if we get Carter at 12?
All right, let's have a look.
Falcons about to pick.
I've not heard it yet, but I have a feeling I know what it's going to be now. And if it is the Falcons...
Hope everyone is enjoying their draft night with us. Thank you for being with us. We really, really appreciate you guys spending the time. It is a labour of love for us. Combined total hours into this draft for all of us, over 400 hours, which is incredible, really, when it comes to it. So, thank you. It really feels like a relief to actually be here right now. You guys are the best. So, thank you. Any donations welcome. Subscriptions, of course. Falcons about to pick now.
That is cheap.
Bijan Robinson.
Jesus Christ.
8 overall to the Falcons. Unbelievable pick.
Oh, God damn it.
Are we going to trade back from 12?
No, we don't need that many players. I don't care. We don't need 10, 11, 12 players. We want good players.
There has been a trade.
back.
There has been a trade for 9.
9 for 10 and 2024 4th round pick.
4th round pick in next year's draft, and Philly are going to get their guy above Chicago. Could Philly be going for Peter Skoronski, and now the Bears have to go elsewhere? This could screw the Bears over for years to come.
Very nice.
Unless this is Carter. This could be Carter.
Either way, even if it's Carter that's screwing them over because they're not getting the best defensive player left on the board, they're gonna have to, it makes our lives a bit easier.
Oh boy, Gonzalez is still on the board.
So Bears will pick 10. They'll probably get an offensive lineman. Titans will either go Levis or offensive lineman.
Titans will go Levis,
Gonzalez.
surely.
But if the Titans go Levis, Philly goes Carter, and the Bears go offensive lineman, then the Lions have a great choice of people available. I think the thing is, the trade looks about neutral now. We feel like it's not great because we haven't won it, but I don't think we've necessarily lost it. If we can come out with a top-tier guy at 12 and we've picked up an early second rounder, we could win this trade. Paris Johnson at 6? We never were going there.
It's a long night. But this confirms my belief that it was Devon or nothing.
Yeah, I agree.
It was Devon Anderson or nothing, yeah.
Yeah, and, that heartens me to know that. So I think Joey Porter's in play now. I do think Joey Porter's the guy who is he fits Detroit better. Gonzalez is freakishly athletic, but for me, he doesn't show the core traits you want from a Lions player. Porter is an absolute monster, gonna smack people, and he's what we base ourselves on.
Yeah, but Gonzalez is still on the board.
Gonzalez is still there, yeah.
He is ridiculously athletic and whatnot, but for me, it's just personal preference of what I see in a Lions player. I don't see it in Gonzalez. That is just me personally. That's not me saying he's bad. I just think Devon was better, and I've got Joey above him. If Joey goes, then Gonzalez comes into play. It's just, this is all personal preference with this corner class. It always has been. They are all incredibly talented, but I kind of want the right guy for the Lions, not the most talented guy. They're not necessarily sometimes the same thing.
I have to express my disappointment that Bijan has gone the 2022 Doak Walker Award winner, second in yards from scrimmage in the nation in 2022, and for me, the best running back prospect of this millennium. Bar none. I just think he's an absolute world beater. So the Falcons have got a mean one. I just fear for Tyler Algier now. I mean, I don't think those two people can live in the same world. I don't think it happens. I think Algier should be on the block at this point, and he had a really good year last year.
What did the Bears get for trading
a fourth?
down?
2024
next year.
And that doesn't seem like much for that. They're just trying to get picks for whenever they can. But man, this is just a screw the Falcons draft. This is now. The Falcons. I'm going to put a dartboard with Pete Carroll's face up on my wall now.
Dave. Got, and I'm sorry, I've got to interrupt you because we've got the best guest of the evening on the show right now, David Rhodes, Panther Nation's podcast. And if you are not looking at the screen right now, turn your attention to David's background because it is littered with amazing retro gaming. I don't even know what to call them, but they're absolutely fantastic to look at. I'm a bit of a nerd, so I love it very much. Dave, thanks for coming on, man.
What's going on, guys? Yeah, man, we got a quarterback. I don't know how this feels. It's been a while. So, we got a quarterback. I'm very happy that we got a quarterback. I know the last time I was on this show, I was thinking it was going to be Stroud, but I'm happy that we got Bryce. So it's going to be interesting to see how this is going to go down.
Ash.
Definitely.
And I see you guys traded back, huh?
Yeah, we did.
It did.
You should have seen the freak out when it was announced.
Emotions are running high.
Emotions are running high, especially since
we picked this time because the thought was we were gonna talk about y'all pick too, but
still waiting.
Still waiting.
Listen, man. Trust the Aggie, man. Trust the Aggie. Trust Brad Holmes, bruh. Trust him. Let's trust him, okay?
We do. It seems to have worked out because it looks like the next couple of picks are going to be linemen, so we could still have Gonzalez fall into our lap, which obviously be great.
Ash, speak up a little bit for me, man.
If the Eagles take Jalen Carter, man, I'm gonna lose my mind.
I prefer not to speak. If I speak, I'm in big trouble.
but see, Ash, by saying that, you've just given it away. Just don't say a thing.
It's fine, man. We just had 800. We got 800 people watching our stream, and they're all speaking. And we just made a big announcement on our show too, because I'm flying down to Charlotte to go. We're gonna be on Cut to It, Steve Smith's podcast on Monday, so that's gonna be fun.
Oh, that's amazing! Congrats, man.
That is amazing.
Send us a link to that. We'll watch it.
Absolutely. Once he comes to the release, we're recording on Monday, so it's gonna be good. Looking forward to it. He insisted that we all fly down. I was like, all right, I'll be down there. So I'm flying down Saturday.
Nice.
Ash.
So
I know who it is.
Yeah. So obviously, we might as well start the most recent thing.
The rich gets richer.
Go
for it. What do you got?
What you got? So might as well start with the most pressing news. Obviously, you taking Bryce Young first overall in this draft. I know you just said that you thought it was going to be Stroud a couple of weeks ago. Which would have you took if you were your GM? Would you have still taken Young, or would you have gone with your heart and taken Stroud?
I think I would have definitely taken Bryce. I believe. Well, for me, it came down to the fact that what he did this year might have been more impressive than what he did the year before when he won the Heisman because of the talent that he had around him. I know people are worried about his frame, his height in particularly his weight, and it's a legitimate concern. But one thing I will say is that I don't think no quarterback has had as good offensive line. Like Cam Newton's never had an offensive line as good as what he's going to have behind him. So I think he's going to be able to stay upright behind that offensive line. I think he's going to be able to see around the line. He's going to be able to do what he needs to do. So I'm not too worried about it. He's really good with anticipation. So I think Bryce Young is a good pick. Like, I honestly thought that Anthony Richardson was also in the running for that number one overall pick as well. It probably was Stroud too, but I think there was some people in the room that wanted Richardson too because of the upside of Richardson. I mean, the dude's an athletic freak.
Completely agree. Completely agree. As much as I'm an FSU fan, so I'm supposed to hate him. You can't help but just fall in love with all the tools he's got there, and the upside, as you say, he could be the next Josh Allen Mahomes. So if you did swing the bat at him and took your chance, I would have completely backed it. But either way, you've still got who was my QB1, Bryce Young, as you say. This year was very impressive. And obviously, the Tennessee game springs to mind for me. the fact he did that without Jameson Williams, without John Mechie, without anyone through, he's still going toe-to-toe for Hendon Hooker, Jalen Hyatt, all these people. Yeah, so he's easily, was for me at least in my opinion, the best pick for you guys. But as you said, you've got the offensive line to sort of keep him upright behind that. Probably obviously starts with your first round pick last year with Ika Makwanu, and then Cade Mays as well, who you got late on, who was a Senior Bowl darling, if I remember rightly. So, but obviously the pick of Bryce Young perhaps spells the end for your QB pick last year, Matt Corral, who was somewhat of a pod favorite for us. We did kind of like him a tiny bit. So, do you think he could maybe win the backup job, or was the Liz Frank injury last year just the end of his time in Carolina for you?
I don't think he wants to win the backup job. I think he's already kind of given predictive notes out there on Twitter and Instagram. I don't think he's happy. But I said it when we drafted him last year that he was a dead man walking because of the head coach.
Yeah,
because the head coach was a dead man walking. Whenever you draft a quarterback, when you got 1 year to go, it makes it very tough on the next on a quarterback in that situation. Justin Fields is an exception to the rule. But even then, people were having legitimate debates on whether or not the Chicago Bears should take a quarterback at number 1 before they traded out of the pick.
Yeah.
So
you also got last year you got one of my favorites linebackers of the thing with Brandon Smith out of Penn State, who I absolutely loved, who is kind of like obviously like Trenton Smith Simpson this year, but a bit less athletic. And I noticed he started a lot of games, but you still have a need inside linebacker. And obviously Shaq Thompson took the pay cut. So is linebacker a big thing for you now in the later rounds of the draft?
It's interesting because in my opinion, I think it is, but a lot of the fan base don't think it's that important, which is kind of wild to me. There's some folks within the fan base that believe that cornerback is more important. Edge rusher, I would agree, is more important right now. There's some that think that wide receiver is more important. There's some that think that that tight end is more important. And I'm like, guys. And I think Brandon Smith is going to do very well for us. Don't get me wrong. But I want the guy that's been coaching being coached and being taught by Luke Kuechly, and that's Jack Campbell. So for me, I would love to get him in the second round, but there's been rumblings that we're trying to get back into the first round, which is part of the reason why we're trying to keep this energy up, because there's a possibility that Carolina might make another appearance. The way these trades have been going, yeah, there's talks that they might trade back into the first.
Oh, okay.
That would be an interesting move.
At the bottom, but it might not happen. Don't get me, but there's speculation that they possibly might do it if the right person falls to them. So because there's one wide receiver that they want, and that's the kid from Ohio State.
JSN. You better move up quickly then, because he's probably going off the board in the next couple of picks. Because
they only got one. Like, I guess a lot of folks only have a first round grade. Only a few teams have one wide receiver with a first round rating as him.
Yeah,
so you're probably going to go in the 20s. Yeah, you're probably going to 20s. And the way that this board is falling, man, like we're at 10. Will Levis is still on the board, ladies and gentlemen.
Bears pick is in, and I do wonder whether wide receiver might actually be in their thoughts, even though they should go OT, even though they should go D-line.
Gotta be Skoronski.
It's got to be
Skoronski at this point. But you are giving up on Justin Fields if you don't protect him at this pick, because the drop-off is going to be huge.
It is a tackle.
So it's him or Darnell Wright or Broderick Jones.
Here comes the pick.
It's somebody.
What are the Bears?
Darnell Wright! Darnell Wright at 10! It is!
I said it.
What a reach. What a reach.
I said it a few weeks ago. They love Braxton Jones, so they're going to keep him at left, and they've took their right tackle of the future. They love Braxton Jones for some reason.
Wow.
So let's have a discussion. So since we're here, let's have a discussion about Tennessee. Tennessee right now is sitting at 11. It's obvious that they don't believe in Malik Willis. There's reports already out there saying they don't believe in Malik Willis. I think they're almost fed up with Ryan Tannehill at this point. The question I have at this point, in my opinion, is Will Levis better than Ryan Tannehill?
No. I think in terms of Tannehill, Tannehill's kind of like in Goff territory. Like, he's that kind of quarterback. He's a pocket passer. He's got a strong arm. And Tannehill's been great in the last couple of seasons. But the problem is they just don't have a decent scheme to work around him. And their offensive line is absolute bullshit. So I think Tennessee, like, I don't think Tannehill's the problem. I think it's the O-line and it's the weapons, because they're too reliant on Derrick Henry. And they don't have like a credible wide receiver since they traded AJ Brown.
The pick is already in, ladies and gentlemen. Pick is in.
Let's go back to the Panthers and talk about your prospects now, because you have a defensive draft from a couple of years ago which has come on leaps and bounds. That side of the board is pretty much set. You traded away wide receiver 1, but quarterback has now come in, someone that you can potentially rely on. The O-line is pretty good. Are you guys the favorites for the South now?
Oh, we were favorites for the South before all this happened.
Oh yeah, okay.
we almost won the South with Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, and PJ Walker as our starting quarterbacks all year. We were literally a game out. If we actually had a competent cornerback in the final against the Bucks, we would have won the South. But CJ Henderson gave up 2 touchdown passes to Mike Evans. So we're gonna win the South. And that was the point I was trying to put across to the fan base. When we hired Frank Wright, the first thing I said was, we better win the South. And I was like, and you better not give him a pass. Because Steve Wilkes almost won the South in 12 games. So you cannot give him a pass. And I don't want to hear, well, we're about to have a rookie quarterback, so they can't win the division. Nah, I'm not having it. Because Dennis Allen's not a good coach.
Yeah.
Like,
the Lions are on the clock, by the way. Tennessee pick is in. The Lions are on the clock. Dave, you might be here for it, man.
You might be here for it.
Now I am going to be here for it. I'm gonna stick around to see because the picks went fast. So I'm gonna stick around to see what the pick looks like.
Are you worried now that Bijan Robinson's in your division?
I'm not worried about Bijan Robinson because their quarterback is Desmond Ridder. I'm not worried about Bijan Robinson, and I still stand by. I'm not.
Okay, so one thing Ridder could do was run, and so 2 running guys behind there is going to work quite well, no?
Here's my opinion on Atlanta, and I said this to my boy Big Low Country. If they don't do a fair quarterback competition, and they just give Desmond Ridder the job, that's going to be a mistake, because Taylor Heineke can beat him.
You mentioned Steve Wilkes a minute ago, who obviously has now gone on to be the 49ers DC, but didn't he used to run a 4-3 scheme? And I know your new DC's more versed in 3-4s. Is that perhaps the reason why a load of places have you listed with defense being like one major needs, despite your heavy defensive draft that Matt mentioned a few minutes ago?
Yeah. But we did a pretty good job picking up some players in free agency to help with that. Like, we picked up Sean Tuttle, and we've been picking up some players to convert to the 3-4 scheme. But I think we still need another inside linebacker. And they're gonna move Jeremy Chin back up into the box.
Oh, that's good.
Which is good. So that's a good sign. But now I'm looking forward to the scheme change back to a 3-4. I mean, when the Panthers first got to the NFL, they started as a 3-4.
Yeah. So obviously, where does Yetur Gross-Matos fit into that now? Because obviously he used to be an edge for you guys, but is he going to be an outside linebacker for how big he is, or is he going to convert down to a 3-4 end?
He might be part of a trade.
Oh God. I would say us, but we're pretty loaded at that big end spot.
He could be part of a trade. That's why, if we're going to move up, he could be part of a trade. So what we looking like? Is that my boy Hendon Hooker? Yeah, that's my boy Hendon Hooker.
No! Hooker went above Levis?
No.
I'm looking at the picture. I think they're showing Hooker and Levis.
Oh, I thought you were saying that Tennessee's pick was Hooker. I was like, I can see it.
Look, man. Look. Hendon Hooker took classes at A&T before he started balling for Tennessee.
So,
fun fact.
I have Hooker above Levis on my board. Dave. I know that's not popular, but I don't know where you are at with that.
I thought I had Hooker as the third best guy.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I can
enough.
see it. I can see it.
I think whoever gets Hooker in the second round, like when we were sitting at 9, my opinion was always been if CJ or Bryce doesn't fall, and I was cool with Richardson too, but if Levis was the only option, I would rather get the BPA and then try to get Hooker in the second round.
Looking back that. So I was going to say. So looking for, you've just seen the pick, haven't you, Matt?
I haven't seen who it is, but I've seen the position that it is.
I'm not looking.
I won't say anything. Okay. So I was going to say,
Dave, going back to Carolina. So Tampa Bay in your division, Saints in your division. I mean, the Saints are kind of treading water, but they seem to kind of be in and around there, trying to sort of walk that 500 line. Tampa Bay seem like they're in freefall, but the team individually seems like has talent. Are you confident that you really are going to be, the 3 or 4 seed in the NFC? Yeah, yeah, okay.
We're gonna win the division, guys. I'm not worried at all.
Has to be.
I think because I think the coaching staff. I think we got a better coaching staff than anybody else in that division.
Skronsky comes off the board for Tennessee. Oh my God, it's all happening here.
We're on the clock. We're on the clock.
Lions are on the clock, and Christian Gonzalez is there. Joey Porter Jr. is there. Jackson Smith and Jigba is there. This could be an excellent trade for the Lions now with how it's fallen.
I'm just looking down into like a massive... I'm looking down to a massive void, and I can just see Will Levis spiraling down into the abyss.
I'm going for number 1, boys. Number 1, yeah.
So look,
Levis is like
so Levis would make me cry. The pick is in.
We've picked.
Hang on, is Holmes going to get done for doing that too quickly? Because that was fast.
I've got no fucking idea who we're going to pick.
It's Gonzalez.
Absolutely no fucking idea.
It's 100% Gonzalez.
I've seen who it is. I'm going to ask a question while you guys catch up. So you're saying, obviously, you're targeting Jack Campbell at the top of the like the second, or maybe trade up to the first. What about someone like Nolan Smith or another outside linebacker to be that edge to go opposite Brian Burns to sort of complete?
Oh,
that
I wouldn't be mad at that. I wouldn't be mad at that at all. Like I think if we go edge, if we go edge, if we go wide, he's already knows the pick. If we go edge, if we go wide receiver, I wouldn't be too mad about it. Because we got to get a weapon for Bryce Young.
I don't like Steve's reaction to this, and Ash, you being so cool about this is not good.
I have a funny feeling about what this pick might be, and I think y'all are going to lose your mind.
Dave, who do you think it is? You haven't seen it. Who do you think it is?
If it's Will Levis, I'm laughing. I'm just going to let you know that. If it's Will Levis, I'm laughing.
It might be. Like, the reaction says Will Levis.
You're nowhere close. You're nowhere close.
Okay, all right, good.
Don't tell me it's Kincaid. Don't tell me it's Kincaid.
Nope.
Where are we going?
You're never going to get it. You're never ever going to get it.
They might. So, remember when
never going to get it.
Oh yeah, well, I'm here for the meltdown that's about to happen. David, enjoy the fireworks.
Matt,
enjoy
the
fireworks.
Now I will turn on my audio.
Matt, you've got 10 guesses, and I bet you won't get it in 10 guesses. 10 guesses, go on.
That means it ain't Christian Gonzalez.
No.
10 guesses.
10
you won't get it.
It's not Cam Smith.
Is it Hooker?
No.
Brian Brzee.
No.
Darnell Washington.
No, but I'd be happy if it was that.
Oh, shit.
I'm confused. I'm more confused than anything. You understand why I'm so confused, don't you, Steve?
Here it comes.
This is mental.
Why is it always when I'm on this podcast that... Goodbye, DeAndre Swift. Hello.
Johnson Gibbs.
Wow.
Fucking get in. Come on, then. We're going for it all.
Bye, Swift. We're going.
Wow.
Y'all took Gibbs. Wait a minute. 2 running backs in the top 12.
Dave, I had a bet for 2 running backs going first round. I've cashed it in, motherfucker. Let's go.
This.
Oh my god! What the hell? What the hell is this?
Can you? So you know when you got the Scrancy pick,
Jameer Gibbs, baby.
That's when Gibbs flashed up for me. That's when Gibbs flashed up me when you guys were getting Scronsky. I got Gibbs flash up on my phone.
Did you?
Yeah.
How?
Twitterverse. I'm plugged in. I was gonna say, quick reaction. There's our Alvin Kamara. Damn Cowboys are happy, man.
Oh man, we are going to be scary next year. This may not be a good pick for the future, but for the present, this is a scary fucking pick for people.
This is us going all in.
Would the Patriots take Will Levis?
Oh, that's a really good shout.
That's a really good shout.
Would the Patriots take Will Levis?
I mean,
this is
Smith and Jigba's still on the board.
They need a quarterback. They don't want Mac Jones anymore.
Yeah, they got a quarterback from Western Kentucky.
Oh, yeah, they got Zappy. They got Zappy. They got my man Zappy.
So the Patriots know they are 4th in a division where they cannot be more than 4th. With the Rodgers trade, they are 4th. Dave, we want to speak about the Panthers while you're here, man. So talk to me more about your prospects in this coming year. What do you want to fill out in the rest of the draft? So you talked about round 1. What about further down?
So we right now we don't got any more picks after round 5. So I have a feeling that Scott Fitterer is going to probably try to do some trading, some willing and dealing. So if we do trade up, then we might be done earlier than we think. But if we don't, then I think we're going to do some trade backs and try to accumulate some more picks. Because he did that a lot last year. So we'll see what happens with regards to that. It'll be interesting, I will say. I want to get out of this draft edge rusher, wide receiver. A corner would be nice. A linebacker would be nice. Tight end would be nice. But I'm just happy that we got a quarterback. I'm happy that I got to debate whether or not we're going to pick up another Sam Darnold or a Baker Mayfield or a whatever. Some folks wanted Gibbs in the 2nd, so I know you guys are thrilled.
So you're saying tight end? Does that mean that you're not confident in Tommy Tremble and Hayden Hurst? Then you want, or you just want something different?
I am. I'm just about trying to get more weapons for Bryce.
Yeah. Okay,
that's what it boils down to. I like Hurst. I like Hurst a lot, and I love Tremble.
It's just you just want a different
coaching staff.
Don't you?
It's new coaching staff.
Surround Bryce as much as you can, because as you say, you're definitely my favourites for the South right now, unless something major suddenly happens.
They only signed Frank Reich to a 4-year deal to be the head coach. He ain't getting 7 years like Hove Matt Rule. So he's got to win now. Like, he ain't gonna have too much time for this.
Pick is in for Green Bay. I'm looking at Ant's reaction, thinking I need to be this happy because.
Look, all I will say, I've said this in the draft process going along. Bijan's great, but if you want the true all dual threat running back in this draft,
is hilarious.
See, the thing is, though, I've always had a low-key thing for Jameer because, so at college level, he's done it at the G5 level. He's done it at the Power 5 level. He has shown that he can do it without being at the best of offensive lines, at the best of teams. He can carry a team and win them games. And then when he's at a powerhouse behind a good offensive line, he can win games. I watched him win the game for Alabama against Arkansas last year. And I watch Arkansas a lot because I'm a KJ Jefferson stan. They would not have won that game without him. He ran for about 230 yards. He completely and utterly obliterated them. What we want to do, and I've said this all the while, our running game is what we base our team on. It is the bread and butter of what we do. We run over you first and foremost. That has to be a top priority in the draft. I know running backs are not valued that high, but in terms of the value to our team, the running game is critical. So you have to invest in it as such, as a critical investment. And this is what this is. David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs, my God, that is one of the best running back tandems in the NFL. And this is not hyperbole. David Montgomery has done it at this level for many years now. He is a great he is a great blocker. He is great at forcing missed tackles. He gets a lot of yards after contact. Jahmyr Gibbs, you line him up next to him, he is the best receiving back in this draft and automatically becomes one of the best receiving backs in the NFL. That's how good he is. And he is a running back who has home run speed, explosion, ability. I know it's not the pick we all would have assumed, but it makes a ton of sense for us. And we now have that pick at 34, so we can go defense. We can afford this pick. I love this pick. I am all about it. Jahmyr Gibbs, you are a Detroit Lion, and I love you.
You can see who the Packers picked.
You fucking fucked it, you dickheads! Sorry, Dave. Before we react to the Green Bay pick, please could you tell us where to find you before Steve has a meltdown because he's crying right now. PMP, we are big fans of yours, and the HBCU stuff that you do is absolutely, just it's something that we really want to champion here. So tell us about PMP and about the HBCU stuff you do.
So yes, you can follow us at Panther Nation PC on Twitter. We're on YouTube. We just broke 20,000 subs on YouTube.
That's insane. Congrats, man. That's amazing.
Panther Nation podcast there. Just look us up, or PNP. If you just search PNP, Rashad and Dave, we'll pop right up. Very, very great show. It was a phenomenal show. We go live every Tuesday night, 8 o'clock. With regards to the HBCU work I do, we go live on Twitter Spaces every Wednesday at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for HBCU Nightly. I just started an HBCU show on Fridays at 8 o'clock. I'm not doing it this week because we're doing the draft coverage, but I know Josh is going to do a part 2 for HBCU Nightly tomorrow as a sub-in. And I made a bold prediction that we're going to have 5 HBCU players drafted during draft night. And I think we might see one of them get drafted tomorrow. We'll see. But otherwise, I think the majority of them are going to get drafted day 3. The 5 guys I got, I think is going to be Xavier Smith from Florida A&M, Aubrey Miller from Jackson State, Isaiah Land from Florida A&M as well. Mark Evans is going to be the first one off the board from Arkansas Pine Bluff. And there's one more guy, and the name is escaping me right now, and I need to do better.
There has been a trade. Pittsburgh have traded up to 14 with the New England Patriots. Pittsburgh Steelers now on the clock.
Right.
This is for Joey Porter.
14 for 17 and 120.
Wouldn't that be wild that it would be for Joey Porter?
This is for Joey Porter.
I have Joey Porter under 19 and a half. So if this is Joey Porter, I'm going to lose my shit.
Oh, the fifth guy, Jadakiss Bonds from Hampton, the wide receiver. He could run all the routes, 6'2". And I like Shaq Davis from South Carolina State too, but he's pretty raw. But you can't coach 6'5".
I'd love Jadakiss Bonds here. I would love Mark Evans here. I hope that we get Mark Evans as well. There are some great guys there.
Yeah.
Dave,
I'm going to let you guys go.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming on. We really appreciate you coming on and talking with you again. And we hope to do it again soon.
Not a question, man. You have a good one, gentlemen.
You too. Cheers. Thank you.
Yep.
I need to redo my blooming schedule. Tom Wilkinson's in the house. Tom, trade down and pick running back. What do you make of it?
Firstly, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. We got, I don't know if you were watching the coverage, we got a bit of a spoiler ahead of that pick on the coverage. So Ian Rappaport was doing his little thing and he said the Lions are going to be getting or looking for more juice on offense. And I was like, what? So that either means Dalton Kincaid, maybe? Could it be Zay Flowers? So I was panicking over that. Out of the 3, Jahmyr Gibbs, I'd rather that, but it's a surprise. Let's go with that.
Coming out of it, is there any better result for Lions day one than other than Bijan?
I mean, it's going to be so exciting, but I thought he might be in play at 18 because you're getting a lot of buzz that he could break the top 20, but I don't love it at 12, if I'm perfectly honest. But I like the player. I like the player a lot.
Anthony Fitzpatrick, you are drinking David Reinford Tier 1 gifted sub. 2 Feronqua. Drink, my lad. Thank you very much. Sorry.
So the big thing here is because you've gone from 81 to 34, I think you can afford this pick because you've now got a pick at 18, 34, 51, 55. You can still add a lot of defense, a lot of talent to this defense, but you have added such a dynamic playmaker to this team. And I get the point 12 is rich. I agree to a degree. But for Jahmyr Gibbs, you pair him with Montgomery, you've got one of the best running back duos in the NFC now because they both have a different skill set. You can both do so much with them. Monty's the yak guy. Jahmyr Gibbs is the backfield guy. He is what DeAndre Swift, we wanted him to be, that ultimate all-round running back who can do everything. But unlike Swift, he's got home run speed, which Swift never had. So whilst my base instincts tell me I've got to be more critical about this, I love it on the surface of it because we can still get lots of studs on defense and we have just added something special to our running back room. We needed it. We've got it. And cheers to whoever subbed. Thank you. We appreciate it.
David Reinfeldt with a gift to sub again. And the Steelers are picking right now. Commissioner at the table. And they
think it might be Broderick?
They might go tackle.
Mm-hmm. They're just getting the Jets.
Ooh. Broderick Jones! Broderick Jones for the Steelers. Holy moly.
Oh, God, yeah.
So that's Dan Moore Jr. out of a job.
I was going to say, I thought it might be here just because I think they could wait to 17 and get Porter, but the tackles are gone. Unless you're high on Anton Harrison, I was thinking it had to be Broderick Jones.
So Broderick goes after Darnell. So Skoronski is right. So I had Skoronski to the Jets. That makes utter sense now. I think this might be a pick.
Skoronski's gone to Tennessee.
Oh, he did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I'm miles off.
So the top players on the board right now, according to what we've got on the stream at the moment, Gonzalez, Smith and Jigba, Porter, Murphy, Smith, Levis, Johnston, Brazee, Mayer, Branch. Those are the top 7 guys.
Are the Jets going to do it? Are the Jets going to finally give Rodgers a first-round receiver?
Welcome to New York, Christian Gonzalez. That's all I can say.
Tom, they can't give him a tackle because they've all gone now. Unless you're going Osiris Torrance, they can't give him an O lineman.
It's true. What do you make of the Packers drafting Lucas Van Ness at 13 overall?
So did you, before I go, did you guys think that was too high? Because I saw there was quite a big reaction.
Way too high.
Yeah.
There were a load of mocks in the last 24 hours having Van Ness to the Lions at 18.
I was freaking out about
it. Too high at 18.
It was like, I can't remember if it's Brendan Dono, but a lot of the guys who are normally the most accurate had him. I think there was 3 different mocks from those kind of top guys having him there. I don't hate it as a pick in terms of I don't feel I would have been annoyed had they taken Gonzalez. There aren't that many players I'm scared of at this kind of point in the draft because I think, as we know, this is very much approaching the end of where the first round grades are for this draft. So I'm certainly not upset that the Packers got him. At the same time, if I'm a Packers fan, I don't hate it, to be honest. I personally would much rather Nolan Smith because I just have him rated much more highly as a player. But I thought Van Ness would go in the kind of 15 to 20 range. So I don't think it's that much of a reach in terms of what we expected from a kind of media standpoint.
But this is all fall into Brian Branch at 18, Tom. The dream is alive.
Oh, that is a good one.
How good would that be to have 3 picks in the second tomorrow and to have Jahmyr Gibbs and Branch on the team?
Well, and I still think there's a good chance that 34 pick gets moved up to the back end of the first.
Yeah,
I think there's a chance we leave today with 3 first rounders. But yeah, I mean, when we did our mock, I was saying that I was torn between Smith or Branch at 18. and there's a good chance one of them is going to be on the board. And between those two and Gonzalez, obviously, really good chance. But then at the same time, I wasn't expecting us to take Gibbs at 12. So we're probably going to take someone completely different.
I've managed to have gotten right Anthony Richardson, number 4 overall, and 2 running backs in the first round. So my bets are looking good right now. I'm feeling it. Jets are on the clock at the moment at 15. Steve, I just want to make sure you're ready for DC Tweet Team and Maurice coming on, the MVP of our previous guests. Oh, Steve, come on, stop sulking. Are you ready for it?
On, Steve.
Does Steve not like Jameer?
Has everyone forgotten how absolutely fucking gash our defense was last season?
The thing is, Steve, we've got 18, 34, 51, and 55. We can get 4 starters for the defense. This is a point of emphasis for us. We need to run the ball better, and we need depth. Do you want to go into this?
DeAndre Swift and David Montgomery.
DeAndre Swift, who's that?
Running back is not.
Don't know who he is. He hasn't been on the team for a while.
Swift is a crock and can't stay healthy. And Craig Reynolds, as much as we love Hulu, can do it in bits. You have to have 2 great running backs and depth behind them for this team to really do what it needs to do. Honestly, I agree. I know why you're thinking this. As a guy who has watched Jahmyr Gibbs for years, all I can say is you will love him and you will love what he brings to our offense.
Super Bowl 2023, let's go, boys!
By the way, has anyone else thought just kind of pour some out for Jeremy Reisman, who obviously was dreading the thought of being on 18, and instead he's got Gibbs at 12.
Jeremy tweeted, because obviously he said about Bijan getting drafted by the Atlanta Falcons, like, oh yeah, thank God that's gone. And then he tweeted about 2 minutes after we made the pick, oh yeah, don't spike the football in the first quarter, kids.
We need to get him back on as soon as possible.
I've just tweeted him now. I've just put UK Detroit online.
Wow.
That's a put on words as well. UK
love.
UK, you're right, love. Honestly, look, I know you doubt me here, but this is a really good pick, and I will do the tape review for Jahmyr, and I will show you why this is a really good pick.
It's a good player, but it's a bad pick.
I agree. I agree with Steve.
I agree with Steve as well, but I think 34 allows us to do this because we are going to get 4 round 1 and round 2 players. 3 of them could be on defense, and it fills a lot of holes. We have to wait and see what he does now. But, I mean, now that the Steelers are out the way, Joey Porter does not have a home. And he could find a home at 18 with us. That instantly makes us better. So let's see what he does day 2 in round 2. This could be really big for us now.
It could definitely be. Go on.
Like, surely, if picking at 12, taking Gonzalez at 12, we were saying that Gonzalez at 6 would be a good pick. So how can Gonzalez at 12 not be a great pick?
But we could get him at 18. We could get him at 18.
I think he goes Commanders, to be honest. They want a DB.
But then we get Joey Porter.
Yeah.
I don't think Porter's a fit for us personally, so I'd be surprised.
No, Banks. I'd rather have Banks at 18.
But as in, to be honest, I'm fine with any of them. Banks is the guy I'd want out of the 2, just because I think Porter, not to say he's one-dimensional, but he really, from a system standpoint, you only really want him up in someone's face. And if you look at the guys we brought in as corners, we're clearly going to look to play a little bit more off. And I don't want Porter playing at depth, personally. Like, Banks is a more physical guy, and you see a lot of impressive press reps, but I think he's going to be a bit more flexible.
Just Tom, the other point, right, which it's kind of just the realization's dawning on me. Surely Gibbs would have been there at 18.
But that's where I stand on it, right? And this comes down to, I really like the player, really, really like the player. I think there's a good chance he would have been there at 18, and I don't think Gonzalez is going to be there at 18. So for me, that's what I would have done. But you clearly get the impression that Gonzalez was not and is not their guy. Like, to be honest, if we didn't take him at 12, I would be really surprised if we take him at 18, because you're saying Gibbs is one of the guys we've got a first round grade on, and Gonzalez probably isn't. Because if you're prioritizing a running back there, running back / receiver, but for me, I think Gonzalez just isn't as high for the Lions. And a lot of that comes down to some things we talked about over the past few months, whether does he have that kind of fire? Does he have that drive? Does he love football? Does he do the things that the Lions would necessarily want him to? So
never mind that. It's something you talked about in your mini video is he's not a good cornerback. He's a great recoverer. And, like, he gets beaten so often, but he gets back in position, and that's great. But at the NFL level, if you don't have the feel for cornerback play in terms of actually moving them with your guy, but you're a half second behind them, you're just the most elite athlete on the field, that's great at college. But at the NFL level, maybe that doesn't translate.
So this could be the pressure point for tight end now.
It could be.
I'm thinking about it. This could be where the first tight end goes if they want to give Rodgers someone to
really
Kincaid or someone.
Yeah, I mean the Jets don't have a tight end really.
I think
we
that,
need,
but
we
also
need more
Jackson
defense.
Smith and Jigba here, right? As in,
we need more defenders.
And Jigba should be the pick. I agree.
Given that they've got Garrett Wilson there, obviously, kind of put those two together, give a guy who's going to be constantly open. I'd love that fit, but I think Kincaid's a great fit here as well. So you think that they're going to go weapon. I'm sure that's part of the conversations they had with ownership in terms of when Rodgers met them was, I've been pissed off with what the Packers have done the last 10 years. Is this going to be different? Like, what is it worth my time coming to New York? That kind of thing.
You've got to assume he's had a say in this. I think it's got to be a condition that he's had a say in this draft pick if they want him here.
Or they've given him an answer, not saying we're going to pick your guys, but we're here to build around you for this 2 to 3 years.
So at the very least, it's an offensive lineman.
I've just seen the Jets pick.
Right. So the red, white, and Buffalo Blues are being deferred to Saturday because of a call out. Tom is leaving the house because he can't bear to be having for the pick, Steve Collins.
Yeah, the lot of you. That's why I turned off during the Lions pick. You're all
I've not
doing
said who
it.
the pick was. I've not said
but
who the pick
you're
was.
all laughs, anything we can tell. Can you imagine if this was Will Levis?
So just in the midst of this, guys, thank you for joining us on our stream. We really appreciate you being here with us. Subscriptions on Twitch, very welcome. There's a PayPal and another link in the description below on YouTube. Anything you can provide is muchly appreciated. Jets pick is coming in now, and Maurice Hawkins is ready to come in. Will McDonald! Oh my God! Oh baby! Wow! Oh my God!
That is an all-time reach.
Wow!
An all-time reach.
Iowa State's defensive end, number 40 on the board. 40 goes 15 to the Jets in Will McDonald the fourth. Oh my God!
Tom, the Jets have just pulled the Packers and screwed Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, I kind of love it. Again, Nolan Smith continues to fall. They've taken a very, very similar player, but
where's Keon White? Keon White's better than this guy. Genuinely.
Well, I remember when I had gone.
No. We've got the MVP in the house. The best guest we've had in the last 2 drafts we've done this show for. DC Tweet Team's Maurice Hawkins is in the house. Maurice, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on? I noticed that you guys planned with military efficiency for me being on the show when the Washington Commanders pick comes up. So kudos to you guys.
Yeah,
sorry, man.
You were live last year when your pick came in. We got you live as well.
Yeah, you were at the draft party, I think, last year, weren't you?
Yeah, I was at the draft party last year. Now I'm just here.
Steve, your man.
I'm still in shock from our last pick, Maurice, but I'm going to try and pull myself together.
Right.
It's like I don't know if you've been following the picks, but it just seems like absolute chaos this draft. What do you make of it so far?
I would agree with that. I mean, I think after Bryce Young was drafted in the number 1 overall, it just kind of went all over the place. So,
what do you make of the picks that have happened in your division so far? So I think the Eagles have taken.
They took a defensive
Jalen
tackle.
Carter?
Yeah, they took Carter.
What are your thoughts?
I think that I mean the Eagles had a monster defense last year. They had a great rotation on their defensive line. That's one of the main reasons why they were as dominant as they was last season. So I think they're gonna lean into that formula once again in 2023. I think that's why they took the D tackle. I mean, you can never. I mean, if you have a great rotation on the D line, you're just really able to wreak a lot of havoc against opposing teams' offenses. And it's clear that the Eagles want to. They want to be the first team in the NFC East, probably in over 20 years, to repeat as division champions. And I think that the draft indicates that they're putting themselves on that way to do that.
And so you're on the clock, and you've picked already. So you've not been messing about. What in terms of needs, what are you kind of hoping to take? Have you got any players picked out, or were you looking at more just like?
I don't have any players picked out, but I think from a position standpoint, we obviously need offensive line. We have Sam Howell, who's going to be our starting quarterback, second-year QB. So if you want him to flourish as a signal caller, you want to make sure he has the protection that he needs. So I know a lot of the experts are saying that we need to draft left tackle to, create some competition for Charles Leno, who's our left tackle now, get younger. If you've known that the Commanders / football team / Redskins, we had Trent Williams in that position for many years, who was, one of the best, left tackles in the NFL. He's still one of the best left tackles in the NFL, seeing what he's doing for San Francisco. So if we can get a left tackle, that can anchor the offensive line, give some depth to that position, I think that's a good spot. I also think tight end is very important. We've been very inconsistent from tight end, probably since Jordan Reed.
Logan Thomas at the moment, yeah, Logan Thomas, but he's been injured.
Yeah, Logan Thomas, he has flashes of brilliance, but he's been injured. So we need a player that is not injury prone, that can give us some diversity on the offensive side of the ball, to create those mismatch problems. I mean, it would be great if we don't do offensive tackle, I would definitely say tight end and try to find like a tight end that is out of the Travis Kelce type of prototype that can create those mismatches in the secondary. Kansas City is very, very effective. If we pick a tight end in the first round, I would say that's a direct result of Eric Bieniemy as an offensive coordinator trying to replicate the successes on the offensive side of the ball that you see in Kansas City. That would definitely be a nod to him being a part of the coaching staff. And I think
so. It might surprise you then that we've done a mock draft. 6 of us have made picks. Mm-hmm. We've taken one offensive tackle, but we've taken 5 cornerbacks for the Washington pick. So 2 of us picked Devon Witherspoon, who's off the board already, and then the other picks were Emmanuel Forbes, Joey Porter Jr., and Deontay Banks.
Mm-hmm.
How would you rate those picks? Would you be pleased with a corner?
I would be pleased with a corner, but I think that given the inconsistency we had on the offensive side of the ball last year, I would attribute that was part of the biggest reason why we weren't able to make a playoff push. You got to protect the quarterback. You got to protect the signal caller. If you look at the elite teams in the NFL, Kansas City, Philadelphia, Cincinnati, San Francisco, they have really stout offensive lines. So, if we want to make a push to win the NFC, we need offensive line.
Maurice, you've just made your pick. Do you know what it is?
No, I don't, because I'm in my car, and because I wanted to be on your show, so I had to sacrifice watching the draft to be amongst you all.
I'm so sorry, but I will reveal that your pick At 16 is cornerback from Mississippi State, Emmanuel Forbes.
Okay. I mean, that's not a bad pick. I mean, pretty much if you've been following the Washington Commanders circles in the media and with the fan communities, the top three choices was offensive line, tight end, and cornerback. Having a first round draft pick at cornerback, to complement Benjamin St. Juste on the other side of the ball, is not a bad look. It's not something that I would have done, but I don't work for the Commanders. I'm not Ron Rivera. They know better than me. So obviously, this is a talented young man. Part of the thing with the Commanders is that Ron Rivera is a defensive-minded coach. He has so much power with the team. So in their mind, I'm assuming that by drafting this young man, that this is going to give the backside of our defense the strength that we want. Clearly, our defensive line is one of the best defensive lines in the NFL. We still need to shore up our middle linebacking core in the middle, but having two solid cornerbacks that can, anchor the back end of the defense, it's not a bad look. So,
Maurice, you said that you bow to the Commanders. They're obviously clearly more intelligent than you, but I disagree, sir. With the respect, with the highest of respect, you have a great NFL mind, a football mind. We have heard this over many years, so do not do yourself down. That's all I will say. The Patriots pick is in, and they are coming now, and the Lions will be up straight after this. Folks, any questions for Maurice?
So Emmanuel Forbes is 166 pounds. So have you got some eating spots to recommend to fatten him up a bit?
Well, luckily the Washington D.C. metropolitan area is inundated with amazing restaurants and dining spots, so we can fatten him up real quick. I'm pretty sure that the strength and conditioning coach is going to get a hold of him and put him on a program to get his weight up, get his strength up, because again, when you look at the receivers, in the NFC East alone, you look at CeeDee Lamb with the Cowboys, you look at AJ Brown with the Philadelphia Eagles, you look at some of the receivers with the Giants, they have some big bodies that can create the separation with the defensive back. So again, as a fan, you never want to second guess your team, with the picks that they make, and things of that nature. So there has to be a benefit at the first round by drafting this young man, and we'll see what happens.
And he's maybe, you could argue, the best playmaker in the entire draft in terms of he makes plays on the balls, he turns the ball over. I quite like the fit, to be honest. And also, you think of some of the guys in your division, like the receivers you mentioned, whether it's CD, whether it's Devontae Smith, you're not talking about your kind of 6'5", physically imposing guys that might bully a skinnier cornerback, right? So from a fit standpoint, I like it. I think it's a little high, but I think he's going to be a fun player to watch.
Right.
So
I think
sorry, go on.
No, I think right now is that, there is some high caliber, receivers in the NFC East. So a lot of times when you're drafting your teams, you want to start filling in those holes to match the strength of other teams in your division, so you give yourself a chance to win the division. And there's a lot of pressure on Coach Rivera. This is year 4. He's only had one playoff appearance with the team. We've missed the playoffs the last 2 consecutive years. And as everyone knows, there's going to be a new ownership group running the Commanders very soon. We don't know who that group will be, but he's got to put up or shut up this season. Like, it's playoff or nothing. And I firmly believe that if the Commanders don't make the playoffs, and not even just make the playoffs, I would say at least win one game in the playoffs, I don't think Coach Rivera will be retained. I like Coach Rivera. I think he's a great leader of men. He's gone through a lot of different things. He's won this fight with cancer. But the NFL is about wins and losses. And when you look at the success of Nick Sirianni with the Eagles, taking them to the Super Bowl, and the Giants head coach taking the Giants back to the playoffs, and the Cowboys. The Commanders were the only team in the NFC East not to make the playoffs last season. So that is unsustainable. So there's a lot of pressure on Coach Rivera to get this team in the playoffs. And everything that we do in the offseason is huge, because if we don't make the playoffs, that's 3 years in a row we have to make the playoffs. And that's just not going to be acceptable with the fan base. It's definitely not going to be acceptable with the new ownership group. And it shouldn't be acceptable for the coaching staff and the players of the Commanders.
So I just want to say, I think it's great that they are going to stick with, it looks like they're going to stick with Sam Howell this year.
Right.
I believe that he is an NFL QB. I have believed it for a long time. I just want to say it's great that I feel like they're going to back him and go all in on him, because I think he can prove everybody wrong and get them to the playoffs. So hopefully they are able to put a team around him to be able to give him an opportunity to do so. That's why you drafted him. He was potentially a round 1 draft pick back in the day. And I think Washington have made the right choice going with them here if they don't do it in the next round or two, which I don't think they will now.
Right. And here's the thing I firmly believe that the Commanders should really focus on drafting for need to strengthen the team overall. And let's see what we have with Sam Howell. For example, look at the San Francisco 49ers. Nobody thought Brock Purdy was going to do anything. They weren't even talking about Brock Purdy. And he did very well for the 49ers. He led them to the NFC championship game. They won 7-8 games in a row. So a lot of times I think we put so much stock in draft position and we don't put enough stock in the player's desire to be great. And it's clear that Purdy wanted to be great. So I say all that to say that now that we have Howell was the most talented quarterback we had on our roster last year. When you looked at what he did in the game against Dallas, he had the mobility, he had the arm strength, he had the command of the offense, he had the leadership, and hopefully we can build on that. And if he can be a serviceable quarterback and get us to the playoffs, I think he can be a force to be reckoned with. And if he doesn't, then, we'll be here again next year drafting a quarterback.
And he got sold down the river by UNC. He had no offensive line, no help, which is why he dropped down the board. So the talent was always there, but he was never given the chance to show it in that critical year. So I hope they do well this year, specifically for him, because I think he has what it takes.
I would agree with that.
Our pick is in. The
pick is in, and Jeremy Reisman tweeted 40 seconds ago, the Lions are putting a clinic on bad positional value.
Right, well, I'm ignoring the lot of you. You need to stop this, so I'm going.
Sorry.
Maurice, when it comes to Washington's prospects in 2023, what do you make of what might happen with Washington? Obviously, like you said, they didn't make the playoffs last year, but the other 3 did. Do you think that your trajectory is up from here?
I do believe our trajectory is up from here. I think the fact that we have signed Jonathan Allen and Daron Payne, so we're fairly set on the interior. We picked up the 5th-year option for Montez Sweat last year. I'm sure there's going to be some controversy all season long about Chase Young, but I understand why they didn't pick up Chase's 5th-year option. He missed pretty much the vast majority of last season for rehab for an ACL. So I think that if Chase, has a 2023 campaign that is close to his rookie year, I think they'll pick it back up at the end of the season. So I don't have a problem with the decision not to pick up the 5th-year option. I still think the Eagles are going to be a problem in the NFC East. I think that the Cowboys and the Giants are in striking distance from the Commanders, but we have to make a move this year. We have to make the playoffs this season, because if we don't make there's so many teams that are going worst to first in the NFL. I think the Lions are going to make a powerful move in 2023, especially now that Aaron Rodgers has left. Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, has left, the NFC North to go to the AFC East. That creates a tremendous vacuum at quarterback. And I would argue that now the Lions have the best QB in the division. So I think that, and the way you guys finished strong at the end of the season, you guys were at the precipice of making the playoffs. I think Dan Campbell's a motivator of men. I'm really excited to see what you guys do this season. I'm glad I don't have to play all this year. So I think you guys are going to make a lot of noise in 2023. I think you guys will be one of the surprise teams in the National Football League.
Maybe so. Here comes the Lions selection at 18. So I've already seen comments about this, but let's see what it actually is. The commissioner's coming out right now. '18th pick.
Let's do this. Who are we?
Defense, please, defense.
Jack Campbell, linebacker, Iowa. Holy shit!
In Bradbury's trust, but I'm going to be honest.
No.
My trust right now is slightly shaken. My trust is slightly shaken.
Okay, so my instant take from this is that waiting for success is over. The rebuild is over. The Lions think they will be in the mix in 2023 because this is a pick which says we are competing right now and screw the future. Because Jack Campbell was not a fit at this point, but he does upgrade the weakest room. It is a pick for need rather than a pick for longevity of the team. If the Lions come out in a deep playoff run, this will be worth it. But if they don't, they are putting everything on this now.
I mean, I was higher on Campbell, I think, than most, but I didn't even really consider linebacker as an option, including round 2, because historically it's not something which Holmes has prioritized. It's not really what you spend high picks on in today's NFL. Yeah, I mean, this is not ideal.
Brad Holmes is putting his balls on the line for this draft.
Yeah. And he's earned the right to do that, right? As in, he has earned the right to take the swings on his guys. But I mean, I think plenty of people would have had mock drafts where they had Gibbs and Campbell going 48 and 55 to the Lions, not 12 and 18.
Maurice, you had to be here to see it. The live reaction to our pick. Was linebacker ever a consideration for you this high?
For the Lions?
I mean, just in general, did you think a linebacker was going to go?
No,
here?
I didn't think linebackers was going to be a high position for Washington. You know, we drafted a linebacker 2 years ago in the first round. So he's, I mean, you know, we tried to put him at the Mike spot. That didn't work out, but we put him at the, you know, on the perimeter. He's proved to be very, you know, very effective at that role. I mean, again, I'm a firm believer in offensive line. You know, I look at the teams that dominate the NFL, you know, the Kansas Cities, you know, the Tampa Bay. If you look at all the teams that have won the Super Bowl the past couple of years, they've all had dominant offensive lines. And part of the DNA of this franchise, when Washington was dominating the National Football League, it was with the Hawks, you know, in the old Redskin days, you know, we had a great offensive line. I think offensive line is the most undervalued position group in the National Football League, but it's the most important position group in the National Football League because protecting the quarterback is paramount. You lose your QB, your team is done, you know? And it's just amazing to me that more NFL teams don't invest in the offensive line. And I think that skill players are sexy, especially wide receivers, because fans are addicted to seeing the long ball in the air with the big receptions, the big touchdowns, the receivers and the teams do the little celebrations. But you got to have an offensive line that can provide the protection to the quarterback so he can deliver those deep strikes. Because the amount of time it takes to set up the pocket, get set, deliver the ball downfield, you know, if your offensive line is not good enough, you're not going to be able to play that type of ball. And that was one of the big problems with Washington last year. We didn't have the offensive line to allow us to do the deep ball. And you look at the teams that made the playoffs, they all had a deep ball threat.
Do you kind of figure that they would have gone offensive line if there'd have been any left? Because obviously a lot have gone really early here. Do you think that would have been the plan and quarterback was the backup for them?
I would suggest that that's probably best player available if they didn't get there. If the offensive line that they were targeting was taken earlier in the draft, they probably went best player available, and I think that like the 3 tracks was offensive line, tight end, and cornerback. So with everyone that has been following the team, those were the 3 position groups that the team focused on. And, they said, we'll go cornerback, to add that stout, cornerback opposite Benjamin St. Juste. That's what I would say.
Maurice, we're coming to the end of our time with you, but the DC Tweet team and you in particular have been an inspiration to us as a podcast. So let us know where to find you. Let our listeners know where to find you, because it's the premier talent in this sort of thing.
Well, on Twitter, you can find us at DC Tweet Team 1932. You can follow the DC Tweet Team podcast with myself and my co-host, Jonathan Osmond, who's Commanders CLT. He has one of the best fan groups in the country out of Charlotte, North Carolina. They're actually meeting tonight, watching the draft. Jonathan does an amazing job as our host on the podcast. You can always go to dctweetteam.com to have a direct link to our podcast. We've had the podcast since 2020. It was started by Andy Burrows, who has another podcast now, but we always want to give Andy his shout out for having the vision of starting the podcast. And Jonathan and I have continued it. And, hashtag DC Tweet Team to start any conversations with our fan group. 2023 is the 10th anniversary of the DC Tweet Team. We started in 2013. We were originally the Redskins Tweet Team, and we became the DC Tweet Team once the team changed the name. And it's an exciting group of fans across the country, across the world. So I'm proud that we, are 10 years strong as a fan movement, and we're all enthusiastic, hoping that the Commanders will have a positive season. And hail to the Commanders.
Hail to you, Maurice Hawkins. We appreciate you coming on and donating your time again. It's an amazing thing, and we hope to see you next year. We're going to be in Detroit for the draft next year, but we're going to do something different. So we hope to see you then. And I
just want to say that I am deeply honored and humbled that you all reach out to me every year to be a guest on your NFL show. It's very exciting. And if, the good Lord blesses me to be on the world another year, count me in. I'll look forward to, talking about all things Commanders.
Love you, man. You're the best. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the draft, and we'll speak to you soon.
All right. Take care. Have a good night.
Take care, Maurice.
We've just had a first-time chat from I'm Sam874 on Twitch, who just says, just wanted to let you guys know that you are crushing it. And I hope he means us rather than Detroit, but generally speaking, I like that as a positive either way. Tampa Bay take Kalijah Cansey, graphic on the screen at the moment, 91.8 PFF grade in 2022, 47 pressures, 8 sacks, the super athletic, undersized, short-armed, incredible pass rusher from the interior of the defensive line, and the Pittsburgh defensive tackle goes to Tampa Bay, where he could be a menace. I mean, if I'm thinking about fits for Cansey, this might be one of the better ones out there.
Yeah.
All aggressive defense. Just guys who hit you from the edge, hit you from the interior, hit you from linebacker, hit you from the secondary. I mean, you can't defend against that defensive line. Even though they've been not great these last few years, they always have a menacing defense that keeps them in games. And he's going to get a lot of one-on-ones. He's going to get a lot of looks. He is going to thrive in a system like that. So that is a good pick. That is a really good pick.
Especially playing next to Vita Vea, right? Who's always going to be commanding double teams. So you're going to get more one-on-one matchups. He's an absolute beast against the run, which, let's be honest, is the kind of challenge with Cansey, is how are you going to... So again, from a fit standpoint, I was lower on Cansey personally, but from a fit standpoint, it's, like it a lot.
And if I'm remembering rightly, Vita Vea was also considered on the small side when he came out. He's not the biggest DT in the world. So
Vea's massive. Vea's 340 or something.
No, but I mean, in terms of size, he's not the tallest. Kansi is a little
Oh,
smaller
okay.
in height. And again, it could be a guy who's like, right, you're not the tallest, you're not the biggest, but this is the way you win. And it's a great role model to learn from. And it's a great defense. Like I say, will offer you more one-on-one opportunities. Some teams really rely on the DTs to do all the work for them. These don't, because pressure comes from everywhere. And it's crazy. Jack Campbell, man.
Yeah, we need to
That's a
digest
reach.
that, don't we?
That's such a reach. And as a Diane Henley super fan, that's dead now. He's not coming here.
Yeah.
It's done. And Campbell can be a great linebacker at the next level. He has the potential to do all facets of the game, and I said this in our previews of him and when we were doing lots of work on him, I said he's the high floor guy. He's the guy you go with when you want a safe pick, not who is going to be elite at the next level in a certain trait of his game. He will be steady for you at the next level. And man, when I'm picking 18, I want to, just me personally, I would prefer a guy like Drew Sanders or Henley who has the elite trait to hang his hat on. For Jack Campbell, I like him. I like what he does in all facets of the game, but none of it is elite for me, and I don't think it ever will.
We have the
be
34th pick. We can get him at pick 34.
Yeah,
no
exactly.
one else is interested in Campbell before 34.
But
here's the thing. You know how Brad always does this thing where he tells you what he's doing, but you don't realize it until after the fact. He told us he was going to be ignoring positional value when he spoke about for 5 minutes in his presser about how he took Gurley that high with the Rams. He told us, we're just seeing it with hindsight now. I love the Gibbs pick. I've got the notes from his presser that he's done quickly on the phone with the media and that ready all going. But to be honest, that Campbell pick has deflated me because I was the one that did the profile for him on the pod. And yeah, he's a more athletic Anzalone. He's probably going to grade as like a top 20 middle linebacker, but he's never going to be a top 5 guy. He's not going to be a Fred Warner or Bobby Wagner. I can see why we've done it. It's all in on this year, but come on, Banks was sitting there, Porter's sitting there, like Jackson Smith and Jigba, someone that just gives you a bit more upside because linebacker.
I'd rather take Darnell Washington at 18.
Yeah.
Do you reckon Riz smashed his laptop when that happened? Because he spent the last few years telling us.
He tweeted "whoa," and then I think he's retweeted a thing. He's like "thing for draft word." That's about it. I think it's.
I mean,
we trust, but it's as I said, my trust is now shaken. He's really got to smash like the rest of these picks out the park for me now, because otherwise I'm a bit worried.
I feel like this is Dan Campbell saying, give me my pick. Give me my guy in this draft. Brad wants his guys, but Jack Campbell smacks of me to a Dan Campbell guy. And we said this in previews. We said if there was a guy who sort of epitomized Dan Campbell and the way he plays football and the way he goes about it, Jack Campbell is right at the top of that list. So this feels to me like Dan's gone to Brad and said, look, I really want this guy. See what you can do with him. And Brad's gone, right, well, we might need to get him here. That's what it feels like. It's just...
It's a clear conflict of interest for the record. I mean, I don't think it's appropriate for Dan Campbell to say you've got to draft my son, which I'm assuming Jack Campbell is. So, I mean, I think it's wholly unprofessional.
For me,
who wants him cheering on?
I think that Jack Campbell is the hybrid of the person that Brad Holmes wants and the guy that Dan Campbell wants, because supremely athletic, maybe not the top end speed, but in a linebacker, you know, if you're talking RAS score, right up where with some of the best linebackers out there in terms of play recognition and intelligence, he's right up there. It's a reach. There's no doubt about that. If you have a look at play on the field, though, might be completely different. Jackson Smith and Jigba falls to Seattle at 20. That is... Seattle are coming out of this with the number 1 draft right now on day 1 because they have absolutely smashed it. But for the Lions, if you're looking at day 1 impact, Jack Campbell alongside someone who's going to mentor him like an absolute champion, the Lions are looking like they're going to produce this year.
Well, so firstly, I just want to push back slightly on the Jack Campbell piece. The reason being, I actually do think he has more upside than we're giving him credit for. He was highly, highly productive, and he's about as good an athlete as we've seen at the linebacker position. Now, we mentioned he may not turn into Fred Warner. His athletic profile is very, very similar to Fred Warner. Fred Warner ran a 4.64 and scored very well on a lot of the other moves. So actually, I think Campbell does have the upside to become a top linebacker. For me, it's more down to the positional value. But when we're talking about the player, whilst again, 18 for me is a bit rich, I like him as a player, and I do think he potentially has that upside. It's rare you get a linebacker who is highly productive, who does have that athletic profile. So I think there is kind of excitement there. But yeah, I mean, from my standpoint, when you see someone like JSN go off the board 2 picks later, and you think about the Seahawks having basically the same capital as us and getting Witherspoon and JSN, I'm not sure I'm quite as on board with Gibbs and Campbell.
I mean, that is a big show of faith in Geno. I thought they would draft his replacement to steadily replace him over time, but they've been like, you know what? Nope. Screw it. We're going to go all in. We're going to create a no-fly zone in our secondary, and we are going to give him... he's got DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and Jackson Smith and Jigba to throw at. Now, that is one of the premier wide receiver groups in the NFL, those three. Immediately, you've got the big outside body, physical wide receiver. You got Tyler Lockett, who just does a little bit of everything for you. One of the most tricky guy in the league. And now JSN, you've got a slot guy who can also do just about everything. You've got Noah Fant as a tight end. You're giving him a wealth of options. He's got a running back who was in for, offensive rookie of the year. That Seahawks offense is scary now. I mean, if they go offensive line in the next few picks, just sort of shore up the bits there, that's them believing in Geno. I didn't think they'd do that. I'm not going to lie. I thought they would prepare for the future, but it's like, no, they're preparing for the now.
But if you just could do a direct comparison of Seattle against us, like they're pick 5, we're pick 6, we're 18 and they're 20, and we've now come out of it. They've got Devin Witherspoon and JSN, and we've got Jahmyr Gibbs, who was like a bottom end of the pick, and then Jack Campbell is a day 2 pick, and we've got pick 34. Like that to me doesn't feel like value. That feels to me like we've massively reached for these guys and wasted a lot of draft capital. It just seems to me like we've tried to be too clever. This is Matt Patricia, Bob Quinn, smartest guy in the room kind of shit.
And talking...
It's heartbroken.
So let's cut the conversation there, because we've got our next guest coming in from Arrowheads Abroad, Neil Blair. Neil, it's been a while. How are you doing, my man?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Well, you're hearing the conversation.
We're not good.
Did anyone have any bets on those 2 picks? No?
No. It wasn't high on my agenda.
Not even going to try and lie about that one, no.
Ash, you're taking this one.
Yep. So... going from our bad draft to your really good one last year. So you pretty much all but one of your picks are going for me class as contributors, as in they played more than 10 games. Obviously he traded up in the first for Trent McDuffie. Then you've got pod favourite George Karlaftis, the edge at the end of the first. Absolutely great pick. Then Sky Moore, Brian Cook, Leo Chanel, who I personally was a bit low on, but he's really worked out well for you. Joshua Williams, Darian Kincaid, who's the only one who's played less than 10 games. I think he only played like 2. And then Jalen Watson, Pacheco, who is obviously the big name on everyone's lips right now, is like the late round running back who perhaps proves why we've reached a bit on Gibbs, a tiny bit. And then Nazim Johnson. So looking back at it, obviously with the benefit of hindsight, what do you think about that draft? Is it as good as I'm making out, or am I just looking at it from too far and there's things I've missed?
Yes, it was that good. Particularly the cornerbacks. Like, cornerback is a premium position, and they traded up to get a really good one, and then still got 2 good ones in the 4th and the 7th. Like, that sets us up for some time at cornerback now. And we already had Snead as well, so we've got 4 good cornerbacks there. And Pacheco as the running back, that was really the icing on the cake. Like, he was phenomenal. Pretty much to be honest, they should have given him the starting job sooner.
Yeah.
I think it was only the fact that Clyde Edwards-Helaire was a first-round pick in the past that kept him in that position to start with, because it certainly wasn't on-field production that was doing it.
Yeah. So obviously, kind of feels like we both sort of lost out when on those running back picks way back. Obviously, you taking Clyde Edwards-Helaire after that amazing season for LSU, and then us taking DeAndre Swift from Georgia in that draft in the second round. So do you think CH can live up to that sort of first round hype and at the pick, or do you think he's like Swift and it's kind of too little too late now, and he's probably career backup at best?
Career backup at best, definitely. I mean, part of the thing with Clyde was that he was a good receiving back out of college, and then we never used him that way. And Andy's a genius play caller, and I can't second guess him, but like, you didn't play to his strengths, and as a consequence, he just hasn't performed. And I don't see any circumstances where he gets running back one position back. I wouldn't be surprised if we picked up a running back kind of 4th, 5th round in this draft as well, and probably bring back McKinnon as well. If we do that, we've got 3 of them, and Clyde's guy number 4. If we could trade him for anything right now, if you could get a 5th or a 6th round pick for him right now, I'd take it in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I think we feel the same with Swift personally. I know we've been tossing it around, especially now, obviously, with our picking of Gibbs, who seems to be a direct replacement. I quickly listened to his press that he had with the press, and he was saying about it. So yeah, we feel the exact same. But obviously, just as our draft class year helped contribute, obviously you went on to win the Super Bowl in such dramatic fashion. I was unfortunately watching it with an Eagles fan, so that wasn't quite fun for me. But how did it feel to sort of begin that dynasty with another Super Bowl ring?
Well, the Super Bowl itself was an emotional roller coaster. If you'd asked me at halftime, there was no way we were winning that game. We'd had no answers for them at all in the first half. And then second half, Patrick Mahomes showed why he's the best player in the league, and probably will end up going down as one of the best players in history one day. He was just immaculate in the second half. Everything they did in the second half worked where it hadn't in the first. Hopefully it's a springboard to a few more now, especially with everyone paying their quarterbacks crazy amounts of money, and Mahomes is still on kind of 40 million a year or thereabouts, 45. The more teams pay the quarterbacks big money, the happier we are, because the value gap just isn't there for them where it is for us.
Yeah, exactly. Because I remember when Mahomes signed that contract, and it was seen as like the big thing, like we were almost scared off, as if, is that it now? Is this sort of the ceiling? And obviously now we've seen today Lamar signing his big contract that's absolutely blown out of the water. So yeah, it's going to be great for you where in a space like 2 years, you've gone from, can we build a team around Mahomes, to now suddenly you're probably in one of the better QB cap situations in the AFC, in my opinion. So obviously, free agency, as you said, you've lost McKinnon, and you've lost obviously your left tackle and Orlando Brown, replaced him with Juwan Taylor from the Jags.
That was an upgrade.
Upgrade, yeah. But it does mean that your start, it looks like Niang's going to be a starter at right tackle. Do you have belief in him, or do you think no? So you're targeting a tackle at some point.
He's not been healthy. Like he's barely played in 2-3 seasons now. He is what he could be, a good player, but you just haven't seen him on the field, so you can't make that judgment. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we went offensive tackle in the first round. I'm kind of watching the board, and there's a few of them dropping there now. To me, that's probably our biggest position of need right now. I know a lot of people would say wide receiver, but this doesn't look like it's a good wide receiver draft, and I'd kind of take a couple of high upside guys later on and see if you can coach them up. But yeah, I found right tackle because Andrew Wiley went to Washington, so Niang doesn't inspire me with a huge amount of confidence right now.
Fair enough. And then obviously you lost the NFL leader in postseason sacks in Frank Clark, and got in Charles Menu to replace him. Would you also be targeting a sort of higher upside guy to put opposite Kyle Loftus in the future?
Yeah, I mean, when we did our live mock draft, we went offensive tackle in the first and edge rusher in the second. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Chiefs did that either way around, whether they went edge first and tackle second, either or could do. But they do appear to be the two positions of need. But Clark hasn't signed anywhere yet. Carlos Dunlap hasn't signed anywhere yet. I wouldn't rule out the possibility that they come back on a reasonably kind of friendly-ish deal for both of them.
Yeah, come back. Like, it's kind of like what we've done with our free agents in the past. Sort of let them go out to pasture, and when they don't get it, just come back with their tail between their legs.
Exactly.
So obviously, staying on the defensive line, I know that some places list DT as a need as well, like the need for depth beside Chris Jones. I know in some mock drafts I've seen you've been drafting like someone like Mazzy Smith or that at the end of the first, which obviously for us, even though obviously we're a Lions podcast and we're supposed to like Michigan players, it does seem a bit of a reach.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a fan of that. Defensive tackle need, yes. I would have loved Kalijah Kancey, who's just gone there to the Bucks. But obviously that ain't going to happen now. We've got Nardi as a kind of a run stuffer. Wharton's coming back from an ACL injury. He was pretty good last year. We definitely need at least one body in there, possibly a second one as well. It's probably something you could do later on in the draft and kind of get reasonable results, though.
Yeah. So looking at your picks now, obviously you've got this first, the second, the third, and then it's a load of bumper picks on day 3. So it does seem like it's going to be a load of like you throw darts at the board and see what sticks. So that's probably the same with, as you said, with wide receiver. I know we're in a similar position, especially at the X, which seems to be your need after Juju Smith-Schuster, and that's gone. So have you looked at players like Puka Nacua from BYU, Andre Oshavas from Princeton, those kind of Bryce Ford-Wheaton as well from West Virginia? Is it those kind of ones, or
yes?
If a Quentin Johnson say fell to you at 31, would you, or would you just sit and wait?
Quentin Johnson's just gone to the Chargers.
Oh, great! There we go. I jinxed it.
So that's that one out. Yeah, I mean those 3 names that you listed there, yes, they're all players that we were looking at. Tillman in the second round, maybe. Jonathan Mingo, maybe. They're 2 more kind of in that big X kind of role player. But yeah, I mean, if we're going wide receiver, that is kind of the area we need to be targeting. The kind of the little 170-pound slot receivers, that's not what we need right now. We need a replacement for Juju. We don't really have that kind of player on the roster, so that's kind of where it needs to go, I think.
Yeah, and talking about the draft, obviously it's been hosted in Kansas City. So obviously, as the fans who are of the team who's going to be hosting it next year, how does it feel to see this draft happen in your city, inverted commas, to have everyone be showcased what you look at every week?
It's funny because looking at all the sports journalists who have gone there that I follow on Twitter, all of them talk about the barbecue, like the food is amazing.
Can't wait.
But it is like the food over there is just incredible. The barbecue in Kansas City, you have to go and try that. It's been fantastic to watch. It's been a bit surreal kind of watching the draft. Like I've been to Union Station, I've been to the World War I museum, which is kind of at the top of the hill behind it there. So to see kind of places you've been is a little bit strange, but it's been great advertising for Kansas City. It really has.
So we're hoping for that next year. We're hoping to actually, we're planning to actually go. So maybe when you turn on the TV and watch it, you can see us waving at the front in our little shirts, like repping for the UK. So obviously looking forward a bit, what are your expectations for this year? Are you, again, Super Bowl or bust, or would you settle for like an AFC Championship, or is it just you've got one now, you need to keep pushing? If you don't make the Super Bowl, then something's gone seriously wrong here.
As long as Patrick Mahomes is healthy all season, then you'd have to say AFC Championship game is a minimum. And realistically, you should be in every other Super Bowl, probably. Him and Andy Reid as a combination, they are that good. It's just as simple as that. Like, Andy Reid's going to be a Hall of Famer. Mahomes is going to be a Hall of Famer. Kelsey's probably going to be a Hall of Famer, as long as his play doesn't drop off too much. It's hard to see kind of less than the AFC Championship game, I would say. And to be honest, just the AFC Championship game becomes a disappointment. And I know that can kind of sound a bit arrogant now, but we've hosted 5 in a row, and like it's difficult to see it not happening again, really.
Yeah. As well, we'll obviously love it considering who's recently joined the conference. We'd love for you to stick one up on a good old Karen who's probably screaming down the phone right now at Joe Douglas. Why haven't you got me a receiver? Why have you drafted me an edge rusher? So we would absolutely love to see you like put one on him. So obviously that's my question. So does anyone else have any questions, or do you have questions for us?
So one thing I would like to ask. So we do a college football show here on Road Lines UK. We like to put a spotlight when it comes to the draft on players from HBCUs. And 2022, you took a first-round cornerback, Trent McDuffie, a lot of fanfare for him. But then in round 4, you took little-known Joshua Williams from Fayetteville State, who came in and kind of almost supplanted him as the season went on, came in. What was it about Joshua Williams and how he came into that team that he was able to take to it so quickly? Because he's 1 year in the league, he has a chip now, and it's great to see. I'm just wondering kind of what it was he brought to the team that got him in there and kept him there.
Size, I think, had a lot to do with him, size and speed. But in fairness, in the second half of the season, himself and Watson often kind of flip-flopped between games. That it was almost they picked the cornerback to play against the receivers they were going to be up against. So 1 week it would be Williams, the next week it'd be Watson, and the two of them kind of moved back and forth in the lineup. But yeah, it's funny, he was on our draft list before last year's draft, and it seemed, although he was from a small school, everyone was talking about him, and we weren't really surprised that he went to us. Maybe surprised he went quite that early, but he'd been a name that had a lot of chatter before the draft, that he was someone that the Chiefs were interested in.
Neil, going forward from here, who are you looking at in the rest of this draft as maybe places that you want to fill holes? Because Kansas City have hit for me this sort of terminal mass as this absolute juggernaut that just can't get any better, and yet still hemorrhaging talent. You seem to find people like Joshua Williams in the lower rounds. And is there anyone you're targeting lower down this time that you think could kind of bring you back to that sort of level?
Certainly an impact wide receiver would be nice. I mean, as we talked earlier, someone like Bryce Ford-Wheaton or Jonathan Mingo, someone big, fast, with high upside. We do need an extra body there. I think fans are probably thinking less of the wide receiver room than the Chiefs actually are. The Chiefs appear to be relatively happy. So a wide receiver could potentially be a difference maker. I mean, Kadarius Toney can't stay healthy. Sky Moore, I'm not really sure what he was in his first season, to be honest. Apart from don't run him on jet sweeps because they never worked. Yeah, who else? Justin Watson was okay, but he's okay as your 4th or 5th receiver. But we keep forgetting Travis Kelce's wide receiver 1 on this team, and we have to kind of keep that in mind when we're looking at the wide receiver room. But I would like to add another wide receiver, give Pat weapons, let him play. But I think the biggest thing we can do is offensive tackle and keep him upright, because if you give him time in the pocket, he'll dice anybody. And I see the Raiders taking an edge rusher. That, to me, that wasn't a great idea. You need cornerbacks, because the best pass rushers, Andy Reid will scheme around them. He'll run the jet sweeps and he'll stall the edge rushers so that they don't know whether they're coming or going. But if you've got good cornerbacks, then you can cover our average wide receivers. But if you don't have the good cornerbacks to do that, then you're going to have a hard time. So anyone in our division, you want to be drafting cornerbacks, lads, not edge rushers.
Anyone else? All right, Neil, why don't you let us know about Arrowheads Abroad in the last 12 months that you've had? Because it's been a while since we've talked to you, and it's been a hell of a year for you guys as a team, but as an organisation, as a fan group. What about you, and where do we find you?
Well, on Twitter, we're the highest ranked or highest followers fan group of any team not run by the Jags, because they run their own UK fan base. So we're closing in on 20,000 followers, which is good going. We organised a trip to Kansas City, so there were 23 of us, I think, went to the Chiefs Raiders Monday night game. That was epic. We had our own private stadium tour on the Saturday where we all got to try on Super Bowl rings, which was pretty cool.
That sounds amazing. Oh my God.
Amazing.
It was, I mean...
Okay, this is what I want to do for us. Like, this is my ambition for the Lions. How do you do that? I don't mean literally, but like, oh my God.
Like, we have some contacts within the Chiefs that we've kind of been friendly with and got friendly with. And so they were able to organize us a block of tickets. So we were all kind of sat within a couple of rows of each other. But yeah, Mike, who was he was the equipment manager for a number of years. He asked if he could do our tour himself. And so he did us the full stadium, locker rooms, pitch side. We were talking to the head groundsman on the field. He was telling us about the German game back in October before it was released in kind of November, December that we were going to be playing there. We already knew about that.
You know who it's against.
It was an absolutely epic weekend. It really was. So, and to share it with 20 odd other Chiefs fans, that was fantastic. It was really good.
Sounds fantastic. Neil, it's been a thrill to talk with you again. I really hope that in 12 months' time, we'll be in Detroit, as has been mentioned, but we're going to do something a bit different. So hopefully we can get you on for that. But good luck for the upcoming season, the rest of the draft, and thank you for coming on again, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks. Good luck for yourselves, lads.
Cheers,
Take care. Thank you.
See you in the Super Bowl.
Cheers, Neil. Yeah.
All right, people. What an NFL draft this is. Like, it may not be what all Lions fans wanted. We may yet have further Lions news as this draft continues, but someone in the Discord for Luke was saying about grading this so far, and I mean, it's a really interesting one for the Lions. What could you grade the Lions at the moment? I will go to Steve.
D.
I said I was going to Steve last, but maybe not. Maybe first. What about the rest of you guys?
I mean, this is going to be a draft that we can't grade accurately. Like all drafts, but like instantly, I would say this is going to be a lot less of a grade than I might give it in 3 years, because this is a draft that's going to need to grow on us. I love Jahmyr Gibbs' pick. I love that. I just do. I think with 34, that is a pick you can afford to make. But then when you go in 18 and you're reaching hard on a linebacker, and I mean hard, I don't think there is another team who would take Jack Campbell in the first. And when you've got 34, I think that gives you a safety net for him. I think he falls to 34. You take him there and you take some stud defensive guy at 18. But I am not going to do that. If they take him, Will Levis.
No, Jordan Addison.
I got that in my mock draft. That's in my mock draft.
I got 4 wide receivers in round 1 in my bet.
I had.
You seen that, baby?
I had Addison to the Vikings because he's going to be the next Adam Thielen. I told you that. I got that bang on. Yeah. So thank you, Vikings. You've saved my mock draft.
There are no tight ends through 23 picks. None.
But for us, it cannot be understated. That 18 pick is a reach, and that is a concern. But it is the first pick I have real issue with Brad Holmes, so I'm going to give him a complete pass on it. But that is a reach, and I can't defend that one.
I think the interesting thing with that as well is with Gibbs, you immediately see kind of the ambition, put him with Ben Johnson. He's going to be taking a lot of reps, explosive add to the offense. And with Campbell, who, again, I like as a player, there's a chance he doesn't really see the field this year, right? Are we just expecting him to walk in and take over from Anzalone day one?
No,
with
not
with where he's
Anzalone.
drafted potentially, but in general, to me, he's a Mike, and he's your kind of future green dot, which is fine. But then that kind of misaligns with kind of what you're doing here. So I'm genuinely really intrigued as to, even with the press conference, how they're going to talk about him, what's the plan for him, etc. Because I see a world where he's not getting significant reps this year. And then I'm like, you took a linebacker with the 18th pick to not play him like early and often? Okay.
So I don't know about the Jack Campbell because obviously I missed it because his press conference was during the interview with Kansas, but I do have the Gibbs one. I like the Gibbs pick. If it was just the Gibbs pick on its own, I could probably give the draft a B. Yeah, it might have been a reach, but I can see why. Like just reading about it.
Why don't you give us the cliff notes for the Gibbs
yeah.
press conference?
So, I suppose he's had a lot of conversations with us, especially with Scotty Montgomery, and we've highlighted the many ways we're going to use him. Suppose he's like Montgomery, the running backs coach, says he's the best running back in the draft in space, which I completely agree with. And I think it kind of fits with what I think of as the Montgomery mold, considering he's actually coached wide receivers more than he's running backs. Maybe this is his kind of like putting his firm stamp on the room now. Sort of, this is his guy. And I suppose he's already spoke with many of the players through JMO, who obviously played with Alabama. And
the Giants have traded to 24, by the way. Yeah. Apologies. Sorry, Ash.
It's fine. Yes, fine. 24 for 25, 160, 240 is the terms. But yeah, so it's basically spoke to the players already. Didn't think we were going to pick him at 12 though. He thought he was going in the 20s. So he was out. He was actually out with his friends, and they picked up the phone for him. But he's really happy to be here. Thinks we're going to be the best offense in the league. And to close it, he says, "Speed kills. With me and Jam on the field, pick your poison." So I absolutely love it. With Campbell, I'd have to watch the press conference later and then feedback tomorrow. But yeah, we definitely need a plan for it, because with that, it's a C- for me. If it was just Gibbs on its own and then we picked a corner at 18, I could perhaps give the draft a B+, A-. But to just reach on Campbell, if it was let's say, I don't know, Porter Falls was for 34 and take him there. In my head, I'm going to have to flip the picks to make it compute in my mind, because as much as I like Campbell and he can be that sort of foundational quarterback of the defense for us for the next 5-10 years, it's just not good value. Holmes, I thought, knew what good value was, and he's done it, and now it's just, I don't know. He's got to smash the rest of the draft, and obviously I'd love it for me like Garrett Williams, Jeremy Robinson, get all my favorite players. We need a return to form in a way, because I don't know right now.
You know what gets me about Jack Campbell is you have a look at other linebackers taken in this sort of range, like Devin White and people like that, Isaiah Simmons, and that sort of thing, is they were flashy players. And players who actually didn't flash, really, when it came to the NFL. Over a number of years, Devin White has not been a good player. And that is lost in translation when it comes to how good Tampa Bay have been. You have a look at Jack Campbell, you're looking at a player who has a significantly high floor. If you have a look at all of the Lions' picks, they have a significantly high floor over a long period of time. Jack Campbell could be in a position that doesn't have very many good players across the entire league. He could be the lowest of the good players in that position in the league. I don't think he's going to be the best linebacker in the league at all. But if you said to me, there's 27 bad starters and there's 5 good ones, he could be number 6. He could be. And I feel like that might be worth it. This is the sort of pick that's got to be seen in production on the field, because if it works, it's genius. But if it fails, it's awful.
And you've got great guys later in the draft. You have the Drew Sanders, the Diane Henley, the guys who they will take time to develop, and that's why you're drafting them in round 2. But they can be elite. I mean, elite at their positions. I just don't see the part of Campbell's game where you've said like that he could be a good starter around, and that's fine. But when you're drafting at 18, you want the guy who can give you more going forward. And I feel like this is safe. It's really, really safe. It'd be like us taking Miles Murphy at 6. Good player, really good player. Don't get me wrong. I would enjoy it, but he has a safe floor and not really an elite ceiling, which is what you want with this. So that's the issue I have with this right now. I feel like if you're going to go down this linebacker route and you're going to do something with it, then fine. So that is what this is. As for the Giants trading up, we all had them taking a receiver. Is this Jalen Hyatt, or are they going in another direction? Because, or are they going tight end?
Again,
please don't. Just don't.
I was gonna say, I'm not.
Don't say a damn thing.
I'm gonna say the quotes I've just seen from Kelvin Shepherd about Jack.
Yeah,
Campbell.
I've just seen that too, which I kind of loved.
So Shepherd's been interviewed about it. He says after meeting him at the combine, when he left the room, me, Dan, and AG looked at each other like, "Damn, that's going to be hard to top." He adds, "It's a Dan Campbell guy." Shepherd said when they had Lucas Van Ness in for a top 30 visit, he almost talked more about Campbell than himself. And then Shepherd says that Campbell was the top linebacker on the board.
Giant selection coming in now. And Anthony Fitzpatrick say you must take a shot because David Reinfurt subscribes for Ados Still, his 21st gifted sub. In the stream.
Thank you, David
Deontay
Reinfurt.
Banks comes off the board from Maryland. The cornerback goes to New York.
Fuck's sake.
James Bradbury's replacement. That is what that is.
Jack's a trade
Absolutely. It's just making a mockery of what we've done. Like when you've got players like Banks at 24. We could have taken Banks at 18 and still got Campbell.
This, David Reinfurt, is for you. And this is not water. You can probably tell I'm a little bit buzzed by now. So I'm about 8 or 9 down. I appreciate you all for the subs. I did it for the pod. So there we go.
Tell us how you really feel, Ant.
Chin chin.
Chin chin.
Right. How I really feel. You want to hear how I feel? I absolutely adore and love the Jahmyr Gibbs pick. I absolutely physically hate the Jack Campbell pick. So I'm in the middle right now. That's where I'm at. So that's how I'm feeling. Chin chin all. Hope you are having a lovely draft. Hope you're having a great weekend.
Bills have traded up with the Jaguars 25 for 27 and 130.
Go on, Jones.
Who have?
It's got to be an offensive lineman.
Bills.
Who's left?
The Bills.
Who's the best offensive lineman back on the board?
The Bills are trading up for Joey Porter.
They can't.
This is what I feel. Joey Porter's going to Buffalo.
They've got to protect Josh Allen, and they've
No, they
got
don't.
to give. They do.
No, they
How
don't.
many hits? How many hits
Josh
does
Allen
he
said
take
it
a
himself.
year?
Okay, so I agree with you, and I
They
would
can't
take an
run the
offensive
ball.
lineman, but they don't need to trade up for an offensive lineman. There's no urgency to do that.
And so
But
how about going rogue, tight end? There's been a lot of smoke in terms of tight end going to the Cowboys, who are obviously the pick before. I'm trying to think who they're jumping. Like
Darnell.
Cowboys to be
Mayer or Kincaid then?
I don't know. Darnell suits them as that. If they're
Don't be Darnell. I want him at 34.
If it's Darnell,
No,
Keanu Benton's the pick at 34.
No,
Matthew.
he's not.
Yes, he is.
He's not.
Yes, he is.
No, I think Steve's on the right train. I think Jake Moody should be in play. We'll continue the.
Yes.
And the X report is good. Steve is not fucking amused.
I'm worried about Steve. I just want to give him a hug right now. I'm giving you a virtual hug, Steve.
Steve, it's all right, mate.
Oh,
And people are just talking fucking rubbish on Twitter.
Is this?
Yeah.
Can you imagine what Ryan's going to be like when he wakes up in the morning?
Oh my God. Can we set aside like 10, 15 minutes of Roy tomorrow just to go off?
We will have ladies and gentlemen, we will have the second episode of Ryan's rants tomorrow, guaranteed.
And you won't have to get any channel points for it.
So, just to let you know about what we have coming up, and it's a great point of emphasis actually for what we have coming up the rest of this NFL draft. There's no more guests coming up the Red, White, and Buffalo Bills, the representative we had, he's an on-call medical worker, so he's been called away to an emergency. He's going to be back with us 11 p.m. on Saturday evening. So no more guests tonight. You've just got us for the rest of the way in the next 6-7 picks. But tomorrow, noon UK time, 7 p.m. Eastern, we're going to be live, and then we'll be joined 20 minutes later by, I know I've said this a couple of times, but Ant said it, maybe the best guest we've ever had. Houston Texans turn up for what? Ewan is going to be in the house to talk about day one. And then following that, the day 2 stream is going to have amazing guests, including a first-timer in TJ Jones for the Saints, and then LA Rams UK, Big Blue UK and Ireland, UK Ravens, Brick Breaks for the Bengals, and 49er Faithful UK. It's going to be an exceptional stream. And then going into day 3, I mean, it's all filled already. It's going to be an incredible day. And then we recap everything on the Sunday morning too. So don't miss out. If you're liking what you're hearing right now, you're going to be with us all the way through the weekend. Don't miss out. And
So do you know the funny part is that the Bills have just given up 130 to move those 2 places. That's it. Do you remember what the Packers had to give up for Jordan Love to make a similar jump a couple of years back? They had to give up 2 picks that were they had to give up 2 fourths that were higher than that at that point. It's like that just shows how crazy that trade for Jordan Love. And they could have had Jordan Love where they were at. They had to give up 2 higher picks than what Buffalo have just given up to go from 27 to 25. From 29
Matt's happy.
25.
Matt's seen it.
Matt's just as bad. Matt, stop it.
You don't know.
So Matt is a Buffalo stan, so that means that's a good pick for the Buffalo
No.
Bills.
This is to do with my bets, my son. This is to do with my wagers.
I saw you put 2.5. I saw you put 2.5 on tight ends. I was very proud of you, I must say, even though it's probably not going to happen. But I am very proud of you for doing so. This has got to be... See, if I'm the Bills here and people know the picks made, I'd pick DeJuan Jones. I'd pick a big, fucking nasty-ass right tackle.
But why would you trade up for DeJuan Jones?
Because the tackle's coming off the board. At this point, he is the best tackle left on the board, and I would make sure I went up and got him because you need a nasty-ass right tackle so you can run the football properly, which they can't do, and you can protect Josh Allen a little bit more, and he has potential to do both. But I mean, is this a third running back? Did you pick on 2.5 running backs?
No, I picked 1.5, and that came in a long time ago. I'm just going to dance over here.
So do you know the pick?
I know it because the bet has come in. So
Okay.
I haven't seen the pick, but I must know what it is.
There's a player who I think it might be.
Tom, go for it because you don't know who it is.
Well, I think Kincaid, because I think they look at him basically as the next Travis Kelce, and it solves that almost receiver option which they were looking at more than a Mayer or a Washington. He's kind of more a little bit hybridy.
Here it comes. The Jags have traded to the Bills. The Bills select.
I'm disappointed that no one's booing Goodell.
Tight end, Dalton Kincaid.
You're
First
in front,
off the
so
board.
you pack it in.
Look, I knew what it was and I stayed pretty much stum.
Yeah, Matt, you're in front as well, so pack it in.
So I was going to say, so
how did you get
I
that from
see
what
what
I
you say,
did?
Tom, but to go back to your point, I actually disagree on Kincaid being the more hybridy player.
I agree.
Okay.
I
Versus...
agree. Hybrid because we've seen now in past years, it's harder to teach the blocking than it is the receiving now. So Kincaid, great receiving weapon, brilliant receiving weapon. Don't think he's ever going to get there with a blocking to become a Travis Kelce. I think he's Darren Waller at best.
So I should rephrase then. When I say hybrid, I meant hybrid receiver tight end, not balanced tight end, which is what I would call like a Michael Mayer, which is you can do a little bit of both.
Yes, because
I'm talking he is more of a receiving option.
I got confused because you said Kelce, so I was like, hang on, Kelce's like elite blocker and elite
As
receiver.
in because like a lot of the scouting reports on Kincaid's receiving ability was that he moves like Kelce, and no one wanted to actually say it. They just kind of hinted that, I'm not going to say it, but from a receiving standpoint, that's exactly how he moves.
He does, yeah. It's just,
but I see him more as a hybrid receiver tight end, and I know a lot of Bills fans. Well, a lot of Bills fans actually wanted trenches, but they were saying kind of receiver is going to become an issue quite quickly unless they fix it.
Yeah.
And he is that kind of hybrid receiver tight end role. And they've got Knox, who's obviously a bigger dude.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what you said. Kelsey is like in my head. I was like hybrid tight end. He's blocking and that. But yeah, that does make sense. Yeah, he's definitely like a Waller, Pitt kind of like hybrid one. You can put him in the slot. You can put him in the backfield, and that 100% can see that.
I think they
like the pick, by the way.
I think they've just thrown more dice into the receiving game, and I've had this problem with the Bills for years. They have not invested seriously in the run game, whether it be at running back itself or getting the personnel in to have a run game. When you have a quarterback like Josh Allen, it is great that he can make all the throws and he can get you out a hole and he can do all this. But if you don't have a complementary game to go with it, you will get figured out. And when a team stops him, all of a sudden, you become useless. You become nullified. You don't have an answer to it. And the fact that they, again, I like Dalton. I've said I would pick Dalton Kincaid at 18, but he is a receiving tight end. He has nothing to do with the running game whatsoever. That takes a lot of development for him. So this is another receiving weapon for Josh Allen. Josh Allen is not struggling for targets to throw at. I mean, I know we might say he's not the greatest receiving core out there outside of Diggs, but he throws for a lot during games. That's not their issue. The quarterback and the receivers are not the issue there. It's the run game that complements it to get the points on the board. That is the issue with them, and they have just said F you to that, and they have just carried on doing what they're doing. The rich get richer in terms of the passing game, but that run game is still going to bite them if they don't deal with it. So I don't know. I don't like that pick for them. I think Kincaid himself will do well, but I don't think the team gets any better. It's not going to challenge Kansas now that they've got Dalton Kincaid there. You need to level up your trenches and you need to beat them there. That's what you've got to do with it, and they've not done that. So it's an odd one for me. But I mean, it's Dallas next. We all had a D lineman to Dallas. I mean, what's D-line on the board now? This is
Brian Brzee.
This is Brzee territory or Mazzie Smith territory or Bubba. But he says we've not taken a DT since 1990. So this could be an edge.
Did I honestly spoil Kincaid for you?
You're about 5 or 6 seconds in front of me. So
I will hang back. I
don't know why I'm slow. Game Pass has it as live, so
I don't want to spoil things for people. I thought that me celebrating a tight end pick at that point wasn't spoiling anything, if I'm honest. So I will hang back from that. Steve. Sorry, Ash.
So I've got 140 on the clock now, so that's where
you're 11 seconds behind me.
So one thing that's jumping out to me a lot, and it's something that I've got to obviously point out because I had him at 4. Damn, Will Levis has really fallen.
Yeah.
I did say he's a day 2 guy.
Yeah. His day.
Yeah. You're wrong, guys, because someone in our YouTube chat said he was going at number 1. He must have gone at number 1 and we didn't realise.
The Reddit stuff. The Reddit stuff, that's probably bankrupt some people.
Derek Beadleman, don't listen to him. We appreciate you being here. Stephen Collins is an arse. Don't listen to this twat. Okay, all right.
Just on the Levis thing, who's actually gonna? I'm looking at the board. Who's gonna take him? I mean,
no
army. They don't have much ammunition.
He's a day 2 guy.
So
look even tomorrow. Okay, you got Pittsburgh not going to take him. Cardinals not going to take him. Detroit hopefully not going to take him. But Indy obviously no. But I'm looking at the Rams.
Trade up for
I'm
him.
saying like the Rams might go up as a future.
Oh, Steve, get over yourself! Come on, man.
We're gonna
so fucking pissed off.
We're gonna need
so pissed off.
Steve, you're in a room with people who love you. So
Steve, you're in a safe space with us 5 and at least millions around the world.
Oh man.
So just to throw a hypothetical out there, New Orleans have just invested in Carr for a couple of years, but would that not also be a place for Levis? If we're looking for pressure points for Will Levis, and New Orleans are known for making stupid mistakes, but could they think now, look, we've got Carr, we've got a couple of years, but If it don't work, we've got a quarterback at the end of the first, and they're probably not going to mind it. Could New Orleans be the pressure point for him now?
Yes.
I feel like that could be a thing for him. So who's left? We've got Jacksonville, Cincinnati, New Orleans, Philly,
Austin
KC.
Damon has the answer. The answer is the Rams.
Oh, God, yeah. Or the 49ers. If the 49ers want to... Because there's been a lot of chatter that what if they got 99, 100, and 101? Or something along that degree. So you pick those three together. That gets you high in the second to do those three.
So Adam Schefter's just tweeted out about Levis. It took 8 top 30 visits in recent weeks to the following franchises. Panthers, obviously just took Bryce Young. Texans took Stroud. Colts took Richardson. Raiders, Titans, Bucks, Falcons, Patriots. So it's going to be it's going to be one of them, I think.
They're all
But
gone.
they've all
Well,
picked.
Dallas-
All of them have picked.
Well,
But they
Dallas
can obviously trade up.
Could this be Adebare? I
Cowboys-
could see them doing something stupid like Adebare. at
The
this
selection
point.
is being made now, but for
Let's
Ant's
listen.
sake, I'm going to hang back for 10 seconds.
I'll put my finger up when it's done.
Oh.
Matt is doing his Professor X power. Yeah, come on, and do it, come on, and do it.
Amber alert! Amber alert!
Brown alert!
The Michigan bias strikes, but the Cowboys have done it.
That is an exceptionally good pick for a team that already has good pass rush.
So that is, according to our Cowboys guest, the first defensive tackle they've picked in the first round of an NFL draft since 1990, when I would have been about 100 days old. That is when they last did that. It is
makes sense.
I'd have been
that is
2
not-
weeks old. I would be 14 days old at this point.
Wait, are
23
you
years
younger
ago.
than me? Are you younger than me?
I was born 14th of April 1990.
Oh my God, you're younger than me. Wow. I thought you were older than me.
Mindfuck, motherfucker.
I didn't know. I just swooped in 1998.
Wow.
Ash,
Tom,
enjoy the rest of your draft. Goodbye.
What
No, I'm
year are
kidding.
you? What year are you, Tom?
88.
Oh, he's a little bit older than me. Not that much.
Little
He
bit.
doesn't look it. You look younger.
Unfortunately, Tom
I'm not-
looks the youngest of all of us.
I am not telling him that, Big Aries. I am not telling him that.
What?
That is Pete. I am not saying that, Big Aries. I love
What?
Ant. I would never say such a thing to him.
What is he called me a bad name because I wish Marcy elsewhere?
Do you promise if I tell you, you will not shoot the messenger?
I love Big Aries. Big Aries can say what he wants.
Big Aries said, I always thought Ant was in his 40s. Oops.
I used to love everything Big Aries.
But to be fair, to go back to the massive pick makes sense considering they have to face Jalen Hurts twice a year, Saquon Barkley twice a year,
And Miles Sanders twice a year. Or Miles isn't there anymore, is he?
He's a Panther now.
But they're running teams. I mean, Barkley,
Exactly,
they like to run. Eagles like to run. You need to run stuff in DT in that division, certainly. So
Exactly, yeah.
I can get that. I'm upset with Big Aries now. 40. Do I really
Is-
look
ooh.
40? I'm gonna have to train hard for this combine to show that I'm not 40.
Are the Jags gonna get their potential Zach Ertz / Dallas Goddard by having Michael Mayer fall to them?
Surely this is Joe.
Well, what are they gonna-
Joey Porter can't fall this far.
Yeah, but what are they gonna?
Yes, he can. Let him fall to 34.
Sorry,
what
Tom.
are they gonna do at tackle though? Cam Robinson's suspended, and they're not gonna go
They could
offensive
go in
line.
so many different directions because I feel like apparently all the Jags fans, every mock draft has had Brian Branch here. So
Okay,
Branch is still there.
We've annoyed
Branch
a
is
lot
still
of
there.
people because Ken Stauder's son was born in 1988. His son.
Have we annoyed him? That's like
Derek.
So he's a year older than us.
No, his son is a year older than us.
We never said Derek was old, though.
I know. No. Sorry, that's Ken Stauder. Derek Beetleman was born in 1979. We've got other people in here. Mike the Marine from Twitch, born in 1964. So we have a wide range of people watching us, and maybe I should not be laughing so hard.
And we love you all.
I'm just waiting for it. I'm just fucking waiting for it.
So, are you talking about the 50-year-old Stephen Collins?
Steve's 30, surely.
Honestly, Steve, when I met you going to Cheltenham, I thought, fuck, there's a guy who's significantly older than I am, who's in a much fitter state than I am. So...
You know what? I really want to just hug Steve right now. I can see the pain on Steve's face, and it hurts me. I don't want to see Steve in pain.
No, so
I want to see him
don't worry
happy.
about Steve being in pain. When we do this combine, Steve has a legitimate shot of being the most athletic person of the five of us.
No, he's not, because I'm going to train for it. I don't care if I break my knee.
And
no, because
it's not going to work,
I won't
mate.
be, because I'm going to spend the next 4 months comfort eating fucking ice cream.
Jalen Ramsey's just tweeted
I'll
about
be like
the Lions.
25 stone by the time the next season starts, when I start tucking into Ben and Jerry's in about 10 minutes' time.
Sorry, Ash, say again, mate.
Jalen Ramsey's just tweeted about our draft. He said, people questioning the Lions, but they might be onto something. Eye emoji, shrug emoji. Are we that popular now that Jalen Ramsey's actually giving a shit?
Who gives a shit about Jalen Ramsey?
Me, FSU fan.
Yeah, I feel the same.
I know.
Anyone you want me to get up on a graphic so we can talk about the last pick, Mazzy Smith? Let's get Mazzy Smith up on the graphic.
But Jake Moody, can we get Jake Moody up?
No, I don't have a graphic for Jake fucking Moody, you prick. I don't have one. Mazzy Smith.
You better make one before we get to pick 34.
Where's Luke Musgrave's one for Tom?
I got Luke Musgrave up.
Lukey's in play. Lukey is in play. At
I got
34.
Luke Musgrave made up in case he was a first-round pick. I did have him.
So wait, you did one for Tom, but not for Steve. That's mean.
Yeah, but Jake Moody is someone who potentially is undrafted, whereas Luke Musgrave is never a day 3 pick. So... You know, just saying.
People said that about Maurice Hurst.
We say this, but there's no tight ends going off the board. This tight end class is deep.
Anyway, the Jaguar selection is coming up right fucking now. So,
all right, let's have a look. Let's have a look who this is. It's oh God, what we have.
Ooh, and when you're ready,
message to Cam Robinson.
Oh, what a reach! They're the ones who reach. Oh my God!
I should have changed my first round prediction because I had the Jags taking Anton Harrison in my first round prediction.
So you know how I said that because there's a dearth of like elite offensive linemen in the draft this year, that people were gonna reach into the first rounds for guys who were not worthy of it. Anton Harrison is that guy. Anton Harrison is the guy who should have no business been in the first round whatsoever, but because all the tackles are gone, he's in there. I mean, DeJuan Jones is probably going to appear in there now at some point, and he shouldn't. Sorry, Matt, go on.
No. It's now time to introduce the MVP. Not a guest from another team who's been propping us up for so long, but a person who's been championing us from the very, very, very beginning. Someone who came into us and said, you guys can be great, and I'm going to help you do it. A person who has associated with Ant, really taken us to some heights here, where actually some people are taking notice of who the fuck we are. And that man is Luke G. Luke G in the building. How you doing, my man?
Hey, what's going on, family? Listen, y'all did all the work. Y'all give me too much credit. What y'all do is absolutely amazing. Like I keep telling y'all got to come out with Steve. Got to come out with a whole hip hop channel. Like if y'all are not paying attention to Steve's background, shame on you. It's so much going on back there. It's so much history back there. It's ridiculous. And you're not gonna miss a beat at all when it comes to your college stuff. So and Matt be in every damn thing. Matt is like the jack of all trade, but the difference is he's master of all.
Yeah,
and so
well,
to
I'm
me,
Jack Campbell. It's okay. It's fine. You can say it.
I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. It's 100%, man. It's just 100%. Like 100% what it is. Hey, but I'm happy to be here, man. What's good with everybody?
I know Luke is a very happy chappy right now because Luke loves Jack Campbell, and I think you like this pick, don't you, Luke? You will probably be the one who will convince us all that we are being crybabies and we are absolutely not overreacting for a reason. Go for it.
I feel like both the picks is you have to wait and see. At the end of the day, I'm not finna criticize anything because I feel like there are certain narratives that are designed when it comes to me and me being able to be critical of what is happening with this team. And then I literally can see how the storylines are going to play out. I didn't think there was a single linebacker that should have been drafted in the first round this year. I just did not see that guy. I didn't think there was not one single linebacker that should have been taken in the first round. There was nobody that really stood out, and that includes Jack Campbell. I did a whole video on him where I pointed out the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I said, hey, he's got some things he's definitely got to work on. And, but did the Lions need linebacker help? Yep. So I can't get mad about that. They needed linebacker help. But my issue is the trade down was phenomenal. It was what I think everybody wanted in the first place. But I think you need to walk away with day one starters in the first round. And I don't know if we did that. I don't know if we walked away with day one starters. My concern with the running back pick is if you're going to take a running back, you should have just took Bijan. Take the best running back. I don't want to hear all this. He's a dynamic guy. He's got all-purpose yards and blah, 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 blah. So what? So he's a faster theoretic? I don't care. Like that's what concerns me. Are we going to become noticeable again? One of the reasons that when you look at Jamal Williams, when he came in, you knew we weren't passing the ball with him back there. It's not happening. And when we had Theo Riddick, you knew we weren't running the ball with him back there. It's not happening. And so, okay, you got a running back. Cool. I wasn't far off in my opinion to get a running back in the first round, but I was thinking of just taking the best running back, the guy who kind of reminds me of Adrian Peterson, and that was Bijan Robinson. I wasn't wrong when I said I don't think he makes it to 18. He didn't. But when I sit there and I look at it, what the Lions done in this draft so far, I just ask myself really three questions. Question one, was what they did so far moves that help you win the division? Question two, how many of these guys are day one starters? And then question three, what's the narrative going to be if our defense has somewhat of the same repeat where they're a 28th or 29th ranked defense? Are people going to start screaming, fire the head coach? Because the whole idea of us outscoring teams is just not realistic. So that's generally how I look at it. I just look at it like I can't judge everything until it unfolds. But do I walk away feeling like, yeah, we did that. We did. No, I don't. I just don't.
Let me break down why I'm feeling so pissed off now, Luke. So defense is a massive need.
Yes.
And offense for me is a luxury pick. I think the trade down was brilliant. Like, absolutely couldn't agree. Going from 6 to 12, great. But then we've taken Gibbs at 12 when we could have taken him at 18. And also, David Montgomery hasn't taken a snap for us yet. And when he's healthy, DeAndre Swift is an absolute beast. So for me, running back isn't an area of like need.
No.
At that level in the draft. And then at 18, we've taken a linebacker. With the trade down, we then get the 34th pick. But we've then taken a linebacker at 18 that could have been there at 34. Or we could have traded up a couple of spots from like 34 to like the back end of the first round to get him. So for me, there's no value. And we still don't have a cornerback. You know, we've watched Christian Gonzalez go off the board. Deontay Banks went at like 25. We could have taken those players. Quarterback's a massive need for us. And I don't think this has made our defense much better. And it just feels like we've done all the right things to a point and then just fucked it up.
Yeah, and see, what you're pointing out is one of the things that I've always noticed is that there seems to be a higher investment on offensive players than there is on defensive guys. Let's just be honest on what happened here, right? So you still had questions and concerns about Carter. Fine, trade down was perfect. I was all for getting more picks. If you're not taking Carter, get more capital. Great. And you talk about the cornerbacks. You're right. Like when you look at the cornerbacks, it's like, okay. Taking a running back at 12 tells me that they really wanted Bijan, and they thought that he would slide. They thought he would slide. And I don't think for one moment that once Witherspoon was taken by the Seattle Seahawks that messed up the draft board. Nope, I don't believe that. I believe that he always wanted running back. The same way he always wanted a DN and had the Jacksonville Jaguars took Aiden, he would have took Walker. Right? Like I'm convinced of these things. But I also look at it and I'm like, okay, you took the running back. I don't think, like you said, running back was high up on our list of needs. And then as you take the running back, cornerback at the cornerback come off the board. Okay. And then you come back and you take a linebacker who I agree with you would have been there at 34. Because if you look at what these teams are picking now, none of them need a linebacker. We're getting ready to be at the last pick of the first round. None of them needed a linebacker. And he would have been there at 34. And so what happens right after that pick? Buccaneers take Kancey. And I already know what's going to happen. If Kancey ends up being what we thought he was, people are going to say, first it was Aaron Donald, now Kancey.
See, that's really interesting, Lou. So you think Bijan was the guy at 6 and that's what messed the board up? Because I think it was Devon. And when he went, they were like, yeah, there's no one here. Do you think it was Bijan at 6?
I do. I think they felt that Bijan would slide. I think they were trusting that he would slide, and they figure, hey, we're going to get more draft capital. He's going to fall to 12. And they looked at, because you look at all the picks before that, most of those teams had already re-up on running backs, and they had already re-up on other positions, and they had other bigger needs. He didn't expect for the Falcons to be like, oh, let me take Bijan Robinson. He was hoping, I'm telling you, I guarantee you, he was hoping that he fell and slid, and that backfired. So then what he did was he said, well, I'm going with my number 2 running back on the board. Now, he's going to come out to the media and tell you that we always had Gibbs as our number 1 running back. But why did you wait till the day of the draft to trade that pick then if you always had him as your number 1 running back? He didn't want to take that running back at 6. He wanted to try to get that running back at a little bit better value. And this is why positional value can bite you in the butt. And it's a bunch of BS for me personally. But he decided to do something that I don't think he understood. And I think he gambled. I think he gambled when he did it.
So I was about to say, I know me and you have had our differences on this with Brad and how he does and that, but do you think it was the pick itself, like pick 6, that just kind of hindered him from doing his best work because the guys weren't there and then he's had to do what he's with, or do you think it's more Holmes himself rather than the pick?
I think he was going on based on value. I don't think he wanted to take the running back at 6. I think he wanted to run it back at 12. I really do believe that, because to me, think about this, right? If you look at the list, the long list of needs that the Lions need, most of them start off at defense. It's no way on God's green earth anybody sat there and said, oh, running back. That's a huge need. Nobody said that, right? And then you added David Montgomery, as Steve pointed out, who you haven't even allowed to take a single snap. Swift has shown that he's more than capable. So we already felt comfortable with what we had in terms of, our running back room, right? So if your whole purpose was to take a running back, you telling me you couldn't get him in the second round, or you could have just said, you know what, let me address the D tackle. And if you go back to last year, right, when they took Aiden Hutchinson, we had the same conversation, and I was like, look, the receiver thing is not making sense for me. And people kept asking me, would you have felt better if he took a linebacker? Yeah, because that goes hand in hand with the damn D line, and we need it. But now he takes a linebacker who has glitches in the matrix, and if he can't get off blocks, I pray to God he learns how to. He doesn't always hit the right gap. I pray to God he does. He doesn't always hit the right angle. I pray to God he learns how to. He doesn't always wrap up on tackles, which is really strange to me. And I show all of this on tape. I pray to God he does that. And to me, you know, like to Ken who says this, you see the war room. No. But guess what? Nobody, and I mean nobody, can tell me that they really believe that running back was that big of a need to be the first pick of the Detroit Lions draft. So that tells me he really wanted a more dynamic running back because he's going to try to probably either one, move on from Swift, or two, just say, you know what, when Swift contract is up, at least I got this running back. And if everybody want to argue where he wanted the speed, okay, cool. Because what you can't tell me is well, this guy can catch, so could be John. Well, this guy can run, so could be John. Well, he can run between the tackles. Bijan does it better. Like I'm not making it up. But when I sit there and I look, and I'm telling myself, when are you going to address the interior D line? And now you look at the remaining D tackles out there. We going into it. You think Isaiah Buggs is the answer? They just re-signed what, Bento today? You think he the answer? So off rip, yeah, I believe it was just being at 6. He wanted more draft capital, and the people that he wanted, he was hoping would slide. He probably thought Carter would slide to him at 12, and that way it wouldn't be that much of a risk. Or he probably thought, okay, if Bijan slide. But he certainly did not sit there and say to himself, you know what, I'm going to trade down to 12 because the guy that I want is going to be there at 12, and that's the running back that nobody's going to see coming. Yeah, nobody's going to see coming because there's not a need for you. You still haven't addressed the defense, and we're 5 years in.
It's a tough one, isn't it? So Holmes has developed the reputation of never drafting a linebacker high, like ever. Whether it's just been circumstance or draft year or that, we've all said that it's not been high on his draft board, and then all of a sudden it's at 18, and it's for a guy who maybe shouldn't be there. And like I said, you have done the tape view on him. You have done more than I have. Is there a particular reason for him why he's done this that you saw? Is there a particular part of his game that you think that Campbell can hang his hat on that might be worth that overall? Because this seems to be a departure from his previous, exploration into the linebacker position. It's never been this high. So there's got to be something special about him.
I think with what Campbell and what Brad Holmes saw was their opportunity to get their version of Elvin Kamara. That's what I believe that they think. They believe that they just added their version of Elvin Kamara to this team. That's what it is.
Campbell, linebacker, not
Gibbs. So in terms of Campbell, they just finally say, you know what, let's just go ahead and draft linebacker, and we're taking a guy who could be a leader and that that the fans will be happy about. He's a leader. He won the Buckets Award and all this other stuff, and they were happy about it, right? But and again, this is funny because I've had people try to tell me I'm crazy about this, but I'm like, this is a direct response to basically saying that, hey, Malcolm, we appreciate your services. He's definitely taking Malcolm Rodriguez's spot. For a fact, based on the contract that they provided Alex Anzalone, he's starting. He's getting the green dot. So that means that Campbell is 100% taking Malcolm Rodriguez's spot, and Malcolm Rodriguez will be the relief guy. Which is further proof to what I've been saying the whole time. He's not a starter in this league. He's not. He started because the Lions linebacker corps was just bad. And I believe that to the fans who don't want to buy that, just pay attention. We're not going to go away from the 2 linebacker set. I guarantee you, it's not happening. So it is what it is.
Yeah.
The thing to remember in terms of position and in terms of depth, like we've just lost Akuda. Emmanuel Mosley's just coming back from an Achilles tear. Like, what happens if something happens to Cam Sutton and we're back to like Jerry Jacobs and Will Harris? But now we've got Jahmyr Gibbs, Montgomery, and DeAndre Swift in the running back room.
Okay,
like,
I tell
for me,
you, Steve,
that's mental.
So for me, I've always been on the train that cornerback in round 2 is fine because the cornerback depth is really, 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 really deep in this draft. And still on the board, before the Eagles pick here at 30, is Joey Porter Jr., Cam Smith, Who else have we got a corner? We've got
Brian
DJ
Branch.
Turner. We've got Julius Brents. We've got Clark Phillips. We've got Tyreek Stevenson. We've got Garrett Williams. All of which at some point have been projected in the first round, even if for a few days. Like, they're all guys who at some point have been projected in the top 31. So, like...
If Philly get Branch here, I'm going to be sick.
That is the pick they should make, because they don't have CJGJ anymore. So it's a perfect pick for them if they get it.
I'm going to be physically sick if they do it, but I think they should. I think they should go O-line here. I think they have to. They have to replace Kelsey next year. So I think this is where Schmitz comes.
Schmitz makes sense.
I would say this. I would say what Steve's question is very valid, because to me, I was not a fan of the Okudah trade. And I stand by my viewpoint on that. I don't care what nobody say. You're not going to convince me that Will Harris is the better option. I don't care you're going to pay him $10 million. Figure it out. The same way you're going to allow for these other players like Chauncey Gardner-Johnson to play cornerback and nickel and play him out. He's only making $2 million less. Figure it out. Let this guy try some safety. He played really well when you put him in the box in a lot of other games. So you should have figured it out. You got a 5th round pick. And if one of them cornerbacks that everybody done hyped up because they didn't have nothing else better else to do but to hype up a guy in Emmanuel Mosley who nobody was talking about until he became a Lion, then yeah, I'm with Steve. What are you going to do then? You want to blame the head coach? It's his fault. We can't keep doing that. At some point, we have to be able to just say, you know what? Let's start to address major points. And when you just look at the teams that you're going to play, look at the off seasons they had, look at the people that they draft, and you ask me this question. You play the Falcons. You fit the Lions at this point through the first round has done enough. And for somebody to get all smart and go, we still got more draft to go. I know. But we're talking about right now. Do you feel that the Lions have done enough to stop a Bijan Robinson if he wants to run the ball crazy? No. Your interior D line is not that great. You needed a running mate to go with McNeil. And so as far as I'm concerned, I get what you're saying, Steve. Like you were sitting in the prime position to not only take a cornerback at 12, but Cansey at 18, and then come back and still get Campbell at 34.
Doesn't Jack Campbell play in Alexander Leonard's spot at Mike?
They won't. That's not going to happen. They're going to be on the field at the same time. They're not. I have no doubt they're not giving Campbell the green dot just off rip. I think that's going to stay with Anzalone. I didn't realize how valuable Anzalone was in terms of the green dot when I went to a game and saw him at the goal line and Aiden Hutchinson lined up in the wrong spot and he yelled him, get your hind parts over to here, and then he got that guy lined up and then they snapped the ball and the play was stopped. So I realized it immediately. I realized what it was immediately. So make no mistakes about it. I just don't think that's what the vision is. I don't think that's what the plan was. I just think when you look at it, it's going to be a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas, and we got to go with what they took. And the reality is had the board fell the same way that it fell, the Lion fan base would have been happy if you came out with, say, Gonzalez or Porter Jr. at 12, Cansey at 18, or flip-flop that. Cansey at 12, Porter Jr. or Gonzalez at 18, and then Campbell at 34. You got 3 second-round picks, no third-round pick. I'm cool with that, but you really could have hit all type of home runs. You could have literally took those three defensive players, came back with the pick 48, took the running back. If the running back ain't there, take another DN or edge rusher if you wanted to, or you could have doubled up on another corner. Then you could have came back at 55. And then maybe you didn't see it there. Or you could have did this. You could have said Cansey, cornerback, Campbell, Hendon Hooker. Cansey, cornerback, Jack Campbell, Branch, whatever. You have so many options. And I think going running back Campbell seems like, yeah, you're going to take a luxury pick, take the best running back. I don't believe
Also,
the best running back.
Also, it feels like we're now going to put DeAndre Swift's place on the roster and probably Derek Barnes in jeopardy. So it feels like we're losing 2 players when there's areas where it just feels like we don't have the depth. So that's just...
quite frankly, DeAndre Swift for 3 games a year was treading water, and Derek Barnes... When I said I think he may come good. I hope he comes good. I'm kind of saying I don't really believe in Barnes anymore. But I didn't want to say that too much because the likelihood was we're not picking a linebacker in round 1. And so he's going to play. And I'm... much as I don't want to kind of go forward and to besmirch the players we're going to go forward with publicly, in my heart, Derek Barnes is done. Derek Barnes is done. He's not shown enough. He's not shown enough growth over these years that I feel like he could have done anything. Swift, I feel differently. He could have reclaimed a spot here, and that feels like a bit of redundancy, and I agree with that. But Barnes has shown not much from his rookie season.
Sorry, just quickly as an aside, is anyone fearing for the over-under of the number of quarterback lives lost in the NFC East this year? They've got Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith added to that defensive line. Someone is going to die a very painful death, whether it be Sam Howell, Jalen Hurts, or Dak Prescott.
All of them!
Jalen Hurts.
Just don't stop there, though. And you can't just stop there. You got to look at what they got. They got Brandon Graham, Fletcher Cox, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Hassan Riddick. Like the list doesn't just stop there. And so, but look at the difference between what they're doing and what everybody else is doing. They're telling themselves, let's build up this, let's make this stronger, let's get this done, let's get this done. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like that's what they're doing. Now, to respond to Matthew about Derek Barnes, I hear you, but I want to give you a name, and I want you to think long and hard about what I'm about to say.
I will.
Kyle Van Noy. Every Lions fan written this man off. They dogged him and drug him through the dirt. I told every single one of them that he's playing out of position. I told every single one of them that Kyle Van Noy was a 3-4 outside linebacker that we brought in, and instead of making him a 4-3 DN, we made him a outside linebacker, and he was never going to perform at that rate. Now, let's flip this over to Derek Barnes. Derek Barnes' first year, he played 39% of the snaps. His second year, 35% of the snaps. That is no way for you to get into a rhythm. He started 6 games in 2021, 4 games in 2022, right? And he significantly took snaps on special teams in both those years, okay? Now, why am I bringing that up? Because they're playing him out of position. They brought him in here and said he's going to play off-ball linebacker when he really should be an outside linebacker, similar to what they do with Houston. But if you're not going to do that, then you have to play him at the inside, because whether people realize it or not, there were games where teams were running the ball down our throat, and when he came in, that stuff stopped. AKA the Washington game, and I can go down a list of other ones too. And what I'm saying is before you give up on him, before you just say, hey, I'm melting it in, he hasn't lived up to it, they're not utilizing him right, and they're not giving him enough opportunities. And I had this same argument not only about Kyle Van Noy, but I had it about Isaiah Simmons when people was trying to tell me I lost my mind about Isaiah Simmons and that I was wrong, and that Okudah is a great shutdown guy, and he's phenomenal. He's going to reinvent the wheel, right? When all that stuff was happening, I told everybody, no, they're playing these people out of position, and it's ridiculous. And even with Iffy right now, they moved him to safety, and it's not looking too great. And did he look great at corner? Not so much, but he looked way better at corner than he did at safety. And so all I'm pointing out to you is this: before you give up on him, keep in mind that he has not made enough significant snaps to be considered anything. Now, to show you in comparisons, what I mean by that in terms of opportunity, and this whole idea that, well, maybe he wasn't playing well in practice, or maybe he didn't sniff the coach's butt, or whatever they come up with for an excuse. I want to give you some perspective that allows you to kind of look at it a little bit different and say, let's take a look at a guy like Malcolm Rodriguez, right? And a guy who they just basically liked his attitude. They just said, hey, we like his attitude. But when you look at his snap counts, he took 57% of the snaps, started 15 games, and played in 16. And he took significantly less snaps on special teams. And the difference between that is this: one guy had more opportunity to showcase himself and the other didn't. But when we had games where we couldn't stop a run, when we brought him in, that run stopped. And that was not happening. And that's why they went out and got Jack Campbell, because they knew that they could upgrade not from Derek Barnes, but from Malcolm Rodriguez, a guy who they were starting. They wasn't starting Barnes, and that's where the problem come in at.
Yeah, Luke. So I said I'm giving up on Derek Barnes a little bit, and you're absolutely right. But in my heart of hearts, when I was thinking about the pick that we made, I wasn't thinking about Derek Barnes. I was thinking about Malcolm Rodriguez, and you're absolutely right. The thing is about Rodriguez and what he did is he might be the best reserve Mike Will linebacker in the league, but he's probably not a starter ever. He shouldn't be, given his physicality. His physical measurables mean that he is the premier backup in the league, but you don't want that guy to start. So I get you 100% on that point. It is a replacement for Malcolm and not Derek, and I hope that Derek can get there. In fact, in terms of a 4-3 base, if you think about Jack Campbell along with Alex Anzalone and then Derek being that blitzing linebacker, that could be quite balanced and work quite well. So that might open up Derek to do a good many things, and he hasn't had the opportunity that perhaps you'd hope from a person who you traded up for a couple of years ago. But one of the reasons why people don't get the opportunity they should potentially is what they do on the training field. And I mean, I can't speak to that. I haven't been at Allen Park. But I would like to say that if Derek Barnes deserved the opportunity, that he would have been afforded it. This regime has built themselves on opportunity where you have earned it. And if Derek Barnes has not played those snaps, I would say he perhaps hasn't earned that opportunity yet.
I think this might preclude, generally, a move to edge for Derek Barnes. I mean,
yes.
You saw it with...
Yes.
And I mean this in the most respectful way. You saw it with Micah Parsons when he came up from college to the NFL. Micah Parsons was a linebacker. Let's not forget this. But they saw his talent as an edge rusher. He can blitz. He can get after running backs. He can get after quarterbacks. And what you saw with Derek Barnes in college is he could hit the gap, do a lot of damage in the backfield, and that's how they... But they've not used him as that as a linebacker, so maybe move him to outside linebacker, move him to edge where you can include his talents more, and then just leave Rodrigo, you leave Jack Campbell, and you leave Anzalone in the middle, and you give Barnes a chance to maximize his skill set. I feel like that might be a thing now.
Yeah, and I think, like I said, the whole thing is making sure that you put people in the position and allow them to show their best talents. And you see this all the time with a lot of players over the years where you put them in these positions to show their abilities. But I remember, Parsons was a great comp, in my opinion, Anthony, 100%. And another one I could think of is I remember when we moved, when we had Ernie Sims, and we moved him inside, and I was like, oh, okay. That didn't look too good. It didn't look too good. And so, you have to be able to use people in a way that allows for them to take advantage of certain things. Right now, I believe when looking at this draft, if you come out and you get this draft an A for the first round, God bless you, right? If you give it a B, God bless you. A C, D, E, F, it doesn't matter. You only have to ask yourself that question. Are we doing the right moves to win a division? Because that's what the expectation is. That's what everybody's pointing to. The big bad wolf of Aaron Rodgers is out of the NFC North. Whoa. The Bears are still in the middle of a rebuild. You should have no problems with them. The Vikings just dismantled most of their defense. You should have no problem with them. But guess what? They added another receiver. And now you got Jefferson, Addison, TJ Hockenson. Who are these guys going to get covered? Who's covering these guys?
Who cares?
Fair enough, Matthew. If you believe that, fair enough.
So I think the thing with the investment in the cornerback room for Detroit in the free agency is that everyone said, okay, you have a long-term need at corner. But no one said you had a short-term need at corner. Now, people were saying, okay, you draft for need in future years. That's what you ideally do. You draft for the need a year from now. So in 2024, Mosley is not here. Potentially, we don't have Jerry Jacobs either. Mosley's gone. The only guy we have is Cam Sutton under contract. So cornerback is a need in 24. But if you're having a look at production in 23, cornerback isn't a need. So it affords you the opportunity to defer that choice. But what it does mean is that 2024's draft, a corner is the number one priority unless you invest once again in free agency. So you have limited the choices that you have, but they expanded the choices by investing in free agency this time around. So it's a bit of swings and roundabouts, really. And just to say, the first round of the NFL draft has now concluded. 31 at Kansas City went to Felix Anduike-Uzomah from Kansas State, the defensive end. This means that Joey Porter Jr., Will Levis, Michael Mayer, Brian Branch, Osiris Torrance, Luke Musgrave, Cam Smith, Drew Sanders, BJ Ojolari, Darnell Washington, Jalen Sanders, Josh Downs, DJ Turner, John Michael Schmitz, and Keely Ringo, and Trenton Simpson, they are all not first-round picks in this draft. And Luke, sorry, you may want to come back to my point on that, but that's a heck of a lot of talent that hasn't gone in round one.
So the news just came on, and in Michigan, and the first thing the headline says is Detroit Lions make surprise moves, and it's showing the reaction of the Lions at the Ford Field. And there's a group in the front who's like super hyped. They're like, yeah, because they know they're gonna be on TV, right? Like you know you're being filmed. But if you just go just a little bit to the back, there are people who just started walking like towards the thing, looking around like, what is this? And stuff like that. So just wanted to bring that up because that's what they're talking about right now. I personally, hey, everybody keep telling me and Brad Holmes we trust. So say I don't want to hear all the other complaints. To address what you're talking about, the Lions are sitting up there at 34. Yes, they can still get a cornerback, right? Like no doubts about it. They could even take a freaking quarterback, right? But what about the interior? What about that?
Keanu Benton's still on the board.
Yeah, okay. that's the pick to be had there. Absolutely. But
at 55.
That is an interesting thing. Lucas just mentioned an interesting thing about the reaction at Ford Field. If we were there this year, I mean, obviously we'd be hyped because we're there and we get to see Luke in person, which would be amazing. But if we would just
come find you.
Absolutely. Oh, Luke, we will come and find you. We that is the first thing we do when we come to Detroit.
How do we know what he looks like?
I know what he looks like. I've seen Luke.
Else, yeah.
I've seen Luke once. I know what he looks like. So
yeah, and behind the scenes, when I'm not on the camera, I don't mind showing my face. It's just that when I'm on the camera, I don't need nobody to be able to show work. Like, hey, I know that guy. And I'm like, oh, here we go.
Luke is a more beautiful version of me. So that's what Luke is. But
oh wow, okay.
Back.
I'm really sorry, Luke.
Shut up. Back to the point. Luke mentioned the reaction of the fans at Ford Field. If you were at Ford Field for this draft now, this draft one, and I know how Steve feels about this, Steve would be like chucking out chairs and shit right now, but how would you be reacting to this draft if you were there right now? Like, now the draft is done, first round. How would you be reacting?
Head in hands, to be honest. Trying to process.
Matt?
I'm sorry, I was reading comments. Say again.
So if we were, Luke mentioned how like the guys at the front of Ford Field were hype and then the ones at the back were disappointed. If you were at Ford Field for this draft right now and this draft has happened the way it has, what would your reaction be in the stadium right now? How would you be feeling? Would you be at the front with the Kool-Aid Brigade or would you be at the back going, I'm not sure about this?
I mean, I'm already with the Kool-Aid Brigade. There's absolutely no doubt that this draft was not the best for the next 5 to 10 years for the Lions. This draft has sacrificed value long term. 100%. But given a weak NFC North, given a weak NFC, the Lions have prioritized people who will make impact on day one. They think they're in a Super Bowl window. That's what these picks mean. And you should expect Darnell Washington to come off the board at 34 because that's who it's going to be.
Oh, Jesus. Right. We love Luke. We want Luke to stay with us here,
Okay.
so don't be saying shit like that.
Okay, but what I'm talking about is people day one who are going to translate to the NFL. If you want us to run the ball, Darnell Washington is going to complement Jahmyr Gibbs. Whether you agree with the Gibbs pick or not, a tight end with the blocking prowess of Washington complements Gibbs. So that makes sense.
Okay.
If the Lions think that they're in a Super Bowl window and all of their picks say in 2023 we are going for it, fuck what everyone else thinks, we are going for this. They're going for it. And I, for one, I'm going to be saving money right now because 2026 may be shit. 2026 may be shit for us because of the shit picks that we've made. Who cares if we win it all this year? And with the NFC in the state it's in, the Eagles might be the only team in the way. Dallas have not backed it up. Who else is in the NFC? Minnesota are shit. Green Bay are not that good. Sorry, we've made picks today which are going to make a big difference to our team. And I don't like it. I would like us to do better. I want us to do what Harry Roseman does and make sure that for the next 5 to 10 years, we're always competitive. But for 2023, the Lions fans should be hyped because this translates so fucking well to what we do.
Okay, so you've just given Steve his tagline there, but Steve, we need to give all viewers a floor here, Steve. So you're at Ford Field. This draft has just happened. We know how you feel. What are you doing? How are you feeling?
What we've done is it's a bit like a golfer, like who's trying to. We need to like get down in 5 shots, and we've still got a shot tomorrow, but like we've made it really fucking difficult for ourselves. Like we're gonna need. We're like in a bunker now. We're in a bunker and we need to chip out and get in the hole, and it's a fucking difficult shot. And the only saving grace is I think we've got like 3 picks in the first like 20 tomorrow, and if you look at who's available, you've still got Joey Porter, Michael Mayer, Brian Branch, Ringo, Cyrus Torrance.
3 in the top 18, yeah.
Steve Avila. You've got all the tight ends. You've got some decent O-line, but like we're gonna like. I'm just not confident that we're just not going to do something mental tomorrow, and we're going to pick like, I don't know, 3 offensive linemen or like 2 tight ends and another running back. Like I just don't know like what we're going to pick after that.
Can I just say this? I just want to point this out. Shout out to Steve for he's not finna fake this. He's like, nope, that Kool-Aid, the sugar ain't enough sugar in this Kool-Aid for me. I'm not drinking this. Y'all need to add some whiskey or some scotch to this and come talk to me in a few more hours. So shout out to him.
That is what we love about Steve. So Luke, to use his golf analogy, do you think we've like hit the pitching wedge into a bunker, or do you think we are in like the long grass and we can recover this? Where are you at with it?
I think the Lions.
Be honest, Luke. I know.
I don't think the Lions did what they needed to do to win this division. Not in the first round. Don't get me wrong. The Gibbs can be a phenomenal, amazing running back, right? Like he could be the guy that takes it the distance and go to the house, right? He could be that. And I feel like this is mostly a reactionary thing. Like they're gonna hype it up because they know the camera's on it, so you see all the things like him pounding the table and woo, and he do that every single time. But let's be honest, this wasn't your first choice. This is not. It's no way you telling me this is your first choice. It's not.
No, it's true.
You can hype this up as much as you want, but you didn't even get this hype for when you took your linebacker, and we really needed that. So it's like I don't. In my opinion, I think Steve is onto something where it's like this doesn't make you feel good about the projection that, hey, we're going to win the division. We're going to the playoffs. We're winning the playoff game.
So, Michael has asked you, Luke, you mentioned about the Lions have not made the picks to win the division now. Who would you have picked to win the division now? He's asking who would you have done that for?
So let's say hypothetically, let's just go with where we at. We trade out a pick, which is what I wanted in the first place. I wanted to trade out. I did a poll. I asked multiple people. I've said it many times. My first choice is to trade out a pick. But if I'm stuck at that pick and the following things happen, I knew who I wanted. So in the case of us trading out, we at 12. What I would have did was I would have took Kancey. I would have took the D tackle and I would have took him and say, you know what, we got Kancey, cool. And then I already knew that there was still a bunch of cornerbacks on this because this is, it was a deep cornerback class. So then what I would have did at 18 is I'd have came right back and took me a cornerback. Then what I would have did is I would have just sat there and I would have just waited because guess what? Pick 34 is literally like the second to third pick in the second round. So at that point, I'd have just said, all right, cool. Now I'd have came back in that pick and I would have just took a linebacker. It wouldn't have been Jack Campbell. I would have took Simpson. Or I would have took, at that point, I would have just been like, you know what? Let me double up on another corner. Or let me just take the quarterback of my future and let him sit. It's a second round pick.
I think Campbell was most people's third like LB3. Like
No.
Trenton Simpson, Drew Sanders. Nah.
He was my
LB1.
Diane Henley is
Drew Sanders and Trenton Simpson.
I didn't like Sanders or Henley or anyone else more than Campbell. Personally, but that's only because I wanted a mic.
Yeah, I like the Sanders better than him. I like the Isaiah's more better than him. I liked it Henley better than him. What I saw from him was a guy who at times will hit the right gap and it would be beautiful. Then at most times he wouldn't hit the right gap. I thought he was better in coverage than he was as a run defender. And when I get to keep reliving this moment in my head, the Carolina Panthers 247 yards in the first half. Yeah, I need somebody in the middle of the field with my man McNeil to help out. And Isaiah Buggs ain't it. And so as far as I'm concerned, yeah, we needed to address something on the inside that will have impact and can do more than just stop the run, that can get after the quarterback in the pass. That was Kancey, that was Carter. Those were my two guys. Bennett from Wisconsin, cool, but he's not a pass rusher. He's supposed to be a run stopper, and too often I find him on the ground. So let's say, for example, if you're trying to win a division, let's just look at what everybody else in our division did, right? If you look at what they're doing and how they're trying to go about, they just added another receiver to the Vikings. So good luck. We got to figure that out. The Bears have said enough of this BS and are building an offensive line for their quarterback. Pay attention. They even came back. With their choices and are going to probably add more offensive line and defensive interior help. And so you go over to the Packers, who basically added somebody I'm not too high on in Van Ness. I'm not really high on him, so no biggie there. So hey, maybe they become the bottom feeder. But as far as I'm concerned, what we have. Their problem is quarterback. They're going to go into it and trust what they got in Jordan Love, and if they suck, they'll end up being a sweepstakes to get Caleb Williams next year. But I just look at it and I say, we already see that we can score points, but when it mattered, you didn't make the playoffs not because you were 9-8. You made the playoffs because you gave up 247 yards against the Panthers. You missed the playoffs because you scored 45 points and then let the other team score 48 against the Seattle Seahawks and lost a tiebreaker. So when you look at those things, the only thing we should have been focusing on is defense for the first 3 picks. And with my strategy, we would have had 3, if not 4, day one starters with impact. And so that would have won a division.
With that strategy, you and Ash will be best friends right now because Kancey is the top of Ash's board, and unfortunately he's gone. So yeah. I mean, I think the Packers have screwed themselves. If the Packers draft like that for the rest of the draft, they're screwed because they are drafting on the hope that someone can be the very best of what they are. If Van Ness hits his floor, he's going to be bad. If he hits his ceiling, he's going to be good. But it's a boom or bust project for them. I mean, the Vikings have basically replaced Adam Thielen And I called that. I think that's the only pick I've called this evening, which I was quite confident on. But and then the Bears, they've got an offensive line, but it should not be able to hold up to our defensive line. But I think it is a bit of disappointment here overall. But we have 3 second-round picks to sort all this now, so this can be remedied.
So let me just
Who's playing Brad?
Me.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, I was just wondering if he's talking. I was like, let him talk. So I threw a poll up, and I threw it up really quickly because I wanted to see what was going to say. So I said, grade the Lions pick at 18, Jack Campbell, and here's what the results show. 53 people have voted so far, and are still voting. So take it with a grain of salt. 26% say A, 26% say C. So those two are tied. 21% say B, 9% say D, 17% says F. It says grade the Lions pick at 12, Jahmyr Gibbs. 14% says A, 23% says B, 29% say C, 9% say D, and 25% say F, and that's 59 votes so far and counting. So it's safe to say that most of these people are very upset. And I've truly tried to bring what I've been seeing to the forefront. I've took a lot of heat for it. I've told people what I thought, and I said, listen, wake me up when you got to really make some picks. And right now, people could be upset, right? But if this running back, which I don't think is going to happen, ends up being Alvin Kamara, and again, I don't think it's going to happen. Steve will say I gave the trade an F. I didn't even think about that. The grade, the trade. I gave the trade an A. I was cool with the trade. But you gave it an F. Okay, Steve.
Yeah, me too. I like the trade.
Steve is rallying the Steves to his cause. It's all the Steve. all the Steves are against us at the minute.
This is the Steve we hated. 57% says Matt Millen grade. Whoa. But this is my thing. I tried to bring it to people's attention that, you know, you're just looking at the draft. You got to look at the big picture. Look at free agency. Look at the trades. You know, people act like we didn't trade for Benson, and then we didn't have cap. Yeah, we did. We were cutting people that was giving us dead cap money. I had to sit here and have a debate with a person about how important CJ Moore is, and now where is he? He's so important. This is the reality, people. This is what it is. And the only thing Luke ever asked for is for you to just address the biggest freaking need that has been the biggest problem for 5 freaking years, which is the defense. Don't give me, if you're going to take a running back, fine, stay at 6.
Oh, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. So, right, the first round has happened, Luke. It is gone. It is in the books. There's nothing we can do about it. Now you're looking at day 2. We've got 3 second-round picks. We have the ability to fill holes. We have the ability to do things. How would you go about it now from what's happened to the end of the day? What would you do to rectify this in your situation?
What I'm finna say, a lot of people ain't gonna like, but at this point, we really need to just be serious about ourselves. You are in a prime position at 34 to do something that's not gonna be popular. Take the quarterback. You don't took worse risk. Hear me out, Steve. Hear me out. We have took worse risks with Levi Onwuzurike, a guy who we knew was hurt when we brought him in here and had all type of issues and back, and we took that deal anyway. And Hendon Hooker is still sitting there. Okay, now go to the next person. You took Pascal, who had just came off of cancer treatment and other stuff like that, and then he ends up getting hurt. But you have no problem taking this risk. You took a receiver, 12th overall at the trading of 20 spots when you needed a linebacker last year and could have had Devin Lloyd, and you was fine waiting on him to play. All I'm saying is this. You clearly need a backup quarterback. And I'm not trying to go into the season with Nate Studfield as my backup. It just can't happen. I don't want it to happen. So at this point, stick to your F these picks attitude that he has. Take the quarterback at 34. And at 48, pray to God you can get you a cornerback and a damn D tackle. Because at this point, I really don't think that if you go any other direction or you wait, because you got to think about it. After they make these 3 second-round picks, they don't pick again until the 5th. What backup quarterback you getting in the 5th round that you care about?
Aidan O'Connell.
He won't be there in the 5th.
There's Aidan O'Connell, there's Clayton Tune, there's Jay Kaner, there's Jaron Hall, there's Lindsey Scott Jr., there's quite a few quarterbacks on day 3. I agree with the principle, but Levis, he'll be a volatile backup at best if we're putting him as a backup. He's not going to be stable enough for a team that's.
No, I want Hendon Hooker.
And as you say,
I'm talking about take Hendon Hooker at 34.
Then you're sitting him for a year, and it's a wasted pick because, as you say, Sudfeld's gone in a year.
Yeah,
so
but guess what though?
34, that's not going to have an impact this year. When you're saying you want guys to fill holes at 34,
I do, but guess what? He didn't get guys to fill holes. What he did was he got guys that he felt good about. And what I'm saying is if you just look at it, all the quarterbacks you're gonna take in the 5th round, they're not finna unseat or be prepared to take over when you move on from Jared Goff. And my attitude to it is this: Hendon Hooker, I had it as my number 1 quarterback. I liked him over all the other quarterbacks. I think had he not been hurt, he would have definitely been in the mix, if not taken first overall. I really believe that would have happened. However, you're sitting there at 34, and you're not going to have another shot into the 5th round. If you wait, you're not. I put it this way: the Rams are trying to find a replacement for Stafford. They even put him up for trade at one point to try to get picks to get them one of the quarterbacks. Hendon Hooker, they don't have a problem with him sitting, and we didn't have a problem with what's the guy name? Jameson Williams sitting. So why are we gonna have a problem with the quarterback sitting at 34? He's already taking luxury picks. Let's just go ahead and close the deal out and keep this thing going. Is all I'm saying.
I don't want luxury picks, as it says. It seems we're going all in on this year, so why not lean into that and just get as many guys that you can have instant impacts? So Brad's on the podium now, and that's where he said he's took guys he put there because it was about positional value. He was asked about. It's like we didn't see him as positional value. We saw him as football players. We took guys we thought would have impacts. That's what he's looking for. So I don't think this is the year. He's going to take guys in the second that are injured. As much as I love it, because I love Garrett Williams, he's one of my favorite players in his class. And if we could take him and sit him for the ACL and then have him as a starter next year, I'd love it. But I don't think that's what Brad's strategy is for this year now. So we are looking at players that will come in and start now he care about impact. Now he care about starters. Okay, who is Garrett the one for Purdue?
No, Syracuse.
No, that's Corey Trice. So yeah, Garrett Williams is the Syracuse corner.
Can I?
He was
Syracuse.
So
okay.
Yeah,
it's 5:20 a.m. in the morning. So what I'm gonna do is just go around the room asking for last comments here, because we're gonna be back in less than 7 hours' time, and I hope you prepped for the early show tomorrow, because it's today.
I'm not on it, but I will have some prep done. So
that's okay. I'll prep.
My bus for work leaves in 3 hours and 59 minutes. So
right. We need to get out of here, guys.
It does, but it has been a very fun evening, and I would not do that. I would not rather spend this with anyone else. I've enjoyed this immensely. We may not agree on the picks now. I'm going to sleep on this. I'm going to have a day at work to think about it, and then I'm going to come back tomorrow night and give my thoughts on it, and then we're going to do this all again. And thank you to everyone who's joined us. Thank you to everyone who's subbed. I have gone through about 9 shots this evening, as well as all my beers, so I am pretty buzzed right now. But I will extend this to day 2, and I will try again, and we will see where we go. But I appreciate you all. It's great. We've got to trust in the process. I know some of us don't, but let's see what day 2 brings. We can still walk out of this draft with 3 starters on our defense in day 2, and then all of a sudden these picks are like, okay, I can get with that. We've done that there. We've done a good day 2. Let's see what happens. And I still wouldn't put it past us to trade up again for a 4th pick at that point. So thank you, everyone. It's been great fun, and let's sleep on this and see how we feel in the morning.
Ash, have your last say, my friend.
Give me Jammy and then I'm happy.
Steve.
I'm joking.
That's day 3, Ash.
I just want to take you back 4 or 5 hours, and you said, what's a good draft look like? And I said to you, we've got a chance for either Richardson, Will Anderson, or Jalen Carter. That would be like creme de la creme, the cherry on top. But at the very, very worst, we get Weatherspoon at 6, and then we can make like a good pick at 18. So that was what I was hoping for. Anderson, Carter, Richardson, very worst case, Witherspoon at 6, and then another pick. And what have I got? I've got a fucking running back 2, a linebacker 3, and we're talking about Will Levis as our backup quarterback. Fuck my life.
Can I just quickly say?
No.
What are the 2 positions that the GM comes out within the movie draft day?
Yes.
Linebacker and a running back.
Enough. It's late enough. We'll get back to this. We've got 3 months of no content after the draft. We'll come back to it. Shut up.
You lot,
Shut up.
You lot gave me shit for mock drafting a tight end at 55. Look what's happened today.
Brad Holmes is Sonny Weaver Jr. It's confirmed.
Right, Luke, your final word.
My final words is at this point, it's not much that we can say. You know, I remember a lot of fans was not ecstatic or happy about the Ragnow pick. This could be another one of those Ragnow moments. And, you know, obviously we got to give everybody a chance. I'm not, you know, in Brad Holmes, we trust, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I can't say nothing bad about him. I'm always called a hater for pointing out and being critical of the things he does. So, best GM we got. So, just give it time, people. Let's see how it all work out. Maybe it works. I will say, you know, Ash scared the shit out of me when he said that Brad Holmes said that he didn't care about positional value.
Yeah,
he's smart. He finally got smart, but this is not the way to do it.
And just before we do say bye to Luke, I think it's apt that we say right now, or we ask Luke right now. Our 200th episode is about to come up very soon. We've been going a long time, Luke. You have been the one who has supported us the most out of all this, and we love you more than anybody who has done this. So we would love for you to come on when we do our 200th show. We would
100%.
rather do it with no one else but you. So hopefully,
I will 100% be there. I will pull up and 100% be there. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. Say the date and when, and I'm showing up. If I gotta take the phone call from my phone while I'm at work, you got me.
And you'll have Luke schooling you on Detroit rap. Steve schooling you on Detroit rap, etc. But you know, we would rather it be no one but you. So
there it is.
I appreciate it.
Day 2 coming up, 7 a.m. ET. We start looking back at tonight, and we look ahead to tomorrow evening, and we'll be joined by Turn Up for What at 7:20 in the morning Eastern Time. Before we start off at 5:40 p.m. for our Day 2 live stream, which will be joined by TJ Jones of the Saints, LA Rams UK, Big Blue UK and Ireland, UK Ravens, Britt Breaks from the Bengals, and 49er Faithful. It's going to be another stacked day. You do not want to miss out, with the Lions having 3 picks in round 2 and the possibility of trading up with all the picks in day 3. You do not want to miss out. Luke, thank you very much for joining us, my man. You're an absolute superstar. Ant and Steve and Ash, incredible stuff at 5:25 in the morning. Appreciate you. Go and get some sleep. Come back refreshed. And to all you guys in the chat, you're incredible too, with all the subs and the chats and whatever you have. Go and get some rest, and we'll see you tomorrow for day 2. Let's go, Lions. One pride.
One pride.
One pride. Fuck the Packers.
Jameer Gibbs, baby.